Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku Had 8 Sentient Quirks. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 2 days after the now infamous Camino incident, Izuku was discharged from the hospital with strict instructions to keep quirk usage and physical exertion to a minimum for the next week. Mom kept fussing over him and the wisps, never letting any of them out of her sight for more than 5 seconds at a time. Katsuki never strayed more than a foot away, and it took some convincing to get him to stay outside of the bathroom. Izuku counted himself lucky that Dad was busy getting brought in on everything with All for One, because dealing with the overprotectiveness from 3 sides would have been too much. Not that he didn't appreciate it, but it got a little stifling at times. Then his phone started dinging like crazy with notifications from news outlets. All for one reason, All Might had retired. According to the old hero, his strength had been steadily declining since an earlier battle with All for One 6 years prior, and Camino forced him past his limits. He could no longer protect the populace as he once could. Naturally, this sent up waves in nearly every corner of Japan, but most noteworthy was its impact on UA. While All Might could no longer patrol, he could still teach, albeit now in his civilian form, which would undoubtedly prove interesting for foundational heroics classes. Of course, the hero students weren't the only ones affected by this new development. The congregation of the Rat God was filled with more activity than usual, as the class reps coordinated to ensure that their peers would adapt to this new circumstance productively. General education was by far the least affected, but that wasn't to say that there was no impact there. The support labs were cranking out gear left and right, and none more so than May's designated workshop. The business course was hard at work putting together and running semi-official social media accounts for the hero course students. One J's class rep had even called dibs on managing Izuku's accounts personally. Luckily, Rikai and May got along like a house on fire. Most of one visited Izuku during the long weekend. Fumikage claimed that he'd been dragged there by a distraught dark shadow, but Izuku knew the raven-headed student was equally concerned, despite his calm facade. Ochako dropped by, mostly to warn Katsuki that he'd better not think that surviving being in the same area code as a supervillain meant he was above her weight class, whatever that meant. Ijiru brought along a motivational poster that Izuku was more than happy to hang over his bed, especially since it was a rare All Might, Crimson Riot collaboration piece. Yuga stopped in at one point, and seemed pretty happy to see Izuku still in one piece. Some of the later visitors informed Izuku that All Might and Aizawa had been going around to their homes, telling their parents about the switch to on-campus dorms and asking for their permission. Surprisingly, there didn't seem to be very much resistance from anyone's families. There still wasn't any news on the whereabouts of the League of Villains. They seemed to have gone underground for the time being, but given the stretch of inactivity between internships and summer break, Izuku was certain that they'd make a move again at some point, and this time, he'd make sure that he'd be ready for anything they might pull. Tuesday afternoon found the Midoriya and Bakugo families walking into Gym Delta to be greeted by Nezu, Recovery Girl, Sir Nigh-eye, Gran Torino, and an emaciated All Might. The latter strode forward to meet them, reaching out with his left hand due to his right still being in a sling. I appreciate you all accepting my invitation. This is a big decision, and I'm glad that young Katsuki has a support system to help him with this. Uncle Masaru accepted the handshake, eyebrows going up briefly before settling back down into a concerned expression. Why the secrecy about all this? What exactly does this opportunity entail? Aunt Mitsuki crossed her arms. What he said, I'm not letting anyone do anything until I know exactly what the hell is happening. All Might cleared his throat. Do you remember what you were told about the villain that appeared during the Camino incident? Aunt Mitsuki cracked an eyebrow. All for One, right. 2 centuries old, almost took over Japan once, survived getting his skull caved in 6 years ago, got taken down at the cost of you retiring. Did I miss anything? Mom sighed. Yes, the fact that he's also my biological father. Aunt Mitsuki winced, and Mom rolled her eyes. It's fine, I never really cared about it to begin with, and it's not like he's able to make any more trouble. She shifted her gaze to All Might. Please, go ahead. The hero nodded. What I'm about to share with you all must remain of the utmost secrecy. If knowledge of this were to get out, villains would be chomping at the bit to get to young Katsuki. Uncle Masaru gently grabbed Aunt Mitsuki's hand and squeezed once. Our lips are sealed. All Might smiled softly, then schooled his expression. Early in his life, All for One had a younger brother, sickly and quirkless, yet strong of heart and courageous of spirit. The younger brother would attempt to combat his sibling's evil, but to no avail. At some point, All for One forced a power stockpiling quirk onto his unevolved sibling, possibly in an attempt to force the younger brother into his service. But this awakened something in the other man, a power he'd had all his life but never felt. He was never quirkless. He had the power to give his quirk to other people. useless on its own, but combined with the power stockpiler, it became something new, something greater. As a foil to his evil sibling, he chose to name this power One for All. Izuku hummed thoughtfully, One for All, and All for One. All Might nodded and continued, as it was. One for All was nowhere near powerful enough to combat All for One. But the younger brother had faith, and so he passed it on before dying at his sibling's hands. The second user then passed it to the third, before dying to All for One himself. As did the third, then the fourth, then the fifth, then the sixth. The seventh was my mentor, the pro-heroine Skywalker. Her name was Shimura Nana. She died to All for One, too, but not before she passed the quirk on to me, making me the eighth wielder. And 6 years ago, I battled All for One and won, thinking that I had finally slain the evil that had plagued Japan for many generations. He chuckled sadly. So much for that idea. Uncle Masaru hummed. So, what does that mean for Katsuki? All Might smiled. Is it not obvious? I wish for him to become the ninth wielder of One for All. Aunt Mitsuki blinked. Seriously? Why him? Katsuki bristled. What, you think I'm not worthy of it? All Might chuckled. While I admit he does not seem to be a model successor at first glance, I stand firmly by my choice. Young Katsuki is a fine young man, and I'm certain he'll wield the power efficiently. But more than that, I'm sure he'll wield it justly. Yes, his demeanor is abrasive, but beneath it lies a well of compassion and determination that very few people, hell, very few heroes could hope to match. Uncle Masaru hummed. While that's encouraging, won't people just hold him to the standard of, well, you? All Might grinned. Only if he attempts to copy me. And let's be honest, the odds of that happening are microscopic. Katsuki snorted. You're goddamn right. Aunt Mitsuki scowled. Brat, you don't seem all that surprised about this stuff. Spill. All Might coughed into his fist. I will fully admit, I initially offered the quirk to young Katsuki shortly before the raid on the warehouse. At the time, I explained everything that I knew and everything that I suspected, and warned him that All for One would potentially make a move. Katsuki interjected. And while I appreciated the warning, there wasn't anything that would keep me from getting Izuku to safety. But knowing that there was a chance I wouldn't survive, I asked him to hold on to it for the time being, just in case I got ended, so that the quirk wouldn't die with me. But I lived, so here we are. Uncle Masaru locked eyes with Katsuki. You're absolutely certain about this? Pretty sure you've been dead set on taking the number one spot with nothing but explosion and your own hard work? Katsuki smirked. Times change, old man, and so do goals. I'm not aiming for number one specifically. But if being the best hero I can be happens to land me there, then hey, I won't complain. And if I'm given a shot to be even better than I ever could be on my own, you bet your butt I'm taking it. Uncle Masaru nodded. All right, just as long as you know what this means for your future. Dad pulled out his notebook and glanced up curiously. So, how exactly does the transfer work? All Might coughed into his fist and glanced away sheepishly. Well, the quirk is stored in the user's DNA, so the holder has to give some to their successor. Usually it's done through consuming a strand of hair. Katsuki gagged, and the hero sighed. I know, I had the same reaction, but it's the simplest and safest option available. Mom hummed. What about a blood transfusion? All Might frowned. Potentially doable. If memory serves, we do have the same blood type, but an official transfusion hasn't been done before. The closest that I've heard was the fifth giving it to the sixth by making the recipient drink his blood, which he only did because he had barely escaped All for One and was bleeding out. That, and I have to consciously will the transfer, so there's no telling how that would play into it. Izuku glanced at Dad, saw that he was furiously scribbling in his notebook, and decided to take charge. Well, it's probably better to go with the method we know works, even if it's not all that pleasant. Dad's head snapped up, and Izuku silenced him with a look. And even if some of us want to know for science. Recovery Girl tapped her cane against the floor twice. Here. All Might chuckled nervously, before composing himself and yanking a hair from his scalp. Well, if we're all in agreement. 1 week later, Izuku stared up at the large building ahead, roughly half the size of the apartment complex he lived in with Mom and Dad. The building was shaped like a miniature of UAS main building, with one alliance posted over the front doors. There appeared to be 5 floors in total. Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat, and the gathered class all shifted their gazes to where he stood halfway between them and the porch. Right, let's get this over with. Welcome to Heights Alliance, our new dorm system. Hanta let out a low whistle. I'm surprised everyone's here, especially you, Izuku, considering how much you've been involved in this year. Toru sighed and drooped forward. Man, I had such a hard time convincing Mom and Dad to agree. Kayuka chuckled. Given how hard you and I got hit with the gas at the training camp, that's understandable. Sue hummed. We're only able to still be together thanks to the teachers. I honestly thought the press conference would result in at least one of them losing their job. Aizawa-sensei huffed. I'm just as surprised as you all. Now, before I get into explaining about the dorms, there's something I need to address. Out of nowhere, Katsuki glared at Momo, Shouto, and Ijiru. Right, You idiots. Izuku blinked. Wait, did I miss something? Aizawa-sensei groaned. It would seem that Todoroki and Kirishima don't fully trust us heroes to do our jobs properly, and they nearly roped Yaoyorozu into breaking the rules with them. You might have heard that we knew to raid the warehouse because of Yaoyorozu's tracker that was planted on a Namu that appeared at the training camp. From what I heard, those three were planning to follow the tracker themselves to rescue you when Bakugo found them. Katsuki scoffed. And they're damn lucky I was assigned to the warehouse team instead of the bar team. Otherwise I wouldn't have made them see sense in time to prevent 3 extra casualties. Ijiru bowed his head in shame. I just didn't feel right sitting back and letting the pros do all the work when I'd already failed him once. Katsuki sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Just be grateful that I swept the perimeter before Tall Beach kicked the roof in. Aizawa-sensei locked eyes with each student in turn, then grunted. There technically weren't any rules broken, so I suppose I can let this slide just this once. But let me be perfectly clear. His eyes glowed red. If any of you try to pull something like this, you're expelled. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Am I understood? The class chorused their agreement, and he nodded once. Good. Oh, and one more thing. This is something that we'd planned to address on the 4th day of the training camp, but obviously, we never got around to it. UAS first years will be taking the provisional license exam this September. Shocked silence. Izuku was the first to speak, cautiously asking, don't those usually wait until 2nd year at the earliest? Aizawa-sensei grunted. Usually. However, this year has been the furthest from usual, and the higher-ups think we need as many boots on the ground as possible. Obviously, the regular curriculum wouldn't get you to the required level of power and skill for the exam, so we had to push you harder than we normally would during the training camp. Since the camp got interrupted, we'll resume the plans here on UAS campus. Mina paled. Wait, already? The teacher huffed. Well, not immediately. Nedzu decided you all needed a chance to get settled in the dorms first. And with that, let's go ahead and get the grand tour over with. The class followed him inside, gazing around the spacious first floor. 5 floors, 4 rooms per gender per floor, except for the first floor, which is a communal space. Each room is for a single student, and they're all equipped with personal AC, toilets, refrigerators, and closets. There's also a bed and desk in each room, but any additional furniture you'll need to provide yourself. First floor is where you find the kitchen, dining area, laundry, and baths. Ochako stumbled back a pace. Whoa, UA doesn't skimp, do they? Katsuki grabbed her shoulder to steady her. Easy, girl. Don't collapse on us from overexposure to luxury. Momo hummed as she peeked inside one of the empty rooms. This seems roughly the same size as the closets back home. I may have packed too much. Ochako swayed, and Katsuki turned a glare on Momo. Are you trying to end her encyclopedia? Seemingly unfazed, Aizawa-sensei continued. The kitchen comes stocked with basic ingredients and cooking supplies for just over a week, and I'll run a shopping trip every weekend. If there's anything you need for a unique diet, we'll get that for you, but any personal preferences have to be bought yourselves. Denki groaned in disappointment. Man, you mean I gotta get my own W.C. Donald Szechuan sauce? But that's so expensive. What am I gonna flavor my noodles with? Kaiuka gagged. You put Szechuan sauce on noodles, Sparky? What the hell is wrong with you? What? Can a man have his personal tastes? Aizawa-sensei grunted. Be inside the building before 9 p.m. and inside your rooms before midnight. You're responsible for keeping your sleep schedules intact. So don't blame anyone else if you pull an all-nighter or something like that. Sleepovers are allowed, though one that puts you in a different building requires you to clear it with me and the resident teacher beforehand. He locked eyes with Denki. And for the love of God, if you plan on anything R-rated, have the courtesy to keep it quiet. Maybe go to midnight for help if you're desperate. Denki blushed furiously. Oh, what? So I'm singled out because I'm the only guy in the class with a partner? Aizawa-sensei's stare was unwavering. No, it's because I know what a loud blonde is capable of, especially one with as little self-control as you. Rikadu coughed into his fist. Also, you're not the only one a guy in a relationship anymore. Izuku grinned widely. You sly dog. Who? Since when? The taller boy blushed. Shokumatsu Ayu from 1 Fahrenheit. I overheard her talking to a friend about nutrition shortly before final exams, and we kinda hit it off. The relationship wasn't fully official until a couple of days ago, though. Aizawa-sensei grunted warmly. Well, congratulations. When you can, let her know that she's officially my favorite support student for those meal bars of hers. Rikadu snorted. I think you'll have to get in line behind the rest of the staff, sir. The teacher chuckled, then composed himself. In any case, here's your room assignments. He pulled out a hologram projector, displaying the floor plans with names for the assigned rooms. The luggage you sent in ahead of time is waiting in your rooms. You've got the rest of this week to unpack and get settled before we get back to work. Dismissed. Izuku flopped onto the couch with a groan, glancing out the window and seeing the stars begin to appear in the night sky. Man, even with the wisps helping out, I'm beat. Katsuki hopped over and slumped against the back with a grunt. Shoulda brought less junk, nerd. Yeah, that makes sense in hindsight, but you know what they say about that. The rest of the boys gathered in the common area shortly after, and Mezu glanced at Ijiru. You were working in your room for quite some time, Ijiru. Did you manage to unpack everything? Ijiru tilted his head over the back of his chair and grinned. Yeah, but it sure was a lot. Never realized how exhausting it is to set up a living space. Ochako grunted as she vaulted over the couch to land next to Katsuki. Tell me about it. Take it from someone who's lived solo. Moving is hard work. I'm lucky to have a quirk that can make it a lot easier. Denki glanced over as the rest of the girls walked up, grinning widely. Hey, you all finished unpacking, too? Mina giggled and clasped her hands behind her back. Yep, and while you boys were down here relaxing, us girls were talking, and we came to a decision. Itoshi cracked an eyebrow. And what would that be? A room presentation competition. The insomniac paled. Now wait just a. Whoa, it's so otaku. Hitoshi slammed his face into the wall of his room, groaning something about privacy that the girls swiftly ignored. Why'd we have to start with mine? Mina giggled. Because it was closest to the stairs on the second floor? Duh. Izuku glanced around with a thoughtful hum. Man, I didn't even realize this much Eraserhead merch existed. Where'd you find all this? Hitoshi sighed. Auction sites like eBay, mostly. You won't find merch for underground heroes through the official stores and websites. You gotta know where to look. He chuckled. One perk of insomnia, I guess. You get a lot of extra time to search the web for hidden stuff. Denki smirked. Man, the girls just started something. Hanta grinned. It's kind of fun, though. Izuku blushed furiously as the girls marveled at the sheer volume of hero merch covering his walls and desk. Itoshi grinned smugly. What was that about otaku? Izuku crossed his arms and turned his nose up imperiously. I admire heroes, okay. Cyan lightly slapped him upside the head. Being the stuck-up-a-hole is my SH tick. Get your own. Katsuki grinned evilly and picked up a Maruko figurine. Oh, I think it goes beyond just admiration in some cases. Which reminds me, Shinsu, you haven't heard about the tool clamp yet, have you? Itoshi glanced between Katsuki's evil grin, Izuku's full-face blush, and the Maruko figurine with markings on the thighs. An equally evil grin spread across his face. Oh, do tell. Katsuki, I'm warning you, it's very difficult to find a body when it's dropped in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Katsuki snorted. Like you could even get that far out, nerd. Don't test me, Pomeranian. Yuga posed dramatically, even as most of the class had hands over their eyes. Well, is it not excellent? Izuku squinted, just barely making out a suit of armor. And just when I thought you couldn't get any brighter. None, not bright. Dazzling, White grunted, his singular eye almost completely shut. Dish, did he seriously load up the place with mirrors, too? Has he never heard of such a thing as moderation? Mina quickly backed out of the room. Yeah, cool, moving on. Fumikage leaned against his desk, the feathers above his right eye standing on end in his approximation of a raised eyebrow. Well, Ijiru chuckled nervously. Well, it's kinda spooky, but spooky's your whole vibe, so it's pretty cool. Dark shadow appeared and rested one wing on Fumicage's head. Yeah, but there's a lot more relics of his Chunin era back home. There's a couple posters that are just skulls, and I think one just has die written over and over in English. Fumikage swept the apparition's arm off his head. Did you truly need to mention that? That was a childish phase. Pink chuckled. If you can't get those to me in person, at least send me some photos. Momo glanced at the sword in the corner and hummed thoughtfully. Are you proficient with a blade? Fumicage's cheek feathers twitched, his equivalent of a blush. Sadly, no, it is just a decorative piece. She rubbed at her chin before smiling. Would you like to learn? Fumikage blinked. Yes, please. I think I would enjoy that. The moment that Kuji opened his door, the girls all squealed and beelined for the rabbit sitting by the desk. Izuku cracked an eyebrow at the rocky-headed student. Is that even allowed? Kuji blushed and signed. Hitoshi's eyes widened. Did he say what kind of pet? A grin stretched over the insomniac's face. That heartless bastard. He told you, but not me. And he knows, too. Well, we'll see how long it takes for me to find her. Kuji cracked an eyebrow. Trust me, it's absolutely a her. Whoa, it's so gaudy. Denki pouted as he slumped in his rolling desk chair. Come on, I know I'm not exactly the coolest of cucumbers, but I thought it was all right. Kaiuka huffed. At least have the decency to clean it up a bit before you invite Kodai over. Hey, I'll have you know, Yui is fully aware of my taste in decor. Red snorted. And she's still in a relationship with you. That girl's patience knows no bounds. Ochako burst into laughter as soon as she saw the rows of spare glasses on Tenya's shelves. Seriously? Not even Pa has that many spares. Why do you need so many? Tenya huffed and crossed his arms. I believed that our training would most likely destroy them, so I thought it appropriate to come prepared with several extras. Momo scanned the bookshelves with a critical eye. Interesting. Several of these are on motors and engineering. Would it be alright if I borrowed some from time to time? Of course. Just, please give me advance notice so I may clean up the margins I may or may not have made notes in. Mashirao chuckled in embarrassment as he swung his door open. I didn't exactly bring a lot of stuff with me. Mina blinked. Well, it's so normal. Kyoyuka hummed. That's one way of putting it. It looks almost exactly how my room did before I started unpacking. Mashirao sighed. I honestly wish I had a little more to put in here. But when you live at a dojo, you don't exactly pick up a lot of decorations. Ijiru brightened. Hey, I've got a few spare punching bags, and I think I've got an extra rack, too. Maybe you could pick out one you like when we stop by my room. Mashirao's tail perked up. I'd appreciate that. Thanks. Mezu stood in front of his door, arms crossed. There's nothing interesting in here. Mina grinned. I'll be the judge of that. Move. The tall boy sighed and relented, revealing a room that was nearly empty, save for a mattress and a short desk. Shoudo walked up next to Mezu with an interested hum. I didn't take you for a minimalist. Well, I've never really liked having a lot of stuff. Having more than this just makes the room feel cluttered and tight. Momo frowned. Do you think you might have claustrophobia? Mezu shrugged. Maybe. I don't usually have a problem with tight spaces during training exercises and stuff, but it's possible. Ijiru's room was a textbook example of gym bro aesthetic. The redhead grinned widely, either unaware of or immune to the judgment radiating off of Mina and Toru. Well, what do you think? Ochako pumped her fists in excitement. Makes me feel like going a few reps with a barbell. Ijiru laughed and slammed his fists together. Hell yeah. Katsuki stood in front of his door, arms crossed as he scanned the class expectant faces. After a few seconds of silence, he huffed. All right, just don't make any stupid comments. He pulled the door open, and most of the class jaws dropped. Izuku snorted at their reactions. Not what you expected. He didn't blame them. At first glance, Katsuki was loud, abrasive, and just as explosive as his quirk. The others were probably expecting a room equally loud and volatile. But Izuku knew that, above all else, Katsuki was a perfectionist. The room was just as orderly as Tenya's, if not more so. A bed with flame-patterned sheets was set in the back corner, walled off by a tall dresser with a label for each drawer. Some shelves along the left wall held his small collection of hero figurines, composed mostly of Maruko with a few others sprinkled in. His desk had several organizers for his schoolwork, with his silver sports festival medal sitting in a frame on top. A punching bag hung in the corner by the bathroom, next to a water cooler and a rack of specially made towels that would neutralize the explosive properties of his sweat. Izuku glanced around the shelves and hummed curiously. You didn't bring your spice collection. Katsuki grunted. The info packet said there'd be a stock kitchen. I didn't know we'd need to bring specialty stuff ourselves. I'll shoot the hag a text when I've got a moment and ask her to bring it over. He hummed. Maybe an extra shelf, too. Denki cracked an eyebrow. Why not just put it in the kitchen? Katsuki did a double take, laying a hand over his heart, and risk someone else using my spices. Izuku snorted. Honestly, it's also for your own safety. Katsuki doesn't settle for store-bought. He goes for the extra strength stuff that you have to get shipped overseas. Denki rolled his eyes. Oh, come on, they can't be that spicy. Izuku locked eyes with the electric blonde. Cayenne powder is what he considers mild. Trust me, you don't touch his spices. Denki paled. Duly noted. I'd like you to infiltrate the provisional license exam. Specifically, the location where Class 1 will be. Himiko pouted. Do I have to? 'Cause that's a lot of hero kids in one place, even if it's where Izu-kun is gonna be. I don't like crowds. The old guy huffed. We all have to do things we don't like, dear. Besides, I need to see if any of this batch could be used for new Namu. And you get quite a few blood samples, which means plenty of disguises. Himiko held back a shudder at the word dear. She didn't want this old guy acting like they were family, and her mom used that word way too often for her to like it. She glanced over at where Kaoni Nissen was standing nearby with his arms crossed. Shige. He shuddered, then shrugged. Well, if the doctor says it's important, then push through it. God knows we need whatever he can get us. Himiko sighed. All right, fine, but only if Kurogiri can pull me out if things get icky. The old guy sighed. Must you rely on Kurogiri for everything? Kaoni Nissen cracked an eyebrow. Is it so bad that she wants a guaranteed home warp in her back pocket in case she fails a stealth roll? Plus, you said the other day that her disguises were useful. Would you want an S-rank unit to get caught by the enemy? The old guy paused. I suppose that's a fair point. Very well, you may use Kurogiri if the heroes suspect anything about your disguise. Now, enough distractions. Hang up if you have no more issues. He muttered under his breath. Working on my projects is hard enough as it is without Master to help the process. Himiko cut the call. Are you okay with this, Kaoni Nissen? I dunno if I can handle being around so many people without drooling over the thought of all that tasty blood. Kaoni Nissen grunted, his arms crossed. If it were up to me, I'd stay out of the hero faction's sightlines until we had good odds at succeeding on our attack rolls. But remember, we're already on a stealth mission trying to be this guy's perfect puppets. I know you don't like the idea, but at least you can get Kurogiri to pull you out if things get too rough to handle. Himiko pouted. Okay, fine. But I'm gonna make it as quick as I possibly can. Okay. Kaoni Nissen chuckled. Fine by me. Rikadu's room seemed fairly normal, save for the cabinet of baking supplies and the miniature oven sitting next to it. However, there was something different about the atmosphere that Izuku couldn't quite put his finger on, until his nose landed on it first. Am I crazy, or do I smell something sweet? Rikadu balked and rushed to the oven, frantically checking through the door before sighing in relief. Thank God, it's not burned yet. He paused, then glanced over at the others and grinned sheepishly. I finished unpacking early, so I started on a chiffon cake. You know, as like a housewarming gift or something. He glanced back through the door of the oven. I don't have any whipped cream on hand, which'd make it really good. But you guys want some anyway. The girls squealed and rushed towards the oven, except for Achako, who left the room before quickly returning with a tall stack of plates and a bundle of forks from the kitchen. The cake was quickly cut into thin slices, and everyone dug in. Pink slumped on top of the open door and sighed dreamily. Damn shame we can't eat, because that cake looks heavenly. Izuku chuckled. It really is. Contrary to every other room so far, Shoudo's room was in traditional Japanese style, complete with tatami mats, shoji sliding doors for the balcony, and some potted bamboo in the corner. Surprisingly, there was an All Might figurine on the desk. Denki rounded on Shoudo. What the hell, man? Did you get yours specially made? No, it's just that my house is more traditional, so I sleep better on tatami mats than hardwood floors. Forget the why. I want to know the how. How the hell did you do all this in a day? No, in an afternoon. Shoudo huffed. I worked hard. Izuku chuckled. Burn. Katsuki hummed curiously. An All Might figurine, though, didn't peg you as the type. Aizawa. Shoudo turned his head to the side, which, for his generally reserved behavior, was the equivalent of an embarrassed blush. I got it recently, from my father. He wanted me to have something in my room that was reflective of my personal interests. Izuku held back the urge to whistle. Wow, that's one hell of an apology gift, especially for Endeavor being the last of the boys to present their room. Naturally, there were some expectations for Hanta going into it, but Izuku was pretty sure nobody expected the amount of Eastern Asian decor. Hammock by the balcony doors, a folding screen in the corner, tribal patterned rugs on the walls, and more. Kayuka whistled appreciatively. Didn't know you were into this kind of stuff, Hanta. Hanta chuckled with a grin. Yep, that's me. Expect the unexpected. Katsuki snorted. What's more unexpected is the lack of anything on a certain pre-Quirk American superhero. Hanta paused. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Izuku grinned, his suspicions confirmed. Come on, don't lie to us. Where's the merch? I have no clue. Shoudo cleared his throat, and all attention turned to him. Earlier, I overheard him grumbling about how Mom just had to unload Grandma's knitting on me and my own stuff just barely fits into this table. Hanta paled, mouth opening to protest even as Mina stepped forward and lifted the top off the short table in the center of the room. As predicted, the inside was absolutely filled with Spider-Man merchandise. Mina turned to Hanta with a devilish grin. You were saying? Hanta hung his head in defeat. Okay, fine. The Asian stuff is just hand-me-downs from my grandma on my mom's side. She makes a lot of it for birthdays and Christmas and whatnot. And we were kinda running low on storage space at home. Katsuki grinned in satisfaction. That's what I thought. Nobody who acts like you do would put up this stuff willingly or unironically. Mina gasped. Ooh, there's a midnight figurine in here. Hanta, you little devil, you. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Given our practical exam, I'm not surprised. Hanta blushed furiously. Okay, enough already. Can we move on? Kayuka's room was unexpectedly slapdash, with a whole array of musical instruments piled together in the corner. Their presence made sense, but the arrangement was oddly chaotic. Izuku hummed. Were you in a rush to unpack, Kayuka? I kinda expected your room to be a little more organized. Not, like, Tenya-level organized, but still. Kayuka blushed. Well, I couldn't choose which of my instruments I wanted to pack, so I ended up packing all of them, and when I got here I realized I didn't have enough room, so. Denki hummed thoughtfully. I've got a few wall hooks and stuff up in my room. Think you'd want some of those to tidy up a bit, because I barely know anything about musical instruments. But I'm pretty sure you shouldn't have them piled together like that. Kayuka's blush deepened. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Toru's room could be best described as girlish. Not in a bad way, by any means, but it seemed the most fitting descriptor. Katsuki cracked an eyebrow. You know, I didn't see the stuffed animals coming, but in hindsight, they kinda make sense. Denki hummed. Although, with how much inspiration you're taking from one of its antagonists, I was kinda expecting a poster for Ant-Man and the Wasp. Toru's shirt drooped forward, her way of expressing shame in the same way most people would hang their head. Honestly, I wanted to, but I didn't know where to even start looking. Denki grinned. Not a problem. Yui's into loads of pre-Quirk stuff. I'm sure she knows where to get one. And hey, failing that, I bet you could ask Hanta where he finds his Spider-Man stuff. Hanta's eye twitched. Now, see, I can tell that you're saying it without the hyphen. And that just bugs me. Achako rubbed at the back of her neck with a grin. Sorry, I know it's not very interesting. Katsuki cracked an eyebrow. Let me guess, low on spare budget? Izuku hummed curiously. The star chart is interesting, though. Are you into astronomy? She chuckled. A little, yeah. I started keeping up with gravity research after my quirk came in, which shifted pretty quickly into space in general. And that all got dialed up to 11 when I learned about 13. Red floated over to Pink. You think we could sneak a few gifts into her room so it feels a little more personalized? Pink hummed contemplatively. Maybe, but we'd have to do it when she's not there, and maybe when Izuku isn't looking. I can hear you. The wisps balked, but Izuku just shot them a sidelong glance. Make sure there's something she'd like. I won't let her settle for generic housewarming gifts. And for future reference, I'm not opposed to your schemes if they're not harmful. Anything like Operation Bop It, though, is off limits. Pink chuckled nervously. Message received. Red nodded quickly. Loud and clear, boss man. Mina's room, like Toru's, followed a distinct color scheme. Though this time it was magenta and black, as opposed to lighter shades of pin. Mina giggled happily as the others looked around. Well, isn't it cute? Katsuki grunted. The most I can say is that it fits you. Though, random question, how tough is it for you to find a place that offers acid-proof training equipment and stuff? 'Cause I bet you don't do anything with your quirk at home. Mina groaned. Ugh, don't even get me started. I wish I could have something for testing with my acid at home, but I've never had any luck. Don't sweat it. The hag knows a place that specializes in treating surfaces to be immune to loads of different substances and compounds. She mainly goes to them for anti-nitroglycerin stuff, but they've probably got something that defends against acid. I'll ask for the contact info when I text her about my spices. Mina beamed. Thanks, Blasty. You're a lifesaver. Katsuki snorted. Not quite yet, but that's the goal. Momo smiled sheepishly as she slowly opened her door. Sadly, I think I miscalculated how much space I'd have. My room got a little cramped by the time I finished unpacking. Denki gawked at the ornate four-poster bed taking up a majority of the floor space. What the hell? Cramped is an understatement. Yeah, Momo. What happened? She blushed and turned aside a bit. Well, it's the furniture I normally use, but I hadn't realized the room would be this small. Achako swayed, and Katsuki rolled his eyes as he grabbed her shoulder to steady her. Be disgustingly rich later when your Uraraka isn't around to get slapped in the face by it? All right. Momo's head dipped, and Izuku slapped the blonde upside the head. Hey, take it easy. In case you forgot, Pomeranian, you're almost as rich as Tenya is, if not more, so get off her back. Tenya blinked. Bakugo, you're from a rich family as well. Katsuki threw his head back with a pained groan. Damn it, Zuku, I thought you knew by now that I hate bringing that up. There's a effing reason I only ever call her the hag, remember? Denki blinked. Wait, is your mom famous or something? Katsuki sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Not outside of the fashion world. How many of you recognize the name Glycina? Momo gasped. Oh, goodness, I haven't heard that name in a while. The last time I heard about that brand was when Mother was looking for a fabric supplier for my hero costume. It took quite some time for Father to convince her that she shouldn't use civilian fabrics for it, and to instead leave its construction to UA. Achako blinked. Actually, I think I've heard the name, too. I think Ma got her wedding dress done by Glycina, back when she and Pa had the budget to spare for stuff like that. But what's that got to do with you? Pops is the head designer, and the hag is the main model. You know how I sweat nitroglycerin? She sweats glycerin, which makes her look way younger than she actually is. Denki's jaw dropped. No stinkin' way. Your mom is the Hata Mitsuki, model of youth Hata Mitsuki, Forever 21 Hata Mitsuki. Katsuki scoffed. For the record, she hates that last one. According to her, it makes her feel like she's copying old pre-Quirk fashion trends. And it's demeaning because, and I quote, I model fashion, not retail. But why do you know about her, Pikachu? Because my mom's totally jealous of her. Every time she spots an ad with your mom in it, I have to endure another tirade of, oh, she has to look so much older in person, that has to be makeup doing all the work, I'm so much younger and prettier, I should be up there, etc. I swear, if Mom didn't absorb electricity and use it to refresh herself, I'd zap her into a short nap every time she got started. Katsuki blinked. Wait a tick. Is your mom the one who always calls herself the bombshell? Denki groaned. Oh, don't even get me started on that. When Mom heard that Hata Mitsuki got married to a guy with explosive sweat, she decided she was gonna be the true explosive sweetheart. Before then, she was calling herself Thunder Thighs, even though she's barely thicker than cardboard and would probably fall over under a stiff breeze. Ijiru loudly cleared his throat. Okay bros, leave it for later. I, for one, don't want to hear you talking about how hot your moms are or aren't. Izuku clapped. Here. It seemed like Tsu had gotten the same idea as Shouto, because her room was also remodeled. Rather than changing to a traditional Japanese style, however, hers was built like an onsen. The right side of the room had a shallow pool of water with fake plants forming a shade over the back section, and the rest of the floor was made of smooth rocks. Instead of a mattress, there was a long, flat rock with large leaves draped on top sitting in the back left corner of the room. The doors to the balcony used large sheets of fusuma instead of shoji. Izuku tilted his head to the side, humming curiously. Is there a speaker in here somewhere? I doubt you brought in actual pond animals for the background noise. Tsu nodded and walked over to the flat rock, pulling aside a leaf near the base to reveal a speaker set into it. While our family doesn't live in a house like this, Kiro, we did get a construction company from the Mai prefecture to build a pool house in our yard that's like this, Kiro. Achako's eyes widened. I think that was my parents' company. You're from the HI prefecture, right? Tsu blinked. Yes, Kiro. Astral Construction. Yeah, that was us. Well, I say us, but I was too young to help out on site, so they had to find me a babysitter for a little bit. Mashiro glanced around the room with a frown. Where do you sleep at night, though? I mean, sure, you're a frog and all, but I doubt you'd use the pool for that, and that rock can't be that comfortable. The rock has a compartment for a mattress that I can pull out at night, Kiro. It just kinda ruins the atmosphere when it's out. Fair enough. Several minutes later, the votes had been tallied, and everyone was gathered in the common area to await the vote. Mina, who had taken charge of the entire thing, strolled to the empty section between the couches and cleared her throat. Pulling out a sheet of paper, she adjusted a pair of glasses stolen from Tenya's room and squinted, before nodding and glancing up at the circle of expectant faces. And the winner of the first Room King competition, by an amazingly wide margin of 8 votes, Sato Rikadu. His jaw dropped, and he pointed at himself incredulously. And to be completely honest, a majority of those votes were the girls, who all brought up your incredibly delicious cake. Mezu hummed. Wait, who were the other two? Izuku and Katsuki grinned at each other and raised their hands. Guilty. Denki turned and lightly punched Rikadu in the shoulder. Come on, man, aspiring heroes shouldn't stoop to bribery. Rikadu blushed and rubbed at his neck. Hey, I didn't bribe anyone. The cake was just a happy accident. That's all. Yeah, well, that's what a young couple calls their first child, a happy accident. I'm not buying it. Izuku grinned wider as the common area devolved into shouting and laughter. Stepping away from the commotion, he caught Aizawa-sensei peeking around the corner. He walked over to the man, turning around and crossing his arms to watch from a distance. Less like a class and more like a family, wouldn't you say? The teacher gave a noncommittal grunt. They're attached to each other. Logically, that doesn't make sense. Hero mortality rates are the highest of any career in the world. Statistically speaking, some of them aren't going to survive more than 5 years. Izuku rolled his eyes. To use one of Present Mike's favorite retorts, logic, schmogic. We're still kids, even with everything we've had to deal with so far this year. I'd say we're allowed at least this much. Aizawa-sensei huffed, but didn't argue the point. I'm just grateful that Ashido didn't try to rope me into it. We may be living in the same building, but that's no excuse to invade my privacy. Izuku sent the man a cracked eyebrow. You do realize you lost that privilege when Kuji told Hitoshi about Fluffernutter, right? Aizawa-sensei blinked. He did what now? There came a quiet meow from the man's feet, and Hitoshi's head snapped around so fast Izuku briefly worried that the insomniac had given himself whiplash. Without saying a single word, Hitoshi launched off the couch and dove for the small black kitten rubbing against Aizawa's leg. Izuku locked eyes with Aizawa and grinned at the pain in the man's eyes. You realize, of course, that this means you can't keep her to yourself. Aizawa sighed deeply. So much for peace and quiet, I guess. The following week, when I hadn't expected to be back in homeroom before summer break was over, but they knew by now that logical ruses didn't extend to telling them where they were supposed to be at a given time. Thus, Monday morning saw their desks occupied. As soon as they had all sat down, Aizawa-sensei walked in the door and stepped up to the podium, scanning their faces intently. Now, I know summer break is still technically ongoing, but with what you've got ahead, you don't exactly have time to relax. You won't have any academic work until the second term begins. But that just means all of your time will be spent preparing for the provisional license exam. Yes, sir. He nodded once. A hero license carries a great deal of responsibility for human lives. Naturally, the exam for it is notoriously difficult. The exam for provisional licenses only has a 50% passing rate every year. Orange hummed nervously. Only 50%. so there's no guarantee that all of us will pass. In preparation for the exam, today your task is to devise 2 ultimate moves. The door slid open, revealing Midnight flanked by Ectoplasm and Cementos. Aizawa-sensei wordlessly stepped aside as the second walked up to the podium, the other 2 standing to the side. As the name implies, ultimate moves are considered the pinnacle of a hero's arsenal, the most advanced application of your quirk you can muster, Cementos added. Furthermore, these moves should be so ingrained into who you are that they are functionally impossible to copy. Midnight winked. Pro heroes without ultimate moves are an endangered species in this day and age. Aizawa-sensei grunted. At least in the limelight. Underground is another story, but we'll get to that. Grab your costumes and get moving to Gym Gamma. Izuku gazed around the massive gym as the class walked inside. Due to the unique nature of the facility, it wasn't normally available for student use, so he hadn't seen it yet. Much like the default state of Gym Delta, Gym Gamma was a wide open space with an even floor. However, while Delta had clear markings in the floor for interchangeable set pieces like viewing stations or exercise areas, Gamma seemed mostly featureless. Cementos scanned the class and nodded once. Welcome, 1A. You may remember that the unforeseen simulation joint is 13's pride and joy. Similarly, Gym Gamma, otherwise known as the training dining land, is my domain. He knelt and laid a hand against the floor, raising a complex blocky structure next to him. With my quirk, the area can be reshaped as I see fit into specialized terrain for individual students, hence the dining part of the nickname. Tenure raised his hand. I feel I must ask, why are ultimate moves necessary for the provisional license exam? Aizawa-sensei grunted. We're getting to that. It's well known that a hero's main role is to rescue people that are in danger, be it from natural disasters or villains. The exam is designed to test how good you are at that. Information gathering, decision-making, mobility, combat, communication, teamwork, leadership. Every year, the test is reworked to assess those qualities from a new angle. Midnight stepped forward and raised a finger. Of those qualities, your combat ability is especially vital. If you're prepared, then you won't need to worry. And having ultimate moves tips the scales in your favor. Cementos interjected. Acting consistently despite varying circumstances will make you a valuable asset in the field, and ultimate moves are a clear way to show your consistency. As the teacher turned and headed towards the center of the gym, Ectoplasm spoke up. Of course, not all ultimate moves are directly damaging. Take Ada's Recipro Burst. Such a dramatic increase in speed is more than threatening enough to be called ultimate. Tenya clenched his fist, his pride evident even through his helmet, and Rikadu hummed thoughtfully. So an ultimate move is less this causes a heck of a lot of damage to the other guy and more this gives me enough of an advantage that I'm bound to win. Midnight winked. Precisely. For example, consider Kamui Woods, who was instrumental in the raid on the league's bar. His lacquered chain prison is a perfect example of a non-offensive ultimate move, restraining opponents before they can even launch an attack. Aizawa-sensei grunted. The training you were doing at the camp was the first step in the process of developing ultimate moves. Behind him, large platforms surged out of the ground. So, that's your primary goal between now and the exam in early September. A clone of ectoplasm formed on each platform. Continue developing your quirks, and think about what ultimate moves you could perform at the level you're at now. While not as necessary for those planning to tackle underground heroics, ultimate moves are still a good tool to have in your back pocket if needed. Midnight giggled. The usual spiel for this part of the curriculum also includes a note to think about altering your costumes to grow alongside your quirks, but I think you kids already knew that. Aizawa-sensei scanned them all with a challenging glint in his eyes. It'll be intensive as all hell, but I expect you hellions to get through this with a plus ultra mentality. Think you're up to it? Yes, sir. He nodded once. Good. Pick a platform and get to work. Contrary to the rest of the class, Izuku wasn't standing on a platform in Gym Gamma. Instead, he was with Katsuki, All Might, Recovery Girl, Sir Nigh-eye, Gran Torino, and Dad and Ground Omega. Reason being, he already had a few ultimate moves with his Wisp combos, and he refused to leave Katsuki alone while the blonde was figuring out his new quirk. Katsuki stood in the middle of a wide clearing, his breathing even and his stance rock solid. As Izuku watched, a red glow seemed to spread through the blonde's veins from his heart, and his eyes seemed to glow with power. Tiny explosions appeared in the air around him like a miniature fireworks display, and steam rose from his body. Dad started furiously scribbling in his notebook, and Izuku took a cautious step forward. All good. The aura disappeared, and Katsuki let out a huge breath as he dropped to his knees, forehead soaked with sweat. Whoa, that was weird. All Might, no, wait, he was Yagi-sensei now, frowned. Weird how? Katsuki accepted the hand up from Izuku, straightening and wiping the sweat from his brow. Whenever I fuse with red, it's like my sweat glands go into overdrive. Active, 1 for all is like that, but cranked up to 11. Inactive, it's a similar feeling, but it's more like half of the boost that I get from red. Gran Torino hummed. Makes sense. I remember that Nana told me how float was way slower before she got one for all. She never talked about activating the two separately, though. But I did notice that after she passed one for all to Toshinori, her speed took a bit of a hit. At the time, I figured she was just nervous about facing all for one, but in hindsight, it could have been something else. Dad stopped writing and glanced up with a thoughtful expression. Maybe receiving one for all gives a permanent passive boost to the holder's natural quirk, and consciously activating the power grants a temporary additional boost. Sir Nigh-eye nodded. That does make logical sense. Recovery girl hummed. Still, the fact that you're so exhausted after that is concerning, especially since you didn't do anything with the power. I'm afraid of what might happen to your body if you tried throwing a punch in that state. Katsuki nodded and rubbed circles in his left palm with his thumb. Fair point. Thinking logically, one for all gives me the same level of power output as All Might's max. My body already strains under my most powerful explosions. I don't think it'd hold up against that much force. Izuku frowned. Yeah, probably not. So what do we do about it? Katsuki hummed thoughtfully. I've got a hypothesis, but I'm not 100% certain it'll work out. How certain are you, then? Roughly 70 to 75%. Recovery girl huffed. I'll accept those odds. Go for it. Katsuki took a deep breath, and Izuku backed up. The blonde resumed his stance, and the red glow spread through his veins again, except this time it wasn't as bright. The same exploding aura appeared, but much less intense and without the haze of steam, and the glowing red veins disappeared after a couple seconds. Katsuki flexed his hand experimentally, then threw a basic punch. Thankfully, nothing happened. Katsuki bounced on the balls of his feet a couple times, then glanced at Izuku and grinned. Guess it worked out. The aura disappeared again, and Izuku cracked an eyebrow. So what was your idea? Well, you know how I can choose what size of explosions I can make. I figured that if I could limit the amount of sweat I detonate, it'd make sense if I could also limit the amount of power I was using from one for all. I kept it pretty low for the trial run, aiming for roughly the same as one of my burn-off sparks. Off the top of my head, I'd estimated at about 1% of the power that I'd called up the first time around. Dad's pen was flying across the pages of his notebook, and Recovery Girl nodded gratefully. Good. You actually understand restraint, unlike this idiot. She pointed a thumb at Yagi-sensei, who wilted. I said I was sorry about 1B's final exam. Izuku hummed curiously. So how much do you think you can handle without breaking? Katsuki grinned. Let's find out, shall we? He glanced at Recovery Girl. Here's hoping we don't need all the king's horses and all the king's men. Dagaba National Stadium towered over everything else nearby. Originally, it had been the venue of choice whenever Japan would host the Olympics, but after the Quirk Wars, the megastructure was repurposed into a testing site for the HPSC. Izuku stared up at the sloping roof, costume case in hand and wisp carrier hanging by his side. Man, here I thought UA had the monopoly on Plus Ultra. Goes to show how much I know. Katsuki grunted, costume case slung over his shoulder and the tiniest glint of power in his eyes. Looks ain't everything, nerd. Now come on. We've got shit to do. Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat, and all eyes fell on him. Remember, if you pass this test and earn your provisional licenses, you'll officially graduate from golden eggs and hatch into semi-pro heroes. Give this the same effort I've seen from you all year. Ijiru grinned and thrust his fist in the air. You said it. Come on, guys, let's get pumped. Plus Ultra. Izuku blinked in surprise at the unfamiliar voice. Wait, who's this guy? The newcomer, a tall, stocky boy with slanted eyes, suddenly bolted upright as another student, obviously his classmate, sighed in resignation. You shouldn't butt in on other people's huddles, Yurashi-kun. Right. The loud boy's hands slapped against his hips, and he leaned back. I am. His head whipped forward and slammed into the pavement. Extremely sorry. Denki winced and took a half step back. What's with this guy? Is he just trying to get by on enthusiasm? Kyoka blinked. Wait, that uniform. Izuku's eyes snapped to the caps of the newcomer's classmates, and his eyes widened. Shiksu students. The newcomer straightened with a huge grin, seemingly oblivious to the blood dripping from his forehead. I just wanted to say it once. I love UA High School. I am honored to compete against UA students. I'm very much looking forward to it. The girl turned her head around to stare at the loud guy. Oh, blood. The boy with purple hair was already walking off. Let's go already. The newcomer slipped his hat on and walked off after his classmates, just as Shoudo stepped forward with a hand extended. It's good to see you again. He slumped in defeat, and Toru turned to him. Shoudo-kun, you know that guy. Aizawa-sensei huffed. Yurashi Inasa. His name's crossed Nedzu's desk a couple times before. He took UAS recommendations exam for this school year, and he got the top score. But for some reason, he turned down his acceptance. Denki gaped. No way. That guy's a first year like us. Momo hummed worriedly. Not just that. If he got the top score on the recommendations exam, Kayuka paled. Then he's stronger than Shoudo. Shoudo straightened with a huff. He was at the time, I will admit that much. However, there's no way of knowing how far he's progressed in the time since then. Still, there's a good chance that he's on roughly the same level as us, considering he's taking this exam in the first place. Aizawa-sensei nodded. Precisely. So stay on your toes, Hellions. Eraser. The man flinched, and a grimace spread over his face. Man, is that really you? It's been so long. Hitoshi grinned widely as Ms. Joke walked up, the insomniac stepping over to lightly elbow Izuku. Check this out. Come on, let's get married. Absolutely not. Mina gasped with delight, her shipping sense obviously running 1,000 miles a minute. Ms. Joke, to her credit, seemed unfazed, letting out a wheeze and doubling over. Wow, good one. Aizawa-sensei rolled his eyes. You're as hard to talk to as usual. Against his will, a grin stretched over Izuku's face, and he leaned in towards Hitoshi. She's who you interned under, right? Yep. Is she serious, or is this just a prank to her? Hitoshi's grin widened. Now, why do you think I'd know? And besides, who am I to spoil her fun? Ms. Joke glanced over, and her grin took on a more genuine shape. Hey, if it isn't my favorite exchange student. How you been, Somnus? Aizawa-sensei leveled a glare at Hitoshi, who was unfazed. I'd say I'm doing like a big hole in the ground full of water. Toru tilted her head in confusion. Doing like what now? He replied in English. Well, Denki snorted, and Aizawa-sensei groaned. Wonderful. She infected you with her signature brand of annoyance. Hitoshi's grin turned smug. Calling me infected makes it sound like I'm carrying some kind of disease. I prefer converted to. Ms. Joke spun on her heel and waved widely. Come on, kids, it's UA. Come say hi. Several students walked up, all wearing light gray polo shirts, and the heroine turned to 1A. These are my students, Ketsubutsu Class 2. We're not big enough for multiple hero classes like UA, but we get by. Izuku let out an impressed whistle. You teach at Ketsubutsu. Nice. Their graduates have the lowest property damage rates in Japan. The student at the head, a tall boy with hair similar in shape to Izuku's, stepped up and offered a hand. So, you guys are Shinsu's classmates, eh? Must be rough to deal with him for months at a time. I was around him for only a week, and believe me, you have my respect. Izuku grinned and set down the wisp carrier to accept the handshake. To be fair, he also has to deal with us, so it kinda balances out. Midoriya Izuku. The taller boy grinned. Shindu-you, I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. Katsuki cracked an eyebrow. That's so. Well, then I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do, too. Something in Shindu's expression hardened. You're a perceptive one, aren't you? You'll be fun to watch, too. Katsuki grinned, all teeth and no mirth. Trust me, you won't be able to take your eyes off of me. Shindu let out a bark of laughter and extended a closed fist. We'll see about that. Katsuki returned the fist bump, and Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat. Enough fooling around. 1A, get into your hero costumes and head to the orientation room. No time to waste, so hop to it. Izuku pulled at his gloves as he stared around the auditorium, filled to bursting with a colorful array of hero costumes. You know, I never really thought about it before, but Japan's kinda overflowing with hero schools, isn't it? Look at how many applicants are at just one testing site. Katsuki huffed as he adjusted his new flashbang-shaped gauntlets. Just means there's more competition. Save some for the rest of us, nerd. Izuku grinned. What do you think I did during the entrance exam? The loudspeakers crackled, and conversation ceased as all eyes turned to the podium at the front of the room, where a man with messy hair slumped over the microphone. Ugh, right, let's get this over with. I'm Mara Yokimaru, spokesman of the HPSC's licensing division. You're all here for the provisional license exam, which is the primary reason for my current lack of sleep. The man slumped forward, and Hitoshi winced. Yikes, I feel that. So, the long and short of it is, all 1,540 of you will have to compete in a free-for-all to pass. Hanta hummed worriedly. That doesn't tell us much. Mira ran a hand through his shaggy hair. These days, people are saying that Japanese society is oversaturated with heroes. Since Stain's arrest in particular, people have been questioning the current state of the heroics industry, not to mention All Might's recent retirement. Frankly, things are moving at a breakneck pace, and those of you who can't keep up will be left behind. As such, a major factor for this exam will be speed. That being, only 100 of you will have a shot at passing the first test. Shocked mutters ran through the crowd, and Momo rubbed her shoulder nervously. For only 100 of 1,540 to pass, Tenya hummed. Our odds of success have gone down from 50% to roughly 6.5%. Not great. Mira pushed himself up and retrieved an orange ball and a disc-shaped object from underneath the podium. Right, here's the passing requirements. Each examinee will receive 3 of these targets, which must be placed in exposed locations on their body. Each examinee will also receive 6 of these balls. If a target is hit by a ball, it'll light up, and if all 3 of your targets are lit, you're out. When a person lights up your third target, that'll be a point for them. You need to get 2 people out to pass this test. That's it. Several HPSC employees grabbed boxes from the base of the podium, and Izuku raised a hand to his chin. Each person gets exactly enough balls for them to pass. So it's theoretically possible to succeed by yourself, but it's strict. The safer play would be to team up with someone else, preferably several others, so that you can hunt down enough points with backup. And in this case, it's best to join others from your school. Mira continued, once we open up, we'll begin distributing balls and targets. The exam will start exactly 1 minute after everyone has received their materials. Wait, open up. The ground shook, and several examinees gasped as the ceiling split open, the walls falling away to reveal several different environments spaced around the arena of Dagaba National Stadium. A mountain range with a trail spiraling up the tallest peak, an industrial maze similar to Ground Gamma, a forested plateau with a waterfall and lake, an urban street lined with shops and homes, a metropolitan area with skyscrapers and apartment complexes, an elevated highway standing next to another urban zone. I'm certain you all have forms of terrain you like and dislike. Make good use of your quirks and do your best. Izuku grinned widely. Feels just like Yue, doesn't it? Katsuki cracked his knuckles with an identical grin. Yeah. Now, God willing, this will be over quickly so I can catch up on my sleep schedule. Shout aside as he listened to Mira explain the rules of the exam. God, I feel that man's pain. Despite the massive number of available seats, Joke had somehow managed to pick the one as close to Shouta as possible without obviously sitting next to him. Eraser, your flies down. Shouta ignored her like he usually did. All right, Hellions, show me that those training plans didn't go to waste. But hey, I'm surprised you've still got a full class of 20. You seriously haven't expelled anyone yet this year. Shouta grunted. Close, but no. I did expel one brat during the sports festival, even though I probably should have done so a lot sooner. I'd hoped he'd clean up his act before it got public, but, well, Shinsu took his spot. The rest were in the class from the start. Joke laughed, then dropped all pretenses and leaned forward with her head resting on one hand. Still, it's strange. If you like them as much as you clearly do, then surely you would have warned them. As much as this exam changes every year, one thing stays almost exactly the same. The UA crush. As if by some twist of fate, Mona was the last to be handed their balls and targets. All the other schools had already dispersed into the arena. Izuku chuckled to himself as he placed his targets on his shoulders and over his heart. Fine by me. We were at a disadvantage from the very beginning, so this doesn't change much. Achako cracked her knuckles, having positioned her targets on her hips and navel. What's the game plan? Momo hummed thoughtfully, swiping through her wrist computer with her targets placed on her shoulders and the nape of her neck. The logical course of action is to group together. There's strength in numbers, and we already have the odds stacked against us, even more so than for the other schools. Denki frowned, his targets visible around the collar of his jacket. What do you mean by that? How is UA specifically at a disadvantage? Shouto grunted, his targets gathered in a triangle around his heart. The sports festival. Tenya nodded in agreement, his targets in an inverted triangle over the center of his chest. Indeed, UA is the one hero school whose students broadcast their quirks and fighting styles to the entire world. We do not know our opponent's capabilities, but they know ours. Kyoika grinned and strummed a chord, her targets in a line over her chest parallel to the neck of her guitar. At least, they think they do. Izuku grinned. Exactly. They don't know anything about how far we've come since then, not to mention our gear. Creating. Momo extended her index and middle fingers and swiped upwards in the air, her gauntlet displaying a holographic map of the arena. I believe our best chance is to split into small strike teams, each specializing in a different field. Shouto raised his hand. My quirk is most efficient when I'm alone. Can I head off by myself? Momo nodded. That was the idea. On the holographic display, a box reading Frostfire split off from the larger box reading 1A. Head for the waterfall zone. The lake will serve to fuel your ice. Understood. Radiance, Rose, Charge-a-Bolt, Anima, Cardiosma. You 5 are our long-range specialists. Head towards the highway zone. You have the clearest sight lines up there. I'll come with you. Mina and Denki snapped up identical salutes. Yes, ma'am. Froppy, Facultatum, Uravity, Cellophane. As our mobility specialists, aim for the skyscraper zone. You'll have plenty of space to move. Achako grinned evilly. Works for me. Grandmaster, Red Riot, Baker's Dozen, Tentacle, you're our close quarters specialists. Head for the industrial zone. Tsukayomi, Ghost, Somnus, you're our stealth specialists. You do the same. Fumikage nodded once. We shall use the shadows, while making sure not to fall to them. Megaton, Aurora, you're our wild cards. Stick together if you'd like, but I'm certain you'd wreak havoc no matter where either of you end up. Just a warning, however, try to avoid the commercial zone. Katsuki scowled. Effing why? I saw Yurashi heading in that direction. From what I remember, he has incredibly strong and precise control over the wind. Avoiding him for the time being seems advisable. Izuku nodded. Makes sense to me. Momo glanced around the class. Are there any objections? Silence reigned for a few seconds, and she nodded once. Good. Move out. Shouta grunted as he watched his class split into smaller teams, each heading off to a different zone. The UA crush. You're right, I could have told them. But knowing ahead of time wouldn't have changed what they'd need to do. They'd be at a massive disadvantage no matter what, so we devoted more time to ensuring they'd be able to overcome it than letting them know about it. The loudspeakers blared, and the Ketsubutsu students in the mountain zone rose from their hiding places to descend on what they probably thought were their hapless prey. Against his will, a grin stretched over Shouta's face. Sorry, joke. Looks like Ketsubutsu drew the short straw. Unfortunately for them, their prey happened to be the two demons of his class. There's always next year, I guess. Ketsubutsu's students lined the mountain range above, Shindu standing front and center with a ball in hand. We've seen what the two of you can do. But do you think you can deal with all of us at once? Izuku grinned, his visor placing targeting reticles on each opponent. Megaton, fire a warning shot. Katsuki stared at him incredulously, holding up a baseball-sized glob of sweat in his right hand. Sir, this is an M32. Ah, potato, just fire it, Megaton. Katsuki grinned and pitched the glob at the mountainside underneath Shindu. He leaned over the edge to watch its approach, which proved to be the wrong move when it detonated on impact. Shindu was sent flying into the cliffside behind him, the explosion flinging a multitude of other students in several directions. A cyan laser beam bounced between the airborne debris, rematerializing into Izuku standing over Shindu's prone form. Shindu weakly stared up at the UA student. What the hell? Izuku cracked an eyebrow, pulling a ball out of one of his belt pouches and spinning it on his finger. You didn't think that the sports festival was all we could do, did you? Balls flew at him from all sides, only to be incinerated by massive condensed explosions that just barely missed him. Katsuki landed behind him, one for all crackling in a miniature fireworks show around his body that he dubbed Nitro Aura. So I dunno, do you think you can deal with us? Himiko ducked around the corner, feeling like someone had an iron grip on her heart, or her throat, she couldn't quite tell. Was that Izuku? No, this isn't good. I can't let him see me like this. This being the body of that Shiksu girl. Jurin had been a huge help, getting a list of which schools would be going to the same exam site as Izuku's class. Himiko had thought she'd be able to stay calm by picking a disguise that acted a lot like she did. But then Izuku and the Explodey Boy nearly came right to her, and suddenly she couldn't breathe. If it had just been the Explodey Boy, she probably could have handled herself just fine, but Izuku was weird case. Whenever she thought about him, she got this funny feeling in her chest, but it wasn't the same feeling as when she wanted to be someone. And every time she thought about maybe getting some of his blood and being him for a bit, that feeling twisted her guts into so many knots that she couldn't stand it. Nobody in the league could figure it out. Twice was silly as always, but she could tell he didn't understand it. Big Sis Magni thought it might have been a crush, but it wasn't what she'd felt about Sato, which Big Sis said was definitely a crush, so it wasn't that. Spinner had suggested something about cravings, but Mr. had said that that was more like when she got really thirsty, and Izuku's blood was a no-no. She would have asked Kaoni-san, but he hadn't been into those kinds of talks when he was Tamura, and he'd been super busy ever since the stuff at Camino. A little voice in her head that sounded a lot like Mom kept telling her that those kinds of feelings were rude and she should ignore them, but she'd gotten used to not listening to that voice. Chest heaving, Himiko took a peek back around the corner, trying to put her thoughts away so she could hear what the other people were talking about. By the time her brain shut up enough for her to hear, Izuku was saying, "Leave the rest of you alone. That way, at least most of you have a shot at passing. Deal?" The guy with fluffy hair like Izuku's nodded slowly. That sounds more than reasonable to me. Any objections? The Ketsubutsu kids all made noises of agreement, and Izuku grinned while holding up one of his exam balls. Sorry you couldn't get everyone to the next part, but we can't afford to slow down. Our class is already playing catch-up. Himiko took the moment to run off in the direction of the waterfall, sighing in her head with the relief that she didn't need to keep up the disguise around Izuku. Then a great big chunk of ice appeared over the forest, and she decided she'd rather head towards the highway. Maybe she could find enough info there to keep the doctor happy while staying out of danger. Shouto tapped a ball against another student's third target, before stepping back with a grunt of satisfaction. Glancing around the frozen landscape he'd created, he cleared his throat and called out, "I left the ice fragile enough that it should melt within a couple minutes. I'm sorry I had to resort to such drastic measures, but I felt it was necessary to do this as efficiently as I could." The student he'd just eliminated scoffed. "Sure you did. Go ahead and gloat about your easy win. Why don't you?" Shouto ignored him in favor of shifting his attention to his targets, which were now lit up blue. An automated feminine voice announced, Those who have passed the exam should proceed to the waiting room. Glancing up, Shadow caught sight of a small building sitting on the other side of the forest, with a large cross emblazoned over the doors. That must be it. Hey, great to see that you passed. Izuku couldn't help but grin as Urashi ran up with a big smile on his face. Seriously? We don't even go to the same school. Why are you so excited about little Almi passing? Urashi laughed. Yeah, but I love guys like you. Guys who are super passionate about being heroes and saving people. I was really hoping I'd get to talk to you in person. Katsuki rolled his eyes with a grin. What am I, chopped liver? Izuku smacked Katsuki on the shoulder. Go grab yourself some water. You used a lot of sweat out there. Can't have you running on fumes for whatever the next phase is. Katsuki snorted, but walked off regardless. Izuku headed for a relatively empty corner of the waiting room, aware that Urashi was following shortly behind. So, what do you want to talk about? Urashi grinned. Well, I didn't exactly have any specific topics in mind. I just really wanted a chance to talk to you. You and your friends seem like really passionate heroes, and I just love that. Izuku chuckled. Honestly, you sound a lot like Aijuru right now, except instead of manliness it's passion. You really like heroes, huh? You betcha. I think it's super cool how lots of heroes will go out and be super passionate about saving lives. I love guys like that. Well, good for you. If that's the attitude you're planning to carry into your career, then I'm all for it. We could use more of that enthusiasm. Urashi grinned as he plopped down into the chair next to Izuku. Thanks. A lot of my classmates say I can get too loud at times, but I personally think a hero needs to be loud to get people's spirits pumped. What about you? Izuku shrugged. To be completely honest, I don't really have any strong opinions about what a hero should be like. If you ask me, as long as a hero is working to keep people safe, that's all that really matters. Urashi paused. Really? Never really thought of it like that, I guess. I mean, I went towards heroics because I wanted to inspire more passionate people to be heroes themselves. And then we'd have loads more passionate heroes. But why are you doing this stuff, if you don't really care about who's a hero or not? Izuku chuckled. Well, to tell the truth, I'm not actually all that focused on being a professional hero. Don't get me wrong, I'm all about making sure people are safe, but I don't look at it as a career. I want to live life freely and to the fullest. And I want everyone around me to be able to do the same. And, well, people can't exactly live freely if villains or other disasters put them in danger, right? Urashi shrugged. Well, I don't exactly get what you're talking about, but hey, as long as you keep being passionate about what you're doing, then I don't really have any complaints. The door slid open, and Izuku grinned as he saw Shadow walking in. He stood up and waved, shouting, Oi, Frostfire. About time you showed your face around here. Shadow's gaze locked on him, and the other boy beelined towards him with a hand extended. Good to see you too, Aurora. I take it you and Megaton had few issues. Izuku grinned and clasped Shadow's forearm, knowing the other teen would return the gesture. Very few. We only took out as many as we had to for the two of us to pass, and we left the rest of Ketsubutsu active. Shadow nodded. I did the same with the other students in the waterfall zone. He glanced over at Urashi and blinked. Oh, Urashi-kun. Urashi grunted. Todoroki. Izuku glanced back and forth between the other two. Well, this is awkward. I'm guessing there's some history here. Shadow coughed into his fist. You could say that. We took the recommendations exam for UA at the same time. In the race portion, he finished ahead of me. He frowned. Which reminds me, Aizawa-sensei said you turned down your acceptance. May I ask why? Urashi coldly cracked an eyebrow. Oh, so now you're willing to hold a conversation? Shadow blinked, then groaned and slapped his palm against his face. Right, that was back when I was being an idiot. Izuku blinked. What? It's fine, Izuku. I'm fully aware that I was a bit standoffish before the sports festival, and honestly, that's an understatement. Urashi huffed. That's one way to put it. I used to be a huge Endeavor fan, so I was excited to meet his kid. But then you just brushed me off with some line about how you weren't there to make friends. Shadow winced. Yeah, definitely an understatement. Honestly, I'm grateful that everyone else in Wano has a tendency to beat friendship into people that don't want it. Izuku opened his mouth to object, then paused. You know, in hindsight, a lot of us do tend to do that. Mina and Denki definitely kicked it off, but the rest of us kinda just rode with it. Shadow turned to Urashi and extended a hand. I'm very sorry for how I acted during the exam. I was in a very poisonous mindset at the time, but it's no excuse for being as cold as I was. If there's anything I can do to make it up to you, please let me know. Urashi stared for a few seconds, before sighing and accepting the handshake. Well, I don't like the idea of asking for favors, but if you could find a way to get me Endeavor's autograph, I might let it slide. Besides, hate just feels unpassionate, and I don't like that. Shadow grinned. Good to hear. I'm looking forward to working alongside you, Urashi-kun. Izuku chuckled, then paused as his visor beeped. Raising his hand to his left ear, he accepted the call. Iravati, is there a problem? Not exactly, Aurora. Just wondering if you could patch me through to Creati. There's something I wanted to talk to her about. A meaty smack came through the line. And then she continued, ran into someone who seems to have a personal beef with her, and I was wondering if she might know anything about it. Izuku snorted. Man, talk about a coincidence. Frostfire just finished patching up a personal beef himself. Hang on a sec, let me grab her attention real quick. He fiddled with the controls by his ear, opening up a second call. Creati, got time to chat. There came the sound of a cannon firing. And Momo responded, Aurora, should you really be distracting those still in the exam? Hey, blame your Avity, she's the one who wanted to talk to you. Another cannon shot, followed by a distant explosion. Can it wait a bit? I'm having some minor difficulties with a Shiksu student on the elevated highway. A thrumming sound came through the speaker, accompanied by the sound of something punching through flesh. Never mind, chargeable recovered. Go ahead and patch her through. Another few inputs, and Achako's voice came into his right ear. Hey, Creati, sorry to bother you, but do you know anyone named Intelliseiko? Momo groaned. Oh, her. Yes, I know her. She was a classmate of mine at Saume Academy. She had this notion that she needed to prove herself a superior thinker to everyone else, and since I tended to score higher than her, she was obsessed with surpassing me. Let me guess, you ran into her. Achako snorted. Yep, she keeps ranting that I calculated a 99.999% probability that Creati would come here or something. Momo giggled. Her and her calculations. To be quite honest, I had noticed her class heading in that direction at the start of the exam, so I made sure to send facultatum over there. If you have time, point out to her that quick-footed, slow-brained Tenya passed when she didn't. There was a brief pause, and Achako started laughing. She fainted. She literally fainted on the spot. Ew, she's even frothing at the mouth. Hang on, I gotta get a picture of this. Tenya's voice joined Achako's in Izuku's right ear. Creati, did you make Uravity give Intelli an aneurysm? Despite it only being a voice channel, Izuku could almost see Momo rolling her eyes. It wasn't an aneurysm. Facultatum, she just got so angry her brain short-circuited. Besides, I imagine you're not displeased with the result, since I doubt she's any less of a sore loser than she was at Saume. Tenya sighed. Unfortunately, you are correct. Aurora, I imagine the mobility team will join you soon. Izuku grinned, looking forward to it. The rest of Class 1 trickled into the waiting room over the next several minutes, with the close-ranged and stealth teams taking the 47th through 53rd spots. Izuku felt a surge of pride when he realized that all 20 members of his class had made it through the first phase of the exam. Shoto and Yurashi were having an animated discussion in a corner of the room, and the latter seemed to have lost the animosity he'd previously held towards the former. Katsuki was sitting cross-legged in another corner, meditating at the center of his own personal fireworks show. Momo was sitting next to Kyoyuka, munching on a meal bar as she listened to the other girl gush about instrument designs and mechanics. Ijiru and Rikadu were in the middle of one of their usual arm wrestling matches, though they'd been steadily gathering an audience with how long it had been going on. Mezu was sitting on the floor with Tsu wrapped in his arms and Toru standing on his shoulders. Even with the mask on, Izuku could tell that the larger boy was smiling. Hanta, Denki, and Mina were flitting around the room, holding quick yet animated conversations with students from a variety of other schools. Achako had procured a set of dumbbells from God knows where, though when Izuku thought about it for more than 2 seconds, it was likely that May had something to do with it. Several more dumbbells were floating around Achako's head in an imitation of her training regiment from the summer camp. Tenya was doing slow suicides near the back wall of the room, accompanied by a few Ketsubutsu students. He and Shindu were engaged in conversation as they jogged, probably sharing exercise routines or something. Fumikage was, surprisingly enough, not brooding in the shadows, but instead talking to a group of students wearing ninja outfits. Izuku thought he heard Ed's shot come up at one point. Dark Shadow was elsewhere, evidenced by the thin trail of shadow that emerged from the bottom of Fumicage's cloak and snaked along the floor. Itoshi was talking to a couple other Ketsubutsu students, probably catching up with friends he'd made during internships. Surprisingly, Mashurao was part of the same conversation. Huji sat in a corner of the room, surrounded by a small flock of pigeons that he'd probably called to his side during the exam. Interestingly, there was a Seijin student in a brown costume sitting with him, hands flying animatedly. Oddly enough, Yuga was nowhere to be seen, but Izuku trusted his classmate to reappear once the second phase was about to start. Still, he couldn't help but absent-mindedly wonder where the French blonde was. Then the loudspeakers blared, and any wondering was cut short as he devoted his full attention back to the exam. Thank God, the first part is over already. With any luck, the second half will go just as quickly and I can finally get some real sleep. Hitoshi winced. Ish, the HPSC just doesn't give this guy a break, do they? Those of you still on the field, please vacate the premises quickly so we can set up for the second half. Those who passed, please direct your attention to the viewing screen in the waiting room. Izuku glanced over at the large TV, which was displaying a live feed from far above the field. After a few seconds, explosions erupted through the various zones, reducing everything to scattered rubble. Shocked gasps could be heard throughout the waiting room, and Izuku raised a hand to his mouth, brain running at a mile a minute. What's going on here? Keeping with the idea of speed, this second half will focus on your ability to save. Several volunteers from the Help Us group have scattered among a disaster site. You will be playing the role of bystanders, stepping in to rescue civilians after a villain attack has left this city in ruins. For the sake of the exam, assume that you have received your provisional licenses in this scenario. Katsuki's fireworks aura disappeared, and the blonde rose to his feet while cracking his knuckles. Anyone else notice how this looks suspiciously like the aftermath of Camino? Izuku's eyes narrowed as the similarities clicked into place. Yeah, think this might be some kind of statement by the commission. Hitoshi grunted. Could be. Don't worry, everything's fine. The new generation of heroes can handle the level of disaster we just went through. Everything will turn out okay. Wouldn't be surprised. Whether or not you pass this half of the exam is determined by how well you can carry out rescue procedures, which will be assessed on a point system judged by those you save. If you have more points than the benchmark by the time the last volunteer is rescued, then you pass. We will begin the second phase in 10 minutes, so if you have any necessary business to take care of, now is the time. Shouta stared down at the ruined field with his arms crossed, impatiently tapping a finger against his sleeve. Is it really necessary to give them 10 whole minutes to prepare themselves? They won't get any prep time at all in the real world. Joke lightly slapped his arm, and when the heck did she move close enough to touch him? Oh, stop being such a sourpuss, Eraser. They're still kids, even if some of them have the power to match pros. We gotta let them walk before we force them to hit the ground running. Shouta huffed. Cobbling them won't do them any favors once they enter the field. We need to treat them like trained adults at some point. All right, Hellions. I know you can all throw a decent punch, but let's see if you can be real heroes. A bell started ringing, and everyone in the waiting room tensed. Izuku let out a short whistle, and the wisps returned to their assigned capsules on his back. Attention, heroes of city name here. All areas of the city have been heavily damaged by a villain attack, and there are many civilians injured by collapsing buildings. The ground rumbled, and gasps rose up as the walls and ceiling began to fall away. As the roads have been heavily damaged, first responders are currently delayed, so it falls to you to head the rescue and relief efforts. Save as many lives as you can. The smell of burnt caramel reached his nose, and Izuku glanced over to see nitro aura flare up around Katsuki. The two friends locked eyes and nodded in unison. Creating Rescue Operation Charlie Oscar Oscar Papa. Momo nodded in confirmation, creating a wooden box before holding her right hand over it, letting earpieces fall out of her palm. Izuku reached up to his visor and hit the broadcast button, knowing that Mei had installed comms systems in all of 1A's costumes. 1A, keep your comms open and an ear out. Cardiosmith, Tentacle, run surveillance. Shout a warning if you hear anything dangerous. 380 will try to coordinate with the other schools, but don't hesitate to help out if you see someone struggling. Prioritize the civilians' safety over speed, but be quick. Plus, Ultra. All right, let's do this. A horn blared, and everyone in the vicinity took off immediately. Second phase, start. Izuku and Tenyu were already at the head of the pack, tearing across the landscape at top speeds. Facultatum, take charge of the commercial zone. It's got more open space. I'll head to the highway zone. Tenya nodded, immediately changing direction and rushing off towards the collapsed storefronts. Izuku rocketed into the air, then streaked towards the highest vantage point of the elevated highway, rematerializing on an intact portion of the railing. His comms beeped, and Kyoyuka shouted, Aurora, don't bother with the highway. All the injured are down in the rubble. Understood, Cardiosmith. He leaned backwards, flipping in midair so that he landed on his feet when he hit the ground below. Immediately, a short guy with fake blood running down his face ran up, crying, Please, you gotta help. My grandpa. He's trapped under the rubble. Not wasting a second, Izuku knelt down to pat the volunteer on the head. It's all right, kid. We'll get your grandpa out, I promise. But we gotta get you checked out, too, all right. The volunteer sniffled, and Izuku took a moment to be amazed at this guy's acting prowess. Oh okay, mister, if you say so. The area where the waiting room had stood was now a flurry of activity, several students racing around and tending to the injured. Momo stood at the eye of the hurricane, confidently barking orders and creating whatever medical supplies were needed. She glanced over as Izuku jogged up, the kid on his shoulders and the grandpa in a bridal carry. Good to see you, Aurora. What injuries do they have? Izuku gently set the grandpa down on a nearby stretcher, then carefully removed the kid from his shoulders. Grandpa's got a twisted ankle and a couple busted ribs, plus the risk of possible dust or smoke inhalation. Those bombs left a lot of lingering clouds. This brave little guy got a cut on his forehead and scraped his elbow, but nothing serious. The kid tilted his head curiously. Aurora, isn't that a girl's name, mister? Izuku chuckled. I get that a lot. Now, I gotta go help some more people, so stay brave and do what the nice lady says, all right. The volunteer nodded enthusiastically. I can do that, mister. Suddenly, another explosion rang out near the wall, and Izuku instinctively drew the kid into a protective hug. Of course, they said there was a villain attack. Momo nodded grimly. They never said that the villains had left. The volunteer whimpered and huddled close to Izuku's chest. Are we gonna be okay, mister? Izuku patted the kid's head affectionately. Everything's gonna be fine, don't worry. We just might need to get everyone moved a little bit. Momo raised a hand to her earpiece, calling all heroes in the medical station. The villains that attacked the city have been spotted near Lake Name here. If possible, get the injured to move towards the starting point, where we can establish a defensive position. If you have any who are non-ambulatory, do what you can to transport them safely and securely. She stood there for a few seconds, likely listening to responses on the comm lines, and the volunteer in Izuku's arms whistled quietly. She played along with the city name and gave it to the waterfall. Nice touch. Deciding to play along himself, Izuku pulled off his left glove and laid the back of his hand against the volunteer's forehead. Creaty, we might need an ice pack here. Kid seems delirious, and I think he's got a fever. Momo nodded, a red cold compress appearing in her hand. Izuku gently pressed it against the volunteer's forehead, who quickly took to holding it while staring up at him in disbelief. It's all right, just keep that there until your head feels a bit better. Okay. As the kid hurried off with the other civilians, Izuku stood upright, slipped his left glove back on, cracked his knuckles, then raised a hand to his visor. 1A, we've got a code Victor identified as Gang Orca and minions. Waterfall Zone. Who can be spared from the rescue efforts? Katsuki grunted. I'm free. Is the med station in the blast radius? Izuku glanced around, grinning as he saw that the injured had already been fully cleared out. Negative. You're cleared for launch. Recognized. Wrath of Vulcan incoming. Izuku grinned wider, then switched to the broadcast channel. All heroes, avoid the lake if possible. Megaton is inbound. Weapons hot. Shindu jogged up next to Izuku, hand lowering from his ear. What's the blast radius on this beach? Yes. Shindu opened his mouth to respond, only to freeze when several beams of light erupted from the ground in a line that cut through the swarm of villains. A second later, the beams detonated in a barrage of explosions, sending the costumed assailants flying. That oh my. Izuku doubled over laughing. Nakagame, another Ketsubutsu student with spiky blonde hair and sharp teeth like Aijiru's, walked up with a dumbfounded expression. Now I know what you meant by the blast radius is yes. Shouta tried and failed to hold back a snort as Joke's jaw dropped. Woo-ha but hoo-ha. Shouta hid his grin behind his scarf as best he could. Oh, did I forget to mention that Bakugo could do that? Silly me. Joke sat back in her seat, eyes blown wide and her mouth moving silently. After a few seconds, she finally choked out, I think I'm terrified of your class this year, Eraser. Shouta rolled his eyes with a grin. To be fair, Bakugo's a bit of an outlier when it comes to raw output, but that's still the right mindset. They're utterly terrifying. All of them, and I'm thankful they're on our side. With that dominant display of force basically rendering the villains a non-issue, the rescue efforts went pretty smoothly after that. Nezu volunteered to stand guard over the arrested, and managed to keep running surveillance at the same time. Soon enough, the exam was over, and before long, everyone was back on the field in their school uniforms, standing in front of a wide stage with a large screen behind it. Mira stood at a podium on the corner of the stage, glancing at Katsuki before casting his gaze over the larger crowd. Well, before we announce the results, allow me to explain the scoring system we used for the second half. Those of us from the HPSC and the HUG were grading you on a two-fold demerit system, meaning we looked to see who made the fewest mistakes. With that out of the way, those who passed are listed in alphabetical order. The large screen behind the man lit up with a table of names, and the air was quickly filled with panicked muttering. White scanned the list with practice speed, before letting out a satisfied huff and crossing his tentacles. 6.5% chance of passing, huh? Not bad results for those odds. Izuku grinned and turned around to meet his classmates' gazes. Good work, guys. A 100% passing rate is nothing to sneeze at. The class let out a brief cheer of celebration, and Izuku chuckled, before turning back around to give Mira his full attention. Oh, right, we will now pass out your exact scores. These printouts will detail exactly what you lost points on, so that you'll know what to work on for the future. Keep in mind that the cutoff for passing was 50 points. Izuku glanced through his results sheet, noting with some annoyance that he'd lost points for teasing the injured. Ish, that one guy didn't know how to take a joke? Huh. Those of you who passed, you may now exercise the same authority as pro heroes, but only during emergency situations. Those of you that didn't, we unfortunately don't have time for you to mope that you didn't have enough points to pass. As such, those who made it to the second half but ultimately failed are being given a second chance. The HPSC will hold a 3-month-long remedial course, after which you will take an individual test where, if you succeed, we'll grant you a provisional license. The reason being that, as things stand, we need as many good heroes as we can get. Izuku hummed to himself. Wonder what that's about. Maybe they're trying to get as many boots on the ground after All Might retired. With all that said, congratulations to those who passed. You are now official provisional heroes. Almost as an aside, he muttered, "Thank God, it's over. I need a nap." There it was, officially printed on laminated plastic next to his picture. The comet hero, Aurora. Tears welling up in his eyes. Izuku pulled his phone out of his pocket and snapped a picture, immediately sending it to Mom and Dad with a single word attached, "Success." Dad responded with a simple thumbs up only a second later, but Mom was suspiciously silent. Fortunately, Dad added a moment later that Mom was occupied. And in a totally related note, the living room was currently flooding. Katsuki slung an arm over Izuku's shoulders, glancing down at his phone screen. "Let me guess, the hag's gotta cover another payment to your landlord for water damage." Izuku snorted. "For your information, Kaken, Dad makes enough money from working for UA that we can cover our own water damage bills. Thank you very much." Someone cleared their throat, and he glanced up to see Gang Orca walking up to Tsu. "Froppy, correct." Tsu blinked. Yes, Gang Orca-san, Kiro." The hero chuckled and bowed his head. "A pleasure to meet you in person, though I had hoped to come across you during the exam. Selkie speaks very highly of you." She blushed. "Ah, really, Kiro? Of course. Your time with his crew impressed him a great deal. I was hoping to catch a glimpse of your combat ability, myself." Sue's blush disappeared, replaced by deep shame. "I'm sorry, Gang Orca-san, but I disagree with Captain Selkie on that." Gang Orca tilted his head curiously. "And why is that?" "Because I let my anger get to me, and I acted out in a way that I wasn't supposed to." The hero hummed thoughtfully. "Humor me for a moment. Did your anger consume you in that moment?" Sue paused. "I don't think so, Kiro, but did you fail to apprehend the villain because your anger made you lash out uncontrollably?" "No, Kiro, but then from my perspective, you accomplished what you did in spite of your anger, not because of it. I admire that quality and encourage it in all of my sidekicks and interns. Hold your head high, Froppy." Sue squared her shoulders and nodded firmly. "Yes, sir, Kiro." Gang Orca nodded back. "Good." The hero glanced over at Katsuki. "Oh, and you." The blonde paled as the large man walked up. "I swear, if this is about hitting you with a Wrath of Vulcan, I promise." Gang Orca cut the student off by laying a hand on his shoulder. "A very impressive move, I will admit. I noticed that you deliberately aimed your shots so that none of them hit my men directly, so that they would only be blown back by the shockwaves." Katsuki blinked. "You did." Gang Orca chuckled darkly, his grip on the blonde's shoulder noticeably tightening. "Trust me, this conversation would be very different if I hadn't. Still, in the future, try not to resort to wide-range devastation as an opening tactic." Katsuki swallowed nervously. "Duly noted." "Good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to." The hero paused, seeing Yellow staring up at him with a wide eye and holding a pen and paper. "Oh, hello." He glanced at Izuku, who was hiding his face behind the brim of his All Might baseball cap, and chuckled. "Ah, I see. Very well, then." He quickly scratched out an autograph and handed the paper back, then calmly walked back towards the stadium. As soon as the hero was out of earshot, Izuku snatched the paper from Yellow's tentacles and hissed, "Did you have to do that while I was right there? Couldn't you have asked for one while we were getting our results, or something?" Yellow rolled his eye. "Well, sorry, but I didn't know where I'd find him while we were still in the stadium, and I wasn't sure if I'd get another opportunity, so excuse me for seizing the moment." Izuku sighed, sticking the paper in his pocket. "Just get in the carrier so we can head back to the dorms." "You got it, boss." Kaoni glanced up as Himiko walked into the warehouse that the League was using as a temporary base. As soon as she shut the door behind her, her shoulders slumped and she launched herself into Magna's waiting arms. Yikes, were things that bad? I thought my disguise would let me stay away from Izuku, but then he and the Explodey Boy almost came right to me. And then the Explodey Boy almost nuked the lake and Gang Orca, and I was so scared. Spinner did a double take. "I'm sorry, he did what?" Compress hummed worriedly. "I find myself hesitant to face that one again. Even on just that basic description. He was already frightening when he chased me down during our attack on their training camp." Magni sighed and pulled Himiko in closer. It's okay, sweetie, you won't have to do that again anytime soon. She swiveled her head to glare at Kaoni. You will make sure she doesn't need to do that kind of thing again soon, right? Obviously, I'll give the doctor the details in her place and see if I can get it into his head that she got spooked half to death from that. Can't guarantee that I'll get through, though. He's a bit of a sociopathic bastard. Dabi snorted. I'd say he's more than a bit of one. I mean, hell, even I have lines I try not to cross. Himiko whimpered. Kaoni-san, can you stick around for a bit? The old guy doesn't need the report right away, right? Kaoni sighed. Sure, not like I've got anywhere else to be. She perked up a bit. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you about something, but Tamura probably wouldn't have cared and you've been kinda busy. Do you ever get a kind of feeling where you really like someone, but not in a crush kind of way? Like, you want to be around them, but not be them, and you don't like the thought of seeing them all pretty with blood? 'Cause that's how I feel about Izuku, but I don't know what it is. Magni sighed. I thought it might be a crush, but given how her last crush turned out, I don't think it's that. At Kaoni's confused look, she elaborated. Classmate of hers in middle school, drank basically all of his blood shortly after their graduation. Kaoni grunted, mulling over Himiko's words. Unbidden, a memory rose to the surface of playing with Hana in the backyard. Ever had siblings, Himiko? Mirai glanced down at his phone, humming curiously as he saw the notification from Eraserhead. Opening the message, he quickly scanned the image and attached text, and a small grin appeared on his face. Well done, Aurora. Perhaps if fate allows it, I might see you again quite soon. The opening ceremony came and went without anything new, and one soon found themselves back in class for the first day of the second term. As usual, Aizawa-sensei walked in as soon as the bell rang, the room falling silent immediately. All right, first things first, good work at the provisional license exam. An entire class passing in the same year is rare. It being a UA class is almost unheard of, and with the passing rate at little more than a tenth of the usual, the results were impressive. The air seemed to stand still, and he coughed. That was an invitation. The class let out a collective cheer, and White snorted from where he was sitting on Izuku's head. Can't believe they actually waited for him to tell them they were allowed to celebrate. After a couple more seconds, Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat, and the cheering vanished. Now that you all have your provisional licenses, you have the option to take on additional work outside of school relevant to the heroics industry, work studies. I'm sure you remember internships. Think of these as that, but on steroids. Tenya bristled, and the man sighed. Metaphorically speaking. Momo raised her hand cautiously. In what ways, sir? Well, with internships, you are essentially tagging along with the agency's primary hero for their patrols, and only engaging in real combat if you absolutely had to. Work studies, on the other hand, are much closer to if you were an official sidekick at that agency. During internships, you were staying at the agency full-time, but work studies are undertaken at the same time as normal classes. It's up to you to manage your time wisely and decide if you want to give it a try or not. Hanta frowned. Wait, if work studies were a thing, then why did we try so hard at the sports festival? Because work studies tend to use the scouting from the festival as connections. Unlike internships, UA doesn't lift a finger to land you a work study. That's on you. Meaning if you had a hard time getting offers from the sports festival, then you'll have an even harder time convincing an agency to take you on. Mina sighed. Ugh, that sounds like so much work. Why should we even bother with these in the first place? Aizawa-sensei grinned. I was expecting at least one of you to ask if they were worth the effort. For that reason, we're having a couple of upperclassmen come in today as guest speakers. The door slid open, and all attention turned to the trio walking in. They're currently doing work studies themselves, and thus can give you a first-hand account of what they've learned from the experience. Pointed ears and hunched shoulders that indicated that he wanted to be literally anywhere else. Sky blue hair and a wandering gaze that was terrifyingly reminiscent of Mei's rampant curiosity. Pinpoint eyes and a wide grin that only widened when his gaze fell on Izuku's matching expression. Amajiki Tamaki, Hadu Nejire, Tagata Mirio, also known as UAS current Big 3. Amajiki briefly scanned the class before immediately turning around and planting his face against the wall. I can't do it. Hitoshi sighed loudly. Oh, big mood. Hadu giggled. Ooh, did you know that that's called having the heart of a flea, Tamaki-kun? She was suddenly standing in front of Mina's desk. Hey, what do these horns do? If one broke off, would it grow back? Well, hey, why are you wearing a mask? Are you sick? Mezu blinked. Well, no, it's, hey, how'd you burn your eye? Shouto leaned back as far as his chair would allow. I don't think. Hey, you're a tree frog, not a toad, right? Yes, Kiro. Hadu squealed and pumped her fists. Oh, there's so many questions I have about all of you. Katsuki leaned back and muttered to Izuku, if you can swing it, never let her and Hatsune be in the same room. Izuku nodded grimly. Message received. Aizawa-sensei sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Tagata, Tagada chuckled, but Izuku could detect a hint of anxiety in his upperclassman's voice. Okay, Eraserhead, I'll wrap things up. Izuku caught a glimpse of a plan behind the older boy's eyes, and cleared his throat just loudly enough to be heard. Tagada glanced at him, and he surreptitiously shook his head. Keep it brief, senpai. Tagada scanned the classroom, filled with awkward faces and nervous grins. Well, this is probably a huge surprise for you guys, huh? 1 second you're recovering from getting your provisional licenses, and the next there's 3 weird upperclassmen running around the room. Tenya coughed. I'm not sure weird is the appropriate word. Tagada chuckled. Nah, I'd say it is. Still, it looks to me like you guys are the type of people where actions speak louder than words. Which means the speeches we had all nice and prepped for today would fall as flat as the paper they're on, huh? The older boy's eyes suddenly gained a hungry glint, and Izuku internally prayed for his classmates' health. So why don't we get the pleasantries out of the way and have you all fight me? That certainly got a few reactions out of the class, most notable being Katsuki leaning forward and making an interested noise. That's so. Tagada grinned and glanced at Aizawa-sensei. Come on, Eraserhead. I'd say it's pretty logical to have them experience our experience firsthand. Wouldn't you agree? The teacher grunted. Do whatever you think gets the point across. Barely 5 minutes later, Class 1 hurried into Gym Gamma to find Tagada waiting for them in his gym uniform, along with Hadu and Amajiki standing off to the side. The blonde grinned widely as he saw the class immediately take up positions in front of him. Good, you're all ready to go. This'll be fun. Amajiki, who already had his face against the wall, muttered, Mirio, you probably shouldn't. We can't have any more kids that can't recover. Mina blinked. Wait, what do you mean can't recover? Hadu giggled. Hey, did you know that there was once a hero student that got so frustrated he quit hero work? And it caused a lot of problems. Come on, Tagada, if you don't think this through, it'll be rough. Aijuru huffed confidently. We've taken on pro heroes. Do you really think you need to worry about us? Izuku sighed, stepping away from the class to lean against the wall of the gym. Whatever keeps your head in the game. I'm backing out, mostly on account of the fact that I know his moves. Wouldn't be an effective lesson if you knew what was coming. Would it? Tagada smirked. What's wrong, Kuhai? You don't want to play with me anymore. Izuku rolled his eyes. Just get it over with already. Katsuki scoffed. Nitro aura flaring to life. Agreed. Tagada cracked an eyebrow. Obvious only to Izuku that he knew what that personal fireworks show signified. Well, aren't you eager? Fine then, take your best shot. The rest of the class tensed, and Rikadu shouted, Close quarters team, surround him. Aijuru grinned, his body hardening in a spray of sparks. Thanks for showing us this kindness, senpai. I look forward to your teaching. Katsuki lunged forward, shooting across the gym towards the unmoving upperclassman. His typical right hook swung out, aimed squarely at Tagada's jaw, only for his fist to pass right through the taller boy's head. As Katsuki flew past, he spun and unleashed an explosion that ripped through the spot where Tagada was standing, only for the smoke to clear and reveal his uniform laying on the floor. As the class stared in confusion, Izuku glanced over to where he knew Tagada was popping up from the floor, immediately behind Kyoyuka. I'll start with the ranged fighters. Kyoyuka shrieked, only for it to be cut off by a thundering blow to her stomach. Fumikage lunged, his merged shadow arms stretching forward, only for Tagada to duck underneath and land an equally devastating punch to his gut. The upperclassmen swept through Shoudo, Hanta, Yuga, Mina, Tsu, Mezu, Momo, and Denki in short order before grabbing his pants from the floor and striking a pose. Power. Izuku couldn't help but grin at the older boy's antics, because of course he's showing off. Tagada took a breath before resetting his stance and staring down the remaining fighters. Just the close quarters brawlers left, right? Aijuru took a half step back, his previous confidence utterly destroyed. What the hell? He can phase through things and teleport. What kind of overpowered quirk is that? Katsuki scoffed. No damn way in hell that's what's happening. It's not true teleportation. There's a delay. More importantly, he's attacking us with direct hits, which means there's a way to hit him back. Focus, idiots. Tagada smirked, and Izuku grunted in approval. Good. Just because he's got that raw power bottled up doesn't mean he's discarding battle strategy entirely. Not that it's enough, but it's a step in the right direction. The upperclassmen charged, falling into the ground partway through. On instinct, Izuku glanced to the rear of the group, noting with pride that Katsuki had a hand swinging backwards. When Tagada shot out from the floor, there was already an explosion flaring to life in his face. Unfortunately for Katsuki, it simply passed through its intended target, and he received a devastating gut punch only a second later that left him curled on the floor. The remaining students went down quickly after that, and a second later, Tagada was back in his original position with his pants back on. Power. Izuku grinned and pushed off from the wall, walking over and crouching next to Aijuru. What was that about not needing to worry? Katsuki turned over to lay on his back, staring blindly at the ceiling. Nerd. Yeah, The millisecond that I don't feel like puking my guts out, I'm dropping a Wrath of Vulcan on your ass. Love you too, Kaken. Tagata smirked. Well, Kuhai, care to take a swing at me yourself? Izuku paled. No thanks, I choose life. A few minutes later, the class had recovered enough to stand upright, and Tagata scanned them with a grin. So, do you get what we were going for with this? Ijiru groaned, arms clutched against his stomach. What was the point? To pop our inflated egos. Aizawa-sensei huffed. Not the intended consequence, but a welcome one regardless. Keep in mind, you only passed the finals because the teachers were deliberately holding back. Tagata chuckled. But more to the point, what do you think of my quirk? Hanta huffed angrily. It was way too strong. Toru waved her arms wildly. So unfair. Mina grit her teeth and clenched her fists, passing through stuff and teleportation. Are you some kind of hybrid like Shoudo? Izuku snorted. Nope, he's just got the one. You want to explain it, or should I? Tagata rubbed at his chin for a second. Anyone else, I'd argue I know my quirk better than they do, but Katsuki scowled. Nerd, I swear on everything that's holy, if you knew this D-head's quirk the whole time and didn't tell us anything about it before he kicked our asses. Izuku rolled his eyes. You know damn well I didn't say anything for the same reason we don't talk about erasure with anyone outside of UA. His quirk is called permeation. In essence, it turns his body completely intangible. The teleportation was an application of it. Shoudo hummed thoughtfully. How does that work? Tagata smirked. Well, when I activate my quirk through my entire body, I go through everything. His foot tapped against the floor. That includes the ground, too. Achako blinked. So you were falling into the ground. Tenya frowned. But wouldn't he get stuck when he releases his quirk? Tagata laughed. That's the thing. I don't know why, but things with mass can't overlap with each other, so when I shut off my quirk while I'm in the ground, I get shot out of it. And by changing my body's direction or pose, I can alter the angle of the launch and aim where I want to go. Mina puffed her cheeks out and pouted. Sounds like a Bethesda glitch. Tagata laughed again. That's one way of putting it. Sue hummed. So you can pass through attacks and appear wherever you want in an instant? Kiro. That's such a strong quirk. Izuku snorted. Not by a long shot. It only seems strong because of the work he's put in to make it look that way. Tagata nodded. Thing is, permeation's really tricky. When I'm intangible, my lungs can't take in oxygen, my eardrums can't pick up vibrations, my retinas can't capture light, etc. When I go through everything, I can't feel anything. Even the simplest moves in concept have a lot of steps to them. Say I want to walk through a wall. If I permeate my entire body, I'd just fall through the ground, right? So, I have to leave one leg tangible, then release the other leg once it's on the other side, and permeate the other leg in order to fully step through. Denki swallowed nervously. Man, if that were me, I'd definitely mess that up every time. Yeah, I was behind everyone else for the longest time, but I wasn't content to stay in dead last. So you know what I learned to do? He pointed at his forehead. Predictions. I had to think faster than everyone else. And the only thing that let me make those predictions was experience. I build my predictions based on what I know. Hadu interjected. That's why he didn't do a lecture like we'd planned and fought you guys instead. He wanted you to know firsthand the kind of advantage you can get from doing a work study. Tagata nodded with a grin. When you're doing a work study, you're not a guest like you were for internships. You're treated like a full sidekick, like a pro. That kind of responsibility can be really scary. And sometimes, pros end up watching people die. That's really painful. But the fear and the pain, they'll only drag you down if you let them. I didn't let them. I took the experience from my work study and turned it into power. Most of Wana started clapping, but Katsuki had a thoughtful expression on his face. Izuku nodded in approval, understanding that they'd gotten the message. The speech wasn't intended for him. He'd already heard that message before, during internship week. Aizawa-sensei grunted. Right, if you've said everything you're going to say, then we're heading back to the classroom. Thanks for taking the time out of your schedules for this. Tagata laughed. Hey, not a problem, Eraserhead. I would have done it anyway, but it being for my kuhai was just more reason to help out. He turned and strutted out of the gym, closely followed by Hadu and Amajiki. As soon as the doors to Gym Gamma closed, Katsuki spun on his heel and grabbed Izuku by the front of his collar. All right, nerd, spill. How the hell do you know so much about that guy? Izuku grinned. Because he happens to be doing his work study at the same agency where I did my internship. He leaned in close and whispered. And he knows a thing or two about Alexander Dumas. Katsuki released his grip and took a step back, shoulders heaving for a couple seconds before he took a deep breath, slowly letting the tension out of his body. Okay, fine, but you'd better have a plan in mind to repay me for getting my ass kicked every way to Sunday. I reserved a spot for you at that rage room that allows quirk usage, and I found a place online to buy HeroCon tickets months in advance. The blonde grunted. Apology accepted. The next day, the faculty had a meeting yesterday to discuss whether or not work studies should be opened up to the first years, and nearly everyone, myself included, Thought you shouldn't do them. Shocked silence reigned over the classroom as Aizawa-sensei's words sunk in, before everyone erupted with a collective, "What?" Ijiru groaned. "After we had that big guest lecture and butt-kicking about it." Denki hummed, absent-mindedly playing with the tuft of fur on the end of Mashuro's tail. "Still, thinking of the reason we ended up in the dorms to begin with, it kinda makes sense." Aizawa-sensei loudly cleared his throat, and all conversation ceased. However, there are those in high places who believe that our current policies aren't enough, and that we need as many boots on the ground as we can get. Therefore, the official stance is to allow first-year students to take on work studies, with the caveat that it has to be with an agency that has a good track record for taking on work-study students. Sue hummed, "Maybe I should ask Captain Selkie." Momo sighed. "Now I'm doubly disappointed about choosing to intern with you, Obami. She certainly doesn't have the kinds of connections I'd need for this." Katsuki swiveled in his seat and cracked an eyebrow at Izuku. "Do I even have to say it, nerd?" Izuku chuckled, pulling out his phone and scrolling down to a specific contact. "Reading you loud and clear, but I make no promises." Murai scowled as he swapped between various camera feeds, eyes flitting back and forth as he attempted to track down his target. So close, so close. His phone chimed, and he paused, then groaned as his allotted time for access to the public security cameras ran out and the feeds vanished from his screen. ... And yet so far. Bubble Girl poked her head into his office, briefly wincing when she saw that the overhead lights were off. "Sir, are you all right? You haven't left the agency for a week now." If this had happened only a year ago, Murai probably would have given the sidekick a thorough dressing down for being uncheerful. But after an eye-opener during internships, a strict scrutiny from Nedzu, and his overpowering level of exhaustion, he simply sighed wearily. "I'm sorry, but I feel I must devote as much time as humanly possible to this current case." "What do you have to report, Bubble Girl?" She squeaked and flipped through her clipboard. Oh, right. We received word of Overhaul being spotted with a known member of the League of Villains." Murai bristled. "That is not good. Not in the slightest. Still, it is the closest thing we've gotten to a lead since we were assigned this case, so do what you can to follow up on it." "Of course, sir. Right away, sir." The sidekick sped off, and Murai slumped in his chair, before pulling his phone out and checking the notifications. As he noticed the contact name, his exhaustion vanished, and he bolted upright. Against his will, a small smile spread onto his face. "It seems fate may be smiling upon us." That weekend, Katsuki casually glanced around the inside of the multi-story building as he walked up the spiral staircase. Call me crazy, but I don't think an agency really needs to be this big. Not like there's that many sidekicks here, right?" Tintin laughed as he stepped out onto the top floor. "Well, I don't know Sir's reasons, but I think it's a good idea to have more space than you really need. Does that make sense, crazy?" Katsuki snorted. "Not really, but whatever floats your boat." Tintin chuckled, only to get serious a couple steps later. If this was happening a few months ago, I'd probably be telling you that you should try to get Sir to laugh if you want to be accepted." Katsuki huffed. "And if you did, I'd probably turn around and walk back out the door." "Humor isn't my forte." Tintin nodded. "Luckily for you, I think Sir's willing to respect that. He used to be super focused on all the sidekicks here being really bright and cheerful, but he's been more accepting lately. I'm not certain, but I think he might have had a bit of tunnel vision on what a hero is supposed to be like." "Don't tell him I said that, though." Katsuki grinned. "Hey, if you won't, I won't." They came to a stop just outside a blank wooden door with a vent in the bottom. "Sir's office is right there. I can show you the way, but I can't do anything for you with the application process. It's up to you to convince Sir to sign you on with the agency." Katsuki nodded. "Got it." Without missing a beat, he stepped forward and swung the door open, choosing not to slam it like he usually did. Sitting there was the hero he was there to see, fingers laced on top of the desk and a calculating gaze inspecting every inch of his posture. Bakugo Katsuki. Katsuki refused to be cowed, meeting the hero's stare evenly. "Sir Nigh-eye." Tintin patted Katsuki's shoulder reassuringly. "Go get him, Kuhai." The door swung shut, and Nigh-eye leaned forward, peering over the rims of his glasses. "So, what is your end goal in requesting a work study with my agency?" Katsuki was unfazed. "I want to find out what it's like to really be out there in the field, to go on real patrols and fight real villains." One eyebrow slowly rose. "Did you not already have that experience with Maruko?" Katsuki tilted his head with a quick shrug. "With all due respect, which is all of it because she's a badass, Maruko is a little blink and you'll miss it when it comes to teaching. That, and I only had a week with her, which is hardly long enough to get the full picture." The hero grunted. "A fair point. So, let me ask the real question. Why should I bother hiring you? I already have several competent sidekicks and an equally competent work-study intern already. What use could I possibly have for another? What do you bring to the table?" Katsuki squared his shoulders. "Power. Your work-study intern is a damn good fighter, I'll give him that. But in general, everyone currently working at your agency is a little lacking in the brute force department. I'd be able to tip the odds of victory in your favor if there comes a time when tactics and trickery aren't enough. And what makes you so certain that such a time will come? Katsuki grinned. Well, in this day and age, it's best to be prepared for any possible eventuality, isn't it? That seemed to give the hero pause, and Katsuki went in for the end. Besides, I bet this place would have a blast with me on board. There was a brief pause, and the hero snorted, which quickly transitioned into low chuckling. Consider me pleasantly surprised. I didn't take you for the comedic type. Katsuki smirked. It's not my best weapon, but it's a good tool to have in my back pocket. Still, in most cases, I generally leave it to Aurora. Oh, so you admit to ditching your workload for me to pick up? Katsuki rolled his eyes as the office chair in the corner swiveled to reveal Izuku sitting there with his arms crossed, already wearing his hero costume. Stuff it, nerd. Nigh-eye smiled and pulled a packet of forms out of a desk drawer. Honestly, I'm mostly impressed by how you managed to conduct that entire interview and secure a spot by my usual criteria without once resorting to the fact that you're the 9th holder of One for All. I was a little worried that you might not be able to keep it a secret, but consider my fears assuaged. Tenten poked his head through the door, literally. So, he's in. Nigh-eye nodded. Indeed. Welcome aboard, Megadon. Katsuki cracked an eyebrow. How come Izuku doesn't need to go through this nonsense? Nigh-eye coughed into his fist and looked away. Well, oh, I see. Blatant favoritism. That's what this is? Ugh, so dusty. I feel like I'm going to get sick. Hey, don't worry about it. Yeah, the others are already plenty sick. Hey, that's rude. Don't say that about Himi-chan. Shut up, you idiot. You know it's the truth. Come on, give Big Sis and Kurogiri some credit. They even got Spinner to take a shower. So noisy. Sorry, I know it's creepy. Lay off, pal. We didn't ask for your company. Hey, that's rude. Don't be like that. Kaoni glanced up as the doors to the warehouse slid open and twice walked in, followed by a guy in a plague doctor mask and a fluffy jacket. Well, consider me surprised. I didn't think our party was in the sightline of a big-name guild leader like you. Magni cracked an eyebrow, one hand going to her magnet that was wrapped up and laying next to her. You know this guy, boss? No isn't really accurate. I'm aware of him, but we haven't crossed paths before. Head of one of the few remaining Yakuza groups, the Shai Hasekai. Overhaul. The guy bowed his head briefly. Consider me impressed. I didn't think you had enough space in your head to know about us. Himiko tilted her head curiously. Yakuza. What's that? Compress chuckled. In short, organized crime. Yakuza families will control any criminals active in a given area. If anyone not part of them tries to pull something in their territory, they have to deal with both the police and the family. At least, they used to, until heroes started popping up and dismantling them. All Might took down the last few big ones, and ever since then, they've been hardly big enough to really do anything. They're essentially an endangered species in the underworld's ecosystem. Overhaul grunted. You're not wrong, but it's still hurtful. Spinner scoffed. So what's a Yakuza boy like him want with us? Twice clapped his hands together and bowed low. I'm sorry, he was really insistent that I bring him here. He threatened to end us if we didn't do what he said. No, shut up, he was just really forthcoming. Overhaul rolled his eyes. Put simply, I have a proposal for you and your group, Shigaraki. The entire league froze, slowly turning to where Kaoni was sitting. They probably expected him to be pissed about the use of his old username, but he'd realized something. This guy doesn't know about what All for One had planned for me, and that I hate that bastard. He probably thinks I'm still planning to follow in All for One's footsteps, and that we could abuse that. It's no secret that All for One has fallen, but with that seat empty, every villain organization that exists is gunning for the throne. There's no clear leader in the underworld, so everyone that lives in the underbelly of society is asking one question. Who's going to be the next leader? Kaoni scoffed, slipping back into Tamura almost seamlessly. Me, obviously. I'm Sensei's successor, he told me so. I'm already putting my troops back together, and once we've got our power together, we'll take that throne for ourselves. And what's your plan for that? A goal with no plan is nothing but a delusion. If all you can give me is a delusion, then what am I supposed to think of your oh-so-mighty league? Oh, and let me guess, you've got one. I do, but in order to execute it, I need money. Loads of it. Sadly, nobody's willing to invest in small-time Yakuza. But the league, that's a big-ticket item right now. If I had the league's reputation associated with the Shai Hasekai, I'd be able to go through with my plan. put yourselves under me, and I'll show you how well your power can be put to use. Then we'll take the throne of the underworld," Kaoni huffed, dropping down to the floor and leaning against the shipping container. Outwardly, he appeared to be considering Overhaul's proposal, but internally, he was considering all the ways his party could abuse the hell out of this trade offer. "Put ourselves under you, eh?" Magni launched from her seat, unwrapping her magnet and immediately grabbing it in both hands. "Sorry, Yakuza B." "Magni, stop." The large woman froze, a blue glow briefly encompassing Overhaul's head before vanishing a second later. "But," Kaoni held up a hand, before letting it fall to his side. "There's something I don't quite get. If the League is put under you, then what guarantees that you'll have our rep to work with? From the outside, we'd just be another cog in your organization, and nothing would change for the Shy Hasekai's funding." Overhaul bristled. "Are you denying?" "Hold on a moment. I'm not accepting or declining anything just yet. We just need to hash out the details of this trade a little further before I'm willing to commit to one direction or the other." Overhaul scowled, the fingers on his left hand curling into claws. "I don't have time for this. This place is so sickeningly dirty, I feel like I could break out in hives at any moment. Are you in or not?" Kaoni chuckled dryly, crossing his arms while being careful to keep his fingers clear of his body. "Wow, and you were so calm walking in here like you already owned the place. Look, I don't want to get stiffed by this deal any more than you do. And clearly negotiations won't be smooth if both sides don't have clear heads. So, why don't we postpone the discussion a bit and move it somewhere cleaner? Yeah, in the interest of dealing. I'll admit that I'm not fully opposed to lending you our rep, but it's clear that not everyone in my party is up to being under your leadership. So let's calm down, think rationally, and find a solution that benefits both of us. Are those good terms for you, Overhaul?" The Yakuza head considered that for a second, then nodded and reached into the pocket of his coat. Himeko tensed, but he simply pulled out a business card and flicked it at Kaoni, who caught it easily between two fingers. "Fine. When you're ready to talk, head to that location and call that number. I'll send someone to bring you to the negotiations table." Kaoni grinned wryly and twisted the card to read the information printed on it. "Pleasure doing business with you." The doors to the warehouse slid shut behind Overhaul, and Magni rounded on him. "What the hell, boss? I'm sure as hell not putting myself under his command. I joined the League because I wanted to live freely, not under the thumb of some whack job administrator." Kaoni huffed, turning the business card over in his fingers. "And when did I say that you'd be under his command, Magni?" The large woman paused. "Wait, I'm not sure I follow." Compress chuckled. "I think I do. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kaoni. But I believe your plan is to loan some of our members to the Shy Hasekai for something of a trial period. They'll have our strength, but not our loyalty, and it will establish the Yakuza and the League as equal partners." Kaoni grinned. "Exactly. So they can borrow our rep for the funding they need, and we don't put ourselves under him at all. Win-win, right?" Spinner chuckled. "Holy hell, boss, that's devious." Twice winced. "Still, I'm sorry that I brought that prick to you guys without putting up a fight." "Nah, don't listen to that clown. We gave him what for until they wore us down. No, seriously, I watched him fuse a guy to the pavement a couple weeks ago, so when he cornered me and started asking questions, I gave up almost immediately." Kaoni sighed. "Don't sweat it, twice. Wasn't your fault. Plus," he eyed the rafters of the warehouse, "he wasn't exactly alone. I didn't point it out, but I spotted a dude in a white cloak on the roof with a gun, and I'm pretty sure there were a couple more stooges outside. That's why I stopped you, Magni. I didn't want to start a fight that we might not have won. And going after Overhaul directly probably would have been a TPK." Himeko tilted her head curiously. "Why's that?" "The reason he's called Overhaul is 'cause that's his quirk. Lets him rearrange sit at the molecular level. Buildings, machines, people, you get the gist. He's an even faster ender than me. I apply a dot status condition, but Overhaul is a walking OHKO. One touch and you're a bloodstain." Magni shivered, and I almost dragged him into arm's reach. "Thanks for the save, Kaoni." Kaoni nodded, staring off into space with several people's voices ringing around his brain. "I will rule the world with my own two hands. I'll show you how well your power can be put to use. You're far too vital a piece in Master's plans. Seems like there's a lot of plans in the underworld revolving around the League of Villains. Wonder what would happen if we went against those plans, or if we pretended to play along. Unfortunately, I won't be able to devote any personal attention to the two of you for the foreseeable future." Izuku cracked an eyebrow, but otherwise remained at attention. He and Katsuki stood in Sir Nigh-eye's office alongside the other sidekicks at the agency. "Why not, sir? Don't tell me my smile has lost its dazzle." The hero chuckled, but quickly returned to a serious expression. "It's nothing against either of you. We're simply in the middle of a fairly important investigation that's occupying the entire agency's resources. If not for that, I'd be taking a more direct oversight position. But as it stands, your attention is needed elsewhere." Katsuki finished. "I get it. How do we fit into your investigation?" Nigh-eye nodded at Sentient, who produced a file folder and laid it open on the desk. Izuku immediately took notice of the picture at the top of the stack of papers, and a shiver ran down his spine. Yeesh, even from just a photo, that looks like one scary dude. Nigh-eye huffed. Good instincts. That is one of the few profile shots we've managed to procure of the current head of the Shai Hasekai Yakuza family. His civilian name is Chisaki Kai, but, in line with the family's current status as a villain group, he has a code name, Overhaul. Katsuki shivered. I'm with the nerd. Seems intimidating. What's the reason we're investigating them? Bubble Girl straightened. Up until recently, the Shai Hasekai was very low profile and hardly noteworthy in terms of Yakuza families. However, shortly before the Camino incident, they began making all kinds of weird moves, which coincided with Overhaul taking leadership of the group. About 2 weeks ago, there was an incident involving him and another villain group called Team Reservoir Dogs, which is when we were assigned to investigate him and the family. Nigh-eye nodded. More worryingly, we suspect that he recently made contact with the League of Villains. Katsuki did a double take. Wait, they got out of Camino. Izuku hummed thoughtfully. I don't have the clearest memory of the event, but at one point while All for One had that barrier up, I think I saw the League standing nearby. With how much devastation was caused, I'm not surprised they managed to slip away. He locked eyes with Nigh-eye. What makes you think that they made contact? Sentient silently held out another photo, this time clearly taken from a public security camera. It showed Chisaki looming over and obviously distressed twice, flanked by an enormous muscular figure and someone wearing a white cloak. We also followed the Hasekai members' trail, but it just led to what looked like an abandoned warehouse. The only sign that someone had been there was some rough kanji carved into the top of a shipping container. It looked like it had been scratched there with a knife. Izuku nodded once. Probably toga. What did it say? All we could make out was bird face is uncute. Izuku winced. Oof. Based on what I know about her, it seems like the Shai Hasekai didn't win her favor. He glanced over at Katsuki. You know how Ijiru is with manly. Toga is the same way with cute. Katsuki winced. Oof indeed. Nigh-eye cleared his throat. However, without any concrete proof that they're planning something illegal, the Shai Hasekai are in a gray area that's close to black, but not quite there. As such, we cannot treat them like villains. Therefore, our current goal for the investigation is to pick up their trail and see if we can find any evidence of criminal activity. Megaton, I'm guessing you didn't get much of a chance at a standard patrol during your internship, considering who you were with. Katsuki chuckled. Nope, nothing but sparring and the occasional drug bust. Loved every second of it. Nigh-eye snorted. I can imagine. In any case, due to that, you'll be with Lemillion for today, so he can show you the ropes in that regard. Aurora, you're with Sentient. Scan through as many public security feeds as you can to see if you can find a Hasekai member we can tail. Izuku grinned. I'm guessing it doesn't hurt that I've technically got 9 trains of thought running at the same time. The hero chuckled. Only if you can manage the station from one of the engines. Katsuki rolled his eyes with a groan. Right, I should have known this place would enable your weird-ass sense of humor. Nigh-eye composed himself and cleared his throat. Yes, well, Bubble Girl and I will be following one of the few leads we currently have. If one of you happens to spot anything, send me a message through HeroNet. I'm guessing Eraserhead made your class download the app once you all had your provisional licenses. Izuku nodded. Yep. We can't officially request information or assistance, but we can still make reports and send direct messages. Good. Remember, we don't want the Hasekai to know that we're investigating them, so if you can, be discreet. Dismissed. So Maruko took an intern with her on a drug bust. How'd she get away with that? Katsuki snorted, doing his best to ignore the shocked stares and excited whispers of nearby pedestrians. Because she's a badass, that's how. Well, that, and I'm pretty sure Ryukyu put in some kind of good word for her with the principal. Lemillion chuckled. To be fair, only Nedzu knows what goes on in his head, so maybe he decided to give her a pass for skipping the basics on account of some kind of personal criteria. Katsuki grinned. Honestly, that's also a possibility. You interact with the principal a lot. Well, not really, but since I'm part of the big 3 of my year, we kinda have to be more familiar with the principal than most students. But you seem pretty knowledgeable about Nedzu, yourself. Why's that? In fairness, it's mostly stuff that the nerd ends up telling me. His dad is part of the faculty, and he's our class rep, so he's more familiar with the staff than a lot of the others in our year. Talk about a coincidence, huh? Lemillion laughed. Ha, that's one way of thinking about it. So, why Lemillion? Sounds almost French. Hey, don't say that. Otherwise Gleaming Radiance is gonna serve me a cease and desist. Haha. But to answer your question, it's sort of a reminder of my goal as a hero. I want to eventually save 1 million people. Katsuki cracked an eyebrow. Only 1 million? Well, a lot of people would tell me that I should set my sights on saving everyone, like All Might does, but I didn't think that was possible. Besides, it's not like I'm gonna stop once I hit that 1 million. It's more of a checkpoint, you know. Instead of setting an unachievable goal, I set one that I know I can reach so that I stay motivated to keep going at this hero gig as hard as I can. Alright, fair. What about you? Why'd you pick Megaton? Katsuki hummed. Well, it wasn't exactly my first pick. At first, I was thinking of going with Ground Zero, since, you know, the epicenter of an explosion and all that. But then I got to UA, and it occurred to me that there's nothing else at Ground Zero. Everything there is wiped clean off the face of the earth. I didn't want to be the kind of hero that insists on standing alone. I went with Megaton because it follows the explosive theme, but it's also a unit of measurement. It's consistent, unchanging. With a Megaton, you know that it's gonna get you the same result every time, and I want to be dependable like that. Cheesier than K-membered, I know, but he was cut off by a little girl tearing out of the nearby alleyway and bouncing off of his leg, clamping down his initial explosive reaction. Katsuki forced himself to stay calm and knelt on the pavement, like Izuku would. You good, kiddo? My knee pad probably isn't the softest thing to hit your head on. He held a hand out carefully, and she flinched away. The scared reaction set alarm bells ringing in his head, which only grew louder when he noticed the bandages on her limbs and her bare feet. They reached a klaxon when a sigh echoed from the alley. Come now, Eri, you know you can't be causing trouble for the heroes. Well, sit. Even from just the 2 pictures he'd seen that morning, Katsuki could already identify the dude in front of him as Chisaki Kai. The Plague Doctor mask was a dead giveaway. But of more concern was the fact that the girl curled in on herself even more as soon as he stepped out into the daylight. Something's not right. She clearly doesn't want to be around him, and I'll be damned if I let that sit fly. Apologies for my daughter, Hiro. She tends to play rough with other kids, and she winds up getting hurt a lot. Katsuki tensed, only for his mask to suddenly be pulled down over his eyes. Lemillion stepped forward with a grin. Though, we should be apologizing to you for bumping into her. Clearly my Kuhai needs to keep a closer eye on his surroundings. Wait, damn it, he's right. I can't let this D suspect anything about Night-eye's investigation. Even still, he pulled the girl close to his chest while Lemillion ran distraction. Say, that's a pretty swanky mask you've got there. You must be with the Shy Hasekai, right? They're pretty famous around this area. Overhaul chuckled warmly. Oh, don't worry about the mask. I'm just sensitive to dirt and grime. You know, I don't think I've seen you 2 heroes around here before. Lemillion laughed and rubbed at the back of his head. Yeah, well, we're pretty new to the scene, so we're all kinds of nervous. Come on, partner, on your feet. We've got a whole unseen future ahead of us. What agency are you with? Katsuki chuckled. Technically speaking, we're still students, so it's not like we can be officially signed on with any agency yet. Only reason we're patrolling in this area is so we can get some experience under our belts. Lemillion grinned widely and patted Katsuki on the back. Precisely. Now, we need to clear this division before lunch, so we'd better be on our way. Sorry for interrupting your day, sir. The girl's grip on his shoulder tightened, and Katsuki's heart launched into his throat. No, don't go. Well, this just got complicated. I hate to do this to her, but Lemillion's sending the message loud and clear that we can't let Overhaul suspect anything. Sorry, sir. Seems like your daughter's got a good grip on my shirt right now. If I stood up, I'd probably knock her over, and I don't think any of us want that. Overhaul sighed and removed his hands from his pockets, revealing that he was wearing thin white surgical gloves. She's just a little scared because I had to scold her a little bit ago. Parenting, it can be so difficult at times. Children are just hard for me to understand. He moved as if he was about to take off one of his gloves, and the girl's breath hitched. Immediately, she let go of Katsuki's shoulder and ran to the D-head's side, latching onto his pants. I'm sorry. Done with your tantrum. Good. Overhaul glanced over, locking eyes with Katsuki. Sorry to interrupt your patrol, heroes. I'll leave you to your business now. Come along, Eri. Katsuki stood, forcing himself to appear calm as he watched the duo fade into the shadows of the alley. As soon as he was certain they were out of earshot, he turned on his heel and started down the sidewalk, aware that Lemillion was right next to him. How was my acting? Not bad, all things considered. I was afraid that you'd try to call him out on Eri's anxiety and piss him off. Good on you for not giving him a reason to suspect our presence. Katsuki grit his teeth, burning off some excess sweat with a controlled, but still flashy, explosion from his right palm. Even still, the moment we get confirmation that he's actually a villain, I'm busting down every wall that stands in the way of getting her out of there. Reading you loud and clear, Kuhai. We have 2 villains with gigantification quirks fighting each other on a spowway. Send heroes a SP. Ask and you shall receive. The police officer snapped his head up as a teal blur sped through the night sky, backed by spirals of yellow light. It skidded to halt in midair, and the figure brought their hands together, identical light shining from the palms. Max charge, 30% output. A pair of spiraling waves surged forth, toppling both giants. Nejire wave. As the dust began to settle, Nejire-chan leaned forward and stuck her hands on her hips. Hey, why are you 2 fighting? Is it 'cause you've got the same quirks? Hey, isn't that weird? The giants roared at her wordlessly, and she pouted. Well, fine, if you don't want to answer, then just take a nap. You two, your turn. The rubble suddenly flew up from the road, and two other figures appeared in the air. Meteor Fafronskys. The second that gravity took hold of the rubble, it was sent flying forward, and the two villains were pelted with chunks of concrete. In mere seconds, they were partially buried and completely unconscious. Achako's boots released a puff of air to soften her landing, and she calmly strode up the chest of one giant to shine a flashlight into its mouth. Just as suspected, this one's on trigger. Froppy landed on the nose of the other giant, not needing a light to make her own inspection. Same over here, Kiro. Ryukyu chuckled warmly. Excellent work, all three of you. In fact, you just might be able to help out in that matter. Achako blinked. What matter? A team-up request from the Nigh-eye agency. Sue raised a finger to her lips as she dropped to the ground. What's it about, Kiro? The investigation and subsequent siege of the Shai Hasekai. The reason he's asking for help is that the League of Villains might be involved. Achako shivered briefly. Her only real interaction with the League was from the training camp, but she still knew that they weren't people to mess around with. So if they were involved with this Shai Hasekai, then there had to be something big brewing. What do you need from us? Ryukyu smirked, as though Achako had just passed a hidden test. I'm glad you asked. Man, I'm sure glad you came to my agency looking for a work study. The hoodlums around here have been getting into lots of fights recently, so the agencies in the area have been looking for fighters themselves, mine included. I've been starving from all the running around I've had to do. Good to have you on board, Red Riot. Izuku grinned and smacked his fists together. I'm looking forward to working with you, sir. Fourth kind couldn't take work-study students. So I'm grateful that Amajiki-senpai was willing to introduce me, said Senpai winced and pulled his hood lower over his face. I'd have preferred if you'd waited until Mirio was free. You came at me so fast. Fat Gum snorted and downed another bowl of takoyaki. Man, if only Suneater had a little more confidence. He'd be a great help. The upperclassman clutched at his heart. Fat, please stop putting so much pressure on me. Izuku chuckled nervously. Hey, come on man, don't be so glum. From where I'm standing, you're already a great guy. Fat Gum's just saying that you need to have more faith in your own abilities. And hey, if that's a little hard for you, then we can have faith in him for you. Help, someone's fighting. Fat Gum grinned and tossed his empty takoyaki tray towards the nearest trash can. Speak of the devil. Come on, you two, time to log some work hours. It was almost unfair with how quickly it was handled. Fat Gum was able to catch most of the fleeing gang members, and Suneater quickly handled the one escapee with octopus tentacles and a giant clam shell. Izuku didn't even have a chance to do anything other than stand back and watch the pros take care of business. Amajiki-senpai glanced at the wings on his back and hung his head. I wonder if I did okay. Izuku grinned. You did more than okay, senpai, you were great. You're so fast and precise with your quirk. And nobody got hurt. Fat Gum laughed and half turned from where he was handing the other gang members over to the police. Our Suneater's always been as skilled as the pros. He just needs to get his mind as tough as his body. The crowd cheered in agreement, and Amajiki-senpai wilted from all the attention focused on him. Izuku grinned widely, only to pause when he saw one guy in the crowd that looked the furthest thing from happy. Light glinted off of metal, and Izuku instinctively hardened his head, already stepping between Amajiki-senpai and the criminal. But he was just a second too late, and the bullet slammed into Suneater's left shoulder. The crowd shrieked in panic and scattered away from the dude, who shouted something and fired again. This time, Izuku was already in the way, and the bullet bounced off his hardened forehead. Without wasting a second, he leapt forward. Oi, men don't kick guys when they're down. The criminal shouted and tossed the gun away, bolting down an alleyway. Izuku chased after him, aware that Suneater and Fat Gum were saying something but unable to catch the exact words. Only a few turns found him cornering the guy in a dead end. Stand and fight like a man. The guy turned on his heel, blades sprouting from his arm and tearing through his sleeve. You're way too loud, dude. Izuku cocked his right fist, the blade scraping across his hardened chest in a spray of sparks. As his opponent's eyes widened in shock, he swung, his fist landing squarely on the guy's face. Red counter. The dude was sent flying along the alley, sliding to a stop near the back wall. Oh, so strong. Izuku huffed. I'm not even warmed up yet. Now surrender peacefully, or I won't have to get rough. The guy sniffled, slowly picking himself up off the pavement. It's so unfair. My blades can't even get longer than 10 centimeters. I thought if I hung out with strong guys, then maybe I'd get strong too. Izuku cracked his knuckles. Yeah, well, hanging out with strong guys is only the start. You gotta work at it if you really want to get strong, dude. Last chance to turn yourself over peacefully. Something slid out of the guy's sleeve into his hand. I thought if I stuck with my bros, I could get a taste of power. Before Izuku could react, the guy stabbed himself in the neck. And I did. Aizawa paled and crossed his arms over his face. Everyone, get back. Riot shield, focus mode. The gears on his shoulders shot off and expanded into walls that covered the nearby civilians, protecting them from the blades that shot out from the guy's skin and scraped against Aizawa's hardened body. Blood splattered against the floor, and he swore under his breath. Just a second ago, his blades barely did anything, and now they're cutting through, hardening like a hot knife through butter. That thing he stabbed into his neck must have been a quirk booster-like trigger. The guy cackled madly, taking a clumsy step forward. You know, the boss said the age of you heroes was ending soon, that it had become the age for those who live in the shadows like us. I feel like I could do anything right now, even save my bros from those other guys. Out of my way, kid. Blades shot outwards, most of them aiming for Aizawa. If he just took them head on the same way as before, there was a good chance he wouldn't walk away from it. So I'll go even further. It started at his legs, several successive showers of sparks working their way up his body. His features took on even more edges, and when it reached his head, his irises sharpened into diamond shapes. The blades slammed against his skin and stopped dead, bending outwards until they shattered. The other guy screamed in pain, and Aizawa took a step forwards, undeterred. Taking the easy way out isn't the manly thing to do. There's a reason they call me the indestructible hero. Red Riot, unbreakable. The walls connected to his gears gradually pushed the civilians back, leaving Aizawa as the only focus for this guy's blades. If nothing else, I'm going to be a target. A wall that stands strong against any threat. A punching bag for the bad guys that punches back. The blades vanished before a torrent of them rushed out from the center of the other guy's chest. The alley was filled with the sound of shattering glass, and Aizawa slowly advanced towards his opponent, one step at a time. The civilians aren't out of harm's way just yet. I've got to keep him focused on me, only me. His left arm swept through the barrage, and he planted his feet, then swung his right arm with all his might, breaking through the blades and landing directly on the guy's chin. Red gauntlet. The guy's eyes rolled back in his head, and he dropped like a sack of bricks. While Aizawa normally would have aimed for the stomach, the training he'd done with Mashi Bro in his spare time had taught him that a jaw punch was way more effective. He never understood the details, something about the nerves and the brain overloading. But all he needed to know was that fist to jaw was an almost guaranteed knockout. His skin reverted to normal, and Aizawa took a big step forward, just barely catching himself from eating pavement. Phew, finished him just before Unbreakable hit its time limit. That was close. The walls shrank back down, and the gears reattached to his shoulders. The civilians started muttering in awe, and Fat Gum ran into the alley. Red Riot. Everything okay over here? Sounded like something got cut in half and was falling over or something. Aizawa grinned weakly. All good, Fat Gum, sir. I think that might have been me, actually. Is Suneater gonna be okay? Fat Gum winced. Actually, there's something weird about that. Probably best if you just see it for yourself. After what seemed like an eternity of twists and turns, Kaoni was led into a small conference room with 2 couches and a glass coffee table. Overhaul was already sitting on the far couch, with a Plague Doctor doll sitting on the armrest. Man, is it a requirement for evil organizations to make their underlings feel like ants? I've been through so many tunnels I'm starting to forget what sunlight feels like. Overhaul huffed, lacing his fingers together and leaning forward. It's all a matter of secrecy. We don't know who's watching or from where, and it's good for keeping our guests on their toes. The doll spoke up. Small details like that are what's kept us alive and functioning until now. It flipped through a stack of 10,000 yen notes. Now, about what you said on the phone the other day. You meant that, right? That you'd join us under certain conditions. Kaoni grunted and plopped down on the other couch, crossing his arms and keeping his fingers free of his body. Don't put words in my mouth. I never said anything about joining. I said we could work out an agreement. The thing is, neither of us is in a superior position to the other. You want the league's rep, we want to increase our strength. You've got numbers and resources, but we've got attention and raw power, so it all balances out. Overhaul's eyes narrowed. Get to the point. Instead of one side being put under the other, we establish a trade agreement that's beneficial to both sides. We won't follow your orders, but if your plans coincide with our interests, then we'll help out. The Yakuza head cracked an eyebrow. Is that everything? Not quite. You mentioned you had a plan, but you didn't share any details of it. I think it's only fair that you read me in on your vision if we're going to be partners moving forward. Besides, he reached into an inner pocket of his jacket, and suddenly there was a gun to his head and a meaty hand on his shoulder. The guy that had led him to the room said, "Don't get ahead of yourself. You're merely a guest at the moment." Overhaul cleared his throat sharply, and the 2 lackeys backed off. He hasn't made any hostile moves yet. Don't jump the gun yourself. He locked eyes with Kaoni and made an inviting gesture. Go on. Kaoni nodded and withdrew a small red bullet with a needle from his jacket. I already have some idea of what your plan involves, but I'd like to hear the entirety of it from you. Seems like when your posse left our base, one of them was in a hurry and left his ammo behind. The guy with the white cloak tensed. Crap, I did forget something. Sorry, Overhaul. Kaoni cracked an eyebrow. We figured out that these bullets are syringes, and we tested one on a Namu. Imagine our surprise when it lost the use of its quirks for a bit. So, what's an M? And what are you gonna use M for? Overhaul was unfazed. I'm going to shatter the current status quo. All for one ruled by stealing quirks. I simply fine-tuned his method. The Shy Hasekai already has roots throughout the entire country. Bit by bit, preparations are bearing fruit. Once everything is in position, we're going to tear down the institution of heroes and villains and bring the Yakuza back to the power they held in the days before quirks. Kaoni grinned. Ambitious. Sounds like lending you guys a hand might bring on some interesting results. Overhaul chuckled. Good, good. Sounds like we're in agreement. Kaoni leaned back and crossed his arms again. So, what's on your to-do list? If we can spare any members that can help in that regard, I'll see if they're willing to lend their talents. The man that led me to your temporary base, the one with the mask and the odd mannerisms. Twice, correct. There's a minor experiment I'd like to conduct involving his duplicating quirk. Kaoni hummed. Well, I can ask, but there's no guarantee he'll agree. Even if he does, you'll still have to work something out with Himiko, since those two are inseparable. Overhaul nodded. I think I can work with that. Thank you all for agreeing to meet on such short notice. In short, all of you gathered today have relevant information or skills to the Nigh-eye Agency's investigation of the Shy Hasekai Yakuza family. Murmurs ran throughout the conference room, and Izuku felt a bead of sweat run down his neck. This has to be related to Katsuki's run-in with Overhaul and that girl the other day. But why are Ochako, Tsu, and Ijiru involved? Bubble Girl cleared her throat. Right. As some of you may know, the Nigh-eye Agency recently began conducting an investigation of the Shy Hasekai on the suspicion of criminal activity. This was prompted by an accident involving the family's head and a gang of thieves known as Team Reservoir Dogs. The police wrote it off as an accident due to the lack of casualties, but the circumstances were strange enough that we believed it was worth digging into. Sentipter took over. My follow-up investigation revealed that, over the past year, the Shy Hasekai has increased contact with outside organizations involved in criminal dealings. It would seem that the Yakuza family is intending to expand their own organization and build up funds. However, shortly after this investigation began, the head of the Shy Hasekai was seen conversing with a member of the League of Villains. A photo displaying Overhaul and twice appeared on the large monitor, and Gran Torino's eyes widened. Izuku locked eyes with the older hero and nodded once. Yeah, this is serious business. I was unable to follow them myself, but by cooperating with the police, I was able to ascertain that there was indeed a meeting between the two organizations, though the results of that meeting are unclear. Gran Torino grunted. Since the League was involved, that's when Night-eye's agency reached out to myself and Detective Tsukachi Naomasa of the Musutafu Police Department. Sadly, the detective couldn't make it today. He's busy with other work demanding his attention. Rocklock huffed. Well, that's cool and all, but what I want to know is why the kids are here. Fat Gum shot up, his chair flying into the wall behind him. For your information, Red Riot and Sun Eater have valuable intel. Sir Night-eye cleared his throat. To clarify, we believe that a primary source of income for the Shy Hasekai is unauthorized drugs, specifically, one centered around influencing the strength of quirks. Ochako blinked. You mean like Trigger? Fat Gum huffed. That's one form, yeah. But turns out there's another kind that's been hitting the underground markets recently. A drug that not only disables quirks, but straight up destroys them. Everyone in one turned to Eraserhead, along with Amajiki and Hadu. Sir Night-eye nodded. Once I was informed of this development, I requested Eraserhead's assistance immediately. I believed that he would have some form of expertise in this field. Eraserhead grunted. Unfortunately, the method and result are different enough that I'm as much in the dark as the rest of you. Erasure doesn't target the quirk factor at all. It just disables the signals in the brain that allow a person to use the active parts of their quirk. Fat Gum interjected. But when Sun Eater got shot and couldn't use his quirk for a bit, we took him to the hospital, and the doc said that his quirk factor itself was damaged. It healed with rest, but the fact that it got hit at all is crazy. Even crazier is that his quirk factor was the only thing damaged. The rest of his body was totally fine. Sadly, the gun that was used to shoot him got wrecked, and the guy who shot it isn't saying anything. But good news is that Red Riot got us an intact bullet to look at. Ijiru blinked. I did. Oh yeah, I did. When the second shot bounced off my forehead. Fat Gum scowled. Unfortunately, that's where the good news ends, because the stuff in the bullets makes me sick. Human DNA. Katsuki froze. And Izuku felt the blood drain from his own face as he also connected the dots. Ryukyu hummed curiously. So the quirk-destroying effect came from another person's quirk. A minor hero with a skull-like helmet grunted. I'm lost. How does this all relate back to the Shy Hasekai? Fat Gum huffed. The guy that Red Riot took down. The one that disabled Sun Eater's quirk and boosted his own. Got those drugs from an intermediary connected to them. Sir Nigh-eye nodded. And when Ryukyu's agency broke up a fight between villain groups, one that involved Trigger, that same intermediary controlled one of the gangs. The Skull Hero grunted again. Still, it sounds to me like you're just trying really hard to make this Yakuza family look guilty. Isn't there anything that implicates them more concretely? The screen changed to show a profile shot of Overhaul. The head of the Shy Hasekai is a young man named Chisaki Kai. His quirk is called Overhaul, which lets him destroy and reassemble things at the molecular level. A quirk that breaks things, and a bullet that breaks quirks. The air seemed to grow heavy, and the scent of burnt caramel reached Izuku's nostrils. Supposedly, Chisaki has a daughter named Yuri. I could not find any records of her birth, but when Megaton and Lemillion encountered her on a patrol, she had a number of bandages on her arms and legs. Izuku could pinpoint the exact moment that Ochako made the connection, because that was when the table in front of her rose a couple inches into the air. Barely a second later, there came a crunching noise as Ijuru's arms hardened and broke the tabletop. Sue wasn't exactly capable of causing the same noticeable destruction, but her expression was more than enough to convey her desire to commit bloody murder. Rocklock huffed. Looks like the kids get it. I'm guessing there's no further explanation needed. Sir Nigh-eye nodded. We haven't confirmed yet if he's actually the one selling the bullets or making them. At the moment, the efficacy is still too uncertain to make any concrete calls. But if they're in the testing stage, and he's using them as samples to expand his numbers. Izuku chanced a look at Katsuki, noticing that the blonde's fists were clenched tight enough to draw blood with his fingernails. There's no hard evidence yet, but he's gathering funds and people from around the nation. If the finished drug could completely destroy a person's quirk, with no hope of recovery, Ryukyu hummed worriedly. The number of crimes they could commit with that sort of leverage. Fat Gum scowled. Just thinking about it gets my blood boiling. Come on, let's find this bastard and take him down. Rocklock scoffed. Wouldn't this have been solved already if those two had just... He was cut off by one of the tables suddenly launching into the ceiling, propelled by an explosion. The entire room fell silent as Katsuki slowly stood up from his chair, his posture frighteningly still. For Yuri's sake, I'm going to let that slide. But know this, I acted in accordance with what I knew at the time. The instructions laid out by my work-study mentor, and the examples set by my upperclassmen. However, if I had known then what I know now. Katsuki looked down to meet the hero's gaze, death radiating from every pore of his body. Then nothing would have stood in the way of ensuring that Yuri was as far from Chisaki Kai as humanly possible. And if you think that I'm not going to do everything in my power to get her out, then I don't know what gives you the right to call yourself a hero. Katsuki nodded at Sir Nigh-eye and sat back down, the table crashing back into place. The investigative hero cleared his throat, then laced his fingers together. Unfortunately, we cannot move at this time. He quickly held up a hand to forestall any complaints, the operative phrase being at this time. While nothing particularly came of it, the fact remains that the crux of Chisaki's operations was seen by two heroes. We cannot be certain of where she is being held, and thus cannot ensure that any operation we undertake will rescue her. Since we are unaware of how far their plans have progressed, we realistically only have one chance to strike. As such, my agency has compiled as thorough a list as possible of organizations and land connected to the Shy Hasekai. I would like the local heroes in each area to investigate these locations and narrow the list of possibilities. Mr. Brave grunted. Explains why us minor heroes got called in. We know the land, and we're familiar faces. We won't stand out like Gang Orca or Crustwood. Fat Gum bristled. Come on, while we're wasting our time here, that scumbag is whittling away at that little girl's life. Sir Nigh-eye huffed. While I completely understand your frustration, the reality is that we are not wasting our time. Consider if we just barged in like you want to do, what would happen? Sure, we might come across the location where he is, and the element of surprise might be enough for us to be successful in saving her. But are you willing to take that chance? Fat Gum clenched a fist, but otherwise didn't protest. Exactly. This kind of investigation and strategizing is how we maximize our chances of success. And while it pains me to say this, it may require Yuri to suffer more pain in the short term in order to spare her from even more in the long term. Gran Torino huffed. Not to mention, barging in on the Shy Hasekai all ham-fisted could light the kindling for an even worse fire. Stain's capture brought in some really dangerous recruits for the League of Villains, and not being diligent with the Yakuza could have the same result, which may be the reason those drugs were distributed so widely, actually. Something to think about. Sir Nigh-eye nodded and stood, placing his hands on the tabletop. This is our strategy. Move quickly, but do not sacrifice efficiency for speed. We must be as thorough as possible to maximize our chances of success. And if fortune is on our side, then Yuri will no longer suffer at the hands of the Shy Hasekai. Himiko shivered as Overjerk led her and Jin through the maze under the Shy Hasekai's base. Geez, couldn't you at least put some heat in here or something? I'm freezing. Overjerk grunted. This area is used for storing delicate materials that are crucial to the production of the bullets. Lower temperatures reduce the risk of said materials spoiling or rotting. They came to a stop in front of a door with a thin window at eye level, and Overjerk slid it open. The inside was super different from the tunnels of the maze, since it was decorated a lot like Himiko's room at home. Lots of normal toys and bright colors everywhere, plus a huge bed against the back wall, and a little girl with red eyes, white hair, and a horn laying on it. This is Eri. Her quirk is crucial to our operation. Twice, I need you to make a clone of her. Jin blinked. Wait, why? Shut up, just do it already. But come on, I need good measurements for that, and I'm not gonna do that to a little kid. Pussy, hey, stop that. Not in front of the kid. Himiko giggled at Jin's antics and stepped forward, crouching down so she could look Eri in the eyes. Hi, I'm Himiko, and that's Jin. Eri bowed her head and muttered a quick nice to meet you. Overjerk scowled and cleared his throat. Twice. If you need measurements, get measurements. Simple as that. Jin pouted, but pulled out his measuring tape and got to work. Himiko could see that Eri wasn't good with Jin being so close, but she stayed still anyway. Himiko wasn't sure if that was cute or not. Barely a minute later, there was another Eri standing near the doorway. Overjerk didn't even waste a second before sticking a needle in the clone's arm and drawing some blood. After a little bit, the blood turned into the sludge that made up Jin's copies, and he grunted. A shame. I had hoped that I would be able to harvest additional material from the copies, but it seems not. Himiko blinked. Wait, but I thought you said her quirk was a big deal for your plans, or something. It is, just not necessarily in her hands. Her DNA is the key, but I have yet to determine the exact formula that achieves the result we need. He locked eyes with Eri, totally ignoring the clone. Come along, Eri. The girl slid out of the bed and hurried towards the door, which slid shut and left Jin and Himiko alone in the room. The clone dissolved into goo, and Himiko glanced around. It was decorated like a bedroom, but now that she really stood in it, the place felt like a prison cell, just like her old room. She didn't like it. 2 weeks later, Izuku tugged on his gloves, staring across the street at the large building surrounded by a concrete wall. He almost regretted that the picturesque scenery was about to devolve into a full-fledged war zone. Almost. Glancing around, all of the fully licensed pros seemed unfazed, like they'd been doing this their entire lives. Katsuki sat cross-legged close to where Sir Nigh-eye was conversing with Detective Tsukachi, with only a single % of nitro aura surrounding his body. Ochako stood close to Tsu, the latter's calming presence at odds with the former's nervous energy. Ijiru was running through some basic stretches a couple feet away from where Fat Gum and Amajiki were busy stocking up on resources. Eraserhead stood near the middle of the group, fading into the crowd like it was second nature, which, for him, it probably was. Tsukachi checked his watch and nodded at Sir Nigh-eye, then moved towards the gate of the complex with a warrant in his left hand. Katsuki rose to his feet, moving to stand ready next to Izuku and cracking his knuckles. Ochako slid her helmet down to cover her face. Ijiru flexed his fingers, his shoulder gears hissing. Sue's tongue flitted out of her mouth, more like a snake's than a frog's. Tsukachi's finger was only a couple inches from the intercom button when everything went wrong. The front gate exploded off its hinges, slamming into a trio of unsuspecting police officers and sending them flying into the air. Izuku acted on instinct, switching to green and catching one as Eraserhead safely reeled in the other two. As his senses caught up to his movements, he saw an absolutely massive figure standing upright just outside the wall, easily towering over the gate he'd just wrecked. What do you want? Izuku swore under his breath. Sit, one of the 8 bullets already. And it just had to be one of the heavy hitters, too. Katsuki Rikia yawned behind his bird mask. Bringing all these people here so early in the morning. He shook his fist, and the arm visibly bulked up. There we go, now I'm feeling more awake. He cocked his fist, and Ryukyu darted to the front of the team, one hand going to the claws attached to her headband. Get back. As he swung, Katsuki roared. What do you people want? An enormous dust cloud exploded outwards, accompanied by a blast of wind that sent a couple police officers stumbling back. When the smoke cleared, Ryukyu was in her draconic form, one massive claw holding the thug's fist. Ryukyu agency, with me. She hauled Katsuki into the air, then slammed him against the pavement. Everyone else, move while you have the chance. The smell of burnt caramel filled the air as Katsuki's nitro aura flared to life. Detective Tsukachi took the lead, sprinting into the courtyard with the search warrant held in front of him. Attention, Shai Hasekai. We have a warrant to search this compound on suspicion of the manufacturing and sale of illegal drugs. One Yakuza thug scowled and thrust his palm forward, the leaves on the closest bush shooting forward like a barrage of needles. In the blink of an eye, Izuku was standing in their path, arms crossed and coated with blue energy that stopped the leaves dead in their tracks. Kesajiri man darted around and down the thug with a pair of diagonal chops, before pinning the man to the ground with a hand on his throat. Make this easy on yourselves and give up now. Izuku glanced back and made a wide beckoning motion, letting Sir Nigh-eye and Fat Gum take the lead before running inside after them. The investigative hero slid to a stop in front of an unassuming potted plant, moving it aside and pressing multiple boards in quick sequence. The wall behind started to slide open, and Nigh-eye stepped back as Sentipter stepped closer. Be careful, they're likely waiting for us. As predicted, 3 thugs lunged out before the wall had finished opening, only for 2 to be snared by Sentipter and the third to be blinded and secured by Bubble Girl in seconds. Go, we'll hold them here and make sure they can't attack you from behind. Nigh-eye nodded his thanks and bolted down the stairs, the rest of the strike force following closely behind. The hero hit the bottom and rounded a corner, only to slide to a stop when the path ahead led straight into a wall. They've prepared for us. Rocklock scowled. What the hell, Nigh-eye? I thought you said it'd be this way. Lemillion darted forward, removing his helmet before sticking his head through the wall. After a second, he pulled out and looked back at the team. The path continues this way. It's just blocked by a wall. It's pretty thick, though. Izuku narrowed his eyes. It's like a warning, telling us that we'll be in trouble if we keep going that way. Aizawa scowled and hardened his left arm in a shower of sparks. It's almost cute how he thinks that'll stop us. The redhead launched forwards and punched clear through the concrete. Red gauntlet. Fat Gum grinned widely. Aw man, he beat me to the punch. Literally. Nigh-eye nodded in approval. Keep moving. Except the Yakuza had other plans. Barely 10 feet down the hallway, the walls, floor, and ceiling started rolling and shifting like they were alive. Tendrils of concrete emerged in the path, turning into new walls in a split second. Tsukachi swore under his breath. Overhaul's quirk doesn't function like this. So this must be the work of Irinaka Joy, the director. Rocklock scowled. The report said he couldn't inhabit anything bigger than a fridge, though. Katsuki shot back. We already know they sell quirk boosters. Why wouldn't they use them on themselves? Fat Gum grunted. Just great. Eraser, can't you stop this? Eraserhead huffed. Not if I can't physically see his body. Lemillion scowled. Doesn't matter. As long as we know the direction of our goal, they can put up as many walls as they want. I'll still get there. Sir, permission to go ahead solo. Nigh-eye nodded. Permission granted, but be careful. Even if he can't touch you, Overhaul is still a force to be reckoned with. Only a second after Lemillion disappeared through a wall, the floor disappeared under their feet, dropping the remains of the strike force into a room below and reforming the ceiling over their heads. Rocklock growled as he got to his feet. Damn it, they're driving us further and further away from our goal. Oi, 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 oi. Izuku's head snapped around, focusing on the blonde man in the trio of Yakuza thugs standing at the other end of the room. It's raining officers and heroes. This day and age really is strange, isn't it? Fat Gum scowled. Looks like they're ready for a fight. Setsuno Toya. Hojo Yu and Tabe Sorimitsu. This might be tricky. Setsuno glanced over at Izuku, and his eyes widened. Hey kid, that's a nifty-looking toy you got there. Mind if I borrow it for a sec? In the span of a second, the Bifrost cannon flew out of Izuku's grip and landed in the hand of the Yakuza thug. Izuku gasped dramatically. Oh no, you stole my weapon. There's no way we could have predicted that. Electricity coursed through the man's body, and he cried out in pain, before falling unconscious on the floor as the cannon collapsed into its inactive form. Except we did. Sorry, but you've gotta ask for permission before touching May's babies. Eraserhead's capture scarf shot forward and snagged the cylinder of metal, before yanking it back into Izuku's waiting hand. Surrender now, before we're forced to get rough. Hojo pointed a gun at the underground pro, only for octopus tentacles to snatch up him and Tabe, confiscate his weapon, and slam the two of them against the closest wall. Suneater landed on the ground, directing another tentacle to restrain the unconscious Setsuno. All of you, go on ahead. I'll keep these guys restrained here. Aizawa opened his mouth to protest, but Katsuki laid a hand on the redhead's shoulder. He's got a point. We've wasted enough time as it is. Let's get our asses in gear. Fat Gum nodded and took off down the hallway to the right, quickly followed by the rest of the strike force. Izuku looked Suneater in the eyes, nodded once, and took off after the other heroes. He's rumored to be the best in the big three. Let's just hope he lives up to the hype. Rocklock glanced over at Fat Gum as they ran. He's assigned to your agency, so I left the decision to you, but are you sure you made the best choice there? He's outnumbered and potentially outgunned. Fat Gum snorted. Suneater, hardly. He's stronger than anyone else on the strike force. The only thing holding him back was his emotional frailty, but it looked like he'd gotten over that. When someone who you've known as a wilted sunflower confidently declares that he can handle something, you leave it to him. Izuku grunted. You said it, though, not to jinx it or anything. But isn't it weird that we haven't run into anyone since we got dropped? Eraserhead frowned. Good point. If he's not putting walls in our path, then it might be the case that Iranaka can't control the entire basement at the same time. It could be that he focused his attention on the police squad upstairs, believing that we'd be held back by that trio. Rocklock cracked an eyebrow. You think he's limited in the area he can keep tabs on? Maybe. It's just a hunch, but it's an informed one. If he's not assimilated into the walls, but instead moving inside them to observe specific areas, then his body must be in the area he's manipulating. Which means if he sticks an eye or ear out to get an idea of where we are and block us, then I can erase his quirk. As if on cue, a hand made of concrete erupted from a side wall, catching Eraserhead dead on and pushing him towards a hole in the opposite wall. The others turned around, Aijuru's mouth opening to shout something. But Izuku was faster. In the blink of an eye and with a maneuver he'd already pulled once before, he bounced off a wall and yanked his teacher out of harm's way, only for Fat Gum to be caught instead, the hero having lunged too fast to notice Izuku's movements and yet too slow to have accomplished anything with his reaction. Even worse, when the dust settled, Aijuru was nowhere to be seen. Once everything stopped moving, Aijuru pushed off the floor with all his might. And thankfully Fat Gum caught on quickly, standing up before the redhead could suffocate. Red Riot, what are you doing here? Aijuru coughed and rubbed at his shoulder. Same as you, probably. I jumped out to help Eraserhead, but Aurora beat me to it, and I couldn't stop myself in time. Fat Gum heaved an exasperated sigh. Well, guess it can't be helped. He glanced into the darkness and tensed. More importantly, brace. A muscular dude charged out of the shadows. And Aijuru acted on instinct, selectively hardening his crossed arms and planted legs as much as he could. His costume reacted to his movements, and the gears on his shoulders unfurled and slid down to form additional armor. Even with all that in place, the force of the blow still sent him flying backwards, his boots digging trenches in the floor. He slammed into the rear wall back first, leaving a decently sized impact crater. Most of the air in his lungs left with an explosive woof, and he weakly glanced up to see Fat Gum take a short barrage of punches head-on. The dude hopped back, a haze of steam rising from his arms. Darn, I thought you were gonna take that like a man, but you're just a boring guy hiding behind your toys. Come on, give me a real fight, fists to fists. Fat Gum launched his own punch, only for a yellow energy dome to appear out of nowhere and block the attack. Someone else grunted, and a second guy calmly walked out of the shadows. Fat Gum, and a boy who can harden his body. Two quirks that excel at defense. Too bad, Rappa, you won't be getting your fight today. Aijuru coughed, and blood splattered on the ground at his feet. Damn it, if it wasn't for the automatic brace mode, my hardening would have shattered like glass from that punch. And the gears are completely totaled. Even if I make it out of here alive, Hatsume's gonna end me. Rapper rushed forward with another short barrage, before hopping back and taking in the steam rising from Fat Gum's body. They excel at defense. Come on, they didn't get away unscathed. But they didn't turn into mincemeat immediately, so that's a point for them, I guess. The barrier guy huffed. We are a spear and shield, while the two of you are simply a pair of shields. Rappa straightened and looked at his partner. Wait, what kind of a fight is that? Doesn't matter. The barrier guy slightly opened one eye. Although, calling the boy a shield is charitable. Aijuru swore under his breath and took a shaky step forward, feeling his hardened skin creak and groan in protest. Damn it, that hurts. Fat Gum huffed. Focus, Red Riot. If your spirit breaks, then you've lost for good. When fighting villains, it's a battle of wills above all else. You can't lose before they do. Let's blow these guys away and go help the others. Rappa laughed and made a beckoning motion with his right hand. Man, you really get it. What a great fat guy. He tapped his knuckles against the dome. Tengai, I'm starting to have fun. Don't use your barrier. Tengai pressed a hand to his forehead. Do not wallow in your own desires. Remember what Master Overhaul said. He looked over at Fat Gum. This is an excellent matchup for us. Our teamwork will most certainly come out on top. Rappa hung his head and arms in exasperation, before unleashing a barrage of punches on a smaller barrier around his partner. What are you thinking, fighting maniac? Rappa stepped back and huffed. Overjerk decided we were a team without even asking. It's not Overjerk, it's Master Overhaul. Whatever, as long as I can fight to the death, I don't care. Tengai sighed, and the larger barrier disappeared. Fine, do what you want, if you think you can take them by yourself. Rappa chuckled and turned towards Fat Gum. Thanks for understanding, Recluse. Aijuru took another clumsy step forward, wincing in pain and clutching at his side. Fat, the BGMI hero took a half step back, assuming a ready stance. Rappa, right. Been a long time since any attack had an effect on me. I was super into martial arts a while back, too. Let's see who stops being able to fight first. Either you fail to raise your fist, or I stop tanking your hits. Spear and shield, let's decide which one's stronger. Rappa cocked his fists and laughed with excitement. You really do get it. You're a great fat guy. Tengai, don't get in the way. Aizawa grimaced as he was forced to watch his mentor take blow after blow after blow directly to his front. Damn it all. Fat Gum shouldn't have to take that damage to protect me. What the hell is wrong with me? Why did I even think I could do anything? 1 month prior, the day after the provisional license exam, Aizawa glanced up as the doors to the gym swung open, and immediately paid the price as the arm of a one-pointer slammed into his exposed face and sent him sliding back. Oh, okay, pause. The bot slumped to the ground, and Aizawa rubbed his cheek with a wince. Katsuki walked up with a look on his face that the redhead couldn't quite read. What are you doing here, Kirishima? I figured you'd be in the same camp as Pikachu and Ridley, winding down after the exam. Aizawa grunted and headed towards the bench in the corner of Gym Beta, where there was a stack of towels and a pile of protein shakes and meal bars waiting for him. Yeah, sure. Katsuki scowled and followed after him, grabbing a towel from the stack and throwing it at Aizawa's face. Okay, clearly there's something bothering you, and fighting robots all day isn't going to fix whatever the problem. Spill. Aizawa sighed and plopped down on the bench, grabbing a protein shake and guzzling it in seconds before tossing it into a nearby trash can. It's just, I'm starting to wonder if I'm even cut out for this hero thing. Bullshit. You just got your provisional license on the first try. Aizawa snorted. Yeah, and how much of that was the others taking out enough people to pass and bring me there with them? Face facts, I'm nowhere near everyone else's level. I'm not fast. I'm not strong. I don't have a consistent ranged attack without my costume. All I can do is take hits and pray that the bad guys focus on me and nobody else. I'm not worth squat on my own. An explosion slapped him upside the head, and he glared at Katsuki as he clutched his meticulously gelled hair. Oi, watch the do. Are you even listening to yourself, dipshit? Where the hell did you get that effing stupid idea? Aizawa scowled and glared down at his feet. It's not anything against myself, it's just the truth. During the exam, I never got to any of the other guys first. It was always my teammates landing the first hits and leaving targets for me to scrape off the ground. Face it, bro, I'm just not good at what a hero should do. Stand up. Aizawa blinked, glancing up to meet Katsuki's eyes. Huh, stand up. He blinked again, but complied. Okay, harden. Dude, what are you? Do it. Aizawa rolled his eyes and hardened his body in a spray of sparks, right before an explosion sent him flying into a wall. Once he'd registered what happened, he shouted, What the hell, dude? Who died? Aizawa froze. What? Who died there, Clifford? Nobody, but... Exactly. Nobody died because you were there to take the hit. A hit that nobody else in the area would survive. That's the primary, only job of a hero, to protect civilians who aren't able to defend themselves. Sure, you might not get there right away. And sure, you might not be the one to ultimately take the villain out, but you're damn well going to be the one who shields everyone else from that villain. I'm the one who gave you the title of indestructible, and I don't do shit like that without a damn good reason. So you'd better make good on that investment, because I'm counting on you to pay it back tenfold once we're pros. Aizawa's head snapped up. Bro, you don't mean? Katsuki nodded firmly. I do. I might have the firepower of a small nuclear stockpile, but if there's anyone I'd want watching my back, it's you, Kirishima Aizawa. You're the shield that never fails, got it? In the present, Aizawa grit his teeth, feeling his quirk humming just underneath his skin like it always did. Right, I can't think like that. Every hit I take is one that wasn't aimed at someone else, even if I don't get there right away. I won't let someone die in front of me. Against his body's protests, he lunged forward, placing himself between Fat Gum and Rappa. As the flurry of punches rushed at him, he crossed his arms and set his legs, pulling out all the stops and going full unbreakable. Blow after blow rained down on his guard, but he forced himself to stay upright and stand firm, unable to back down and unwilling to give in. Rappa's eyes widened. You. Aizawa clenched his jaw and dug his feet in. You were right. I was just hiding behind my toys. But that's not what a real man does. I've got to step up and take things head on myself. I'm a shield that never fails. Rappa grinned widely and pulled back his arm. Huh, you're pretty great too, kid. Aizawa roared wordlessly and swung to meet his opponent, only for his fist to slam into a barrier. The force of the impact shook his body, threatening to sap his last bit of strength. Damn it, I'm not done yet. Rappa scowled. Tengai, I told you not to get in the way. It's futile. Things done in vain must fall before my barrier. Like a great man once said, perish the thought. A hand landed on Aizawa's shoulder, and a thin Fat Gum took a large step forward, right fist cocked with yellow energy spiraling around his arm. Thanks, I've become a great spear. Rappa grunted. Tengai, take it down. You guys lost for one reason. You and I underestimated the hero called Red Riot, and his indestructible will. Fat Gum's fist shot forward, slamming into the barrier and shattering it like glass. The blow kept going. landing on Rappa's chest and sending the pair of Yakuza thugs flying into the wall behind them. Izuku grinned weakly, his hardening slowly fading. When it comes to spears and shields, ... we win, fat gum finished. Izuku tossed a cautious glance back at Katsuki, able to tell that the blonde was still fuming about being separated from Izuku. Hey, focus, Riot can handle himself, and he's got fat gum with him. He'll be fine. Katsuki scowled. He'd better be. Otherwise I'm gonna kick his ass for jumping in when you had things handled. The hallway came alive again, and the strike force slid to a stop as the walls and ceiling started to close in. Nigh-eye shouted, "Ruck Lock, quit acting like you're the leader." The hero thrust his palms out, slapping them against the encroaching walls. "We're in this mess because you screwed up." His hands twisted around, fingers digging into the concrete. Deadbolt. The walls froze in place, and Rock Lock let out a pant before glancing back. "This area won't move for a while. Get moving, and I don't want to hear any complaints about how cramped it is. I'm already starting to hit my limits here." More concrete rushed at them from down the hall, and Katsuki lunged forwards, nitro aura flaring to life. "Enough is enough. I have had it with these motherfing walls and this motherfing maze." An explosion tore through the concrete, and Izuku cracked his knuckles. "We're getting nowhere fast. Sir Nigh-eye, Eraserhead, permission to crank it up a notch." Nigh-eye nodded. "Permission granted, Aurora." Eraserhead grunted. "If you're planning what I think you're planning, then fine." Izuku grinned. "Excellent." His hair turned yellow with cyan tips. Conifer corkscrew. He shot forward, surrounded by a yellow cone and trailing a cyan line. He easily punched through the oncoming concrete and several walls in quick succession. In only a few seconds, he'd left the shifting area behind, quickly reaching a section of the hallway that had widened considerably, with a tense standoff in the middle of it. "I have to get my hands dirty because of your selfishness. Each and every action you take ends people. You're cursed, and that's enough of that." Faster than anyone else could react, Izuku angled his flight path upwards, bounced off the ceiling, and slammed into Chisaki's face with a vicious right hook, sending the Yakuza boss sliding down the hall. "Well, I'm no expert in life and death, but that sounds like some hot bullshit to me. Cursed for living. Yeah, no. The only curse in her life is you." Lemillion scowled. "How can you say that about your own daughter, anyway?" Chisaki slowly got to his feet. "You still believe that? Fool, I don't have any children." One hand slapped against the wall, and the floor disintegrated before reforming into an enormous field of spikes. Izuku escaped it through a quick switch to green, and Lemillion dodged by virtue of selective intangibility. "Hey, how can you aim an attack like that at Eri?" Chisaki scoffed. "It wouldn't have mattered. Even if she broke, I could just fix her with a touch. She should know that firsthand." The spikes shattered, then reformed again. Izuku scowled, forced up against the ceiling with little room to maneuver. "Come on, think. What are my options here? What will you do if she gets injured? Under these circumstances, I'm the only one capable of putting her back together. Besides, I've sealed off your escape. Even if you used permeation, Mr. Student, you wouldn't be able to bring Eri with you. Are you going to fight me?" A white-cloaked figure slowly got up from the floor, pointing a gun in Lemillion's direction with the other hand on its head. The blonde tensed, and Izuku's eyes narrowed. "That must be Kurono, Chisaki's right-hand man. Can't let him get in the way. Aim for the arm carrying Eri, blockhead." The spikes vanished, and Lemillion curled up behind his cape, the bullets piercing through but missing the hero behind it. The garment fluttered to the ground, and a second later, Kurono was sent sprawling by a gloved fist to the head. Chisaki turned towards Lemillion, and Izuku moved. Streaking through the air, he grabbed Chisaki's face in one hand and dragged the Yakuza across the floor, before leaping back as the villain swiped at him with a free hand. "Don't forget about me." Chisaki scowled and lowered his hand towards the ground, glancing over at the discarded cape. "Fine, I'll just break her myself." Lemillion shot up behind him, throwing a punch that passed through Chisaki's hand before striking him directly in the face. "Not happening." Kurono lunged for his discarded gun, and Izuku sent him flying with a burst of fire from his palm. "Ah, no bang-bangs allowed." Chisaki reached for the ground, and Lemillion slammed a fist into the back of his head. "You're not laying another finger on Eri. You've lost, Chisaki Kai." Chisaki slid back, hives sprouting all across his skin. "That's not who I am. I've thrown that name away." A masked figure crawled out from a hole in the wall. "Master." Overhaul tossed a small red case at him, opening in midair to reveal 5 red syringe bullets inside. "Nemoto, shoot." The man loaded a bullet into his revolver, briefly aiming at Lemillion before swiveling to point at Eri. A loud bang echoed throughout the cavern, and Lemillion darted towards the girl, one hand reaching out protectively. Overhaul's mask twitched, probably a smirk of victory, only for a resounding clang to make him pale. Izuku stood calmly between Lemillion and the Yakuza, the barrel of the Bifrost cannon having stopped the syringe in its tracks. "What did I just say about bang-bangs?" Katsuki scowled. "The hell are you doing here?" The cat-eyed beach from the league tapped the flat side of a knife blade against her cheek. Who, little Almi? Aw, you're so considerate, explodey boy. Katsuki was unmoved, bringing one hand back and popping a couple sparks as a warning. Answer the damn question. She pouted and stuck her hands behind her back, swaying back and forth like some anime schoolgirl. Well, that's rude. But these bird guys are even ruder, so I guess it's fine. If you want to know, we're here 'cause Nason asked us to help these guys out. Katsuki cracked an eyebrow. Who the hell is Nason? She giggled. Oh, right, you guys don't know. Well, he used to be Shigaraki, but he doesn't like that name anymore. She raised a finger to her lips and winked. I'd say more 'cause I think he's starting to kinda like you guys, but I don't want Mr. Dull to hear it. If you're curious, let Izuku know that Himi-chan is gonna stick around for a bit after this is over. But only if he doesn't try to put me in a nasty cell, okay? She hopped back, and another wall slid down from the ceiling. Katsuki darted forward and knelt next to Rocklock's prone form as Eraserhead lowered his scarf. Come on, dipshit, talk to me. The hero coughed and clutched at the wound in his side. I'll be okay. She didn't hit anything major. Then the ground disappeared under his feet, again, and Katsuki decided he'd had enough. Nitro Aura flared to his current safe max of 10%, and he launched himself into the air, annihilating a rocky tendril that swiped at him. Deranged yelling echoed all around him, and he swerved to avoid another tendril. All right, Mimic, come out and play like a big boy. Another wordless shout, except this time he could pinpoint the direction it came from, straight overhead. He launched himself straight up, focusing a tiny percentage of one for all into his extended leg right before he slammed into the ceiling. The concrete shattered, and Mimic's face and chest came into view. Eraserhead's eyes glowed red behind his goggles, and the tendrils froze in place. The ceiling continued to crumble, and the man plummeted. Sorry, Yakuza. Katsuki glanced over at where the cat-eyed beach and some dude in a palette-swapped Deadpool outfit were standing at the entrances to a pair of small tunnels. I think we'll end up doing whatever we want after all. The pair waved. Bye. Iranaka shrieked. Bastards. One of Night-eye's ultra-dense seals flew out and slammed into the thug's cheek, and Katsuki shot down, catching the man before he could hit the ground in a not-fun way. Dropping the guy at his feet, Katsuki glanced up to see that the league members were nowhere to be seen. He huffed wordlessly, then glanced at Eraserhead. Well, that takes care of the moving walls, I guess. Overhaul's eyes narrowed, and he slowly got to his feet. You weren't one of the two that Eri ran into. What reason could you possibly have for trying to save her? Izuku rolled his eyes, slinging the Bifrost cannon over his shoulder. I'm trying to be a hero. Do I need more of a reason to save someone, especially a little girl in desperate need of saving? Overhaul growled under his breath, one hand going to his side. That filthy heroic attitude. You've been infected by the plague, just like thousands of others. I must cleanse the world of it. Heroes, villains, quirks, they all need to be wiped away. Izuku grunted, lowering the Bifrost cannon as it switched to its hammer configuration. Why? So you can install the Shy Hasekai in yourself as the leader of everything. No, you'd never understand, filthy hero. Everything I do for boss' sake. This is all to repay him. Izuku crouched slightly in anticipation, feeling White's power surge through his body. So this isn't even for your own benefit, Chisaki. That just makes it even worse. I told you, I threw that name away. The floor disintegrated in Izuku's direction, and he leaped over it, hammer swinging out towards Overhaul's head. Right as a portion of the wall exploded inwards. Knock, knock. Overhaul glanced to his side out of reflex. Just as the Bifrost hammer slammed into the back of his head, he was sent flying, only to be launched the other way by a twin explosion from Katsuki's extended palms. Izuku grinned and held out his left fist. Took you long enough. Katsuki smirked and returned the fist bump. Ran into some hurdles on the way, but I'm here now, aren't I? The air shifted, and Izuku was immediately on guard. A voice that was both Overhaul's and not snarled. You heroes are sickening. You're a plague on this world, a disease that must be eradicated. The spikes crumbled, revealing an altered Overhaul that sported 4 bulky arms and 2 arrow-headed tendrils sprouting from his shoulder blades. I will purge you all. Izuku barked. Go ahead and try. Overt. Whether we live or die, there'll always be someone else to pick up the torch. So if you want to make heroes extinct, you might as well give up, because it's no use. A pillar erupted under Overhaul's feet, carrying him into the air and somehow managing to drag Eri with him. Lemillion cried out wordlessly, and Katsuki blasted upwards, Nitro Aura leaving a trail of fireworks in midair behind him. Get back here, Plague Dr. Wannabe. Overhaul snarled. You diseased fools don't deserve an asset like Eri. Only I can use her properly. Something red shot up past Katsuki, which Izuku realized was the remnants of Lemillion's cape. Eri looked at it, and something seemed to change in her eyes. She reached out, and glowing yellow energy exploded from her horn, forcibly ejecting Nemoto and Kurono from Overhaul's body and reverting him to normal. Katsuki stretched out a hand, and tears formed in her eyes as she leapt from the still-rising pillar into his arms. The top of the pillar exploded, and Izuku moved, briefly crouching before rocketing straight up. The force of his ascent pushed aside the falling rubble, and his right arm was coated in blue energy. Fist met concrete, and the concrete lost. Katsuki fell back down to earth, and Overhaul was blown off the other side of the pillar. Izuku allowed gravity to take hold, landing next to Katsuki. At the same time, the ceiling shattered as Ryukyu slammed Katsuki into the misshapen floor, followed closely by an exhausted Ochako and a weary Tsu. Yuri grabbed at Katsuki's costume, her horn still pulsing with yellow light. "I won't go back to him anymore." Katsuki softly stroked her hair. "No, you won't." The ground erupted, and Ryukyu swore under her breath as she was forced to get away from Katsuki. Overhaul rested a hand on the giant's chest, and the thug exploded into a fine red mist. "Foolish girl, you belong to me." Katsuki winced in pain and clutched at his chest, and Izuku swiftly removed Yuri from the blonde's arms and set her on the floor. "Megaton, you all right? Feels like I'm freezing and burning at the same time. Must be part of Yuri's quirk." "Of course it is." Izuku whirled on the spot, pausing as he saw a massive beast with dozens of arms rising from the rubble. "She doesn't have any control over it, you know. The activation timing might have been fortunate, but she doesn't know how to turn it off. Right, Yuri?" Katsuki tensed, stepping between the girl and the approaching Leviathan. "Get behind me." Yuri rewinds humans. That's all she is. If you use her correctly, you could even revert a human into a monkey. If you stay near her, you'll be annihilated. Any human who touches her is rewound into nothingness. I told you before, she's cursed. Hand her over. I'm the only one who can stop her when she's like this. Izuku grinned. You keep saying that she rewinds humans specifically. That must mean her quirk only has an effect on organic matter. So, in lieu of an answer, Izuku let out a piercing whistle. The wisps emerged from the capsules on his back and huddled around Yuri protectively, white going so far as to settle directly on her head. As expected, nothing happened to them, save for glowing a little brighter. Overhaul's eyes widened. "Impossible." Katsuki cracked his knuckles, and Nitro Aura flared even brighter. "You know, you just screwed yourself over. Wanna know why? You just turned yourself into an even bigger target." Red flashed into Katsuki's body, and his hair turned almost fully crimson. He disappeared, and a massive explosion sent Overhaul's massive form rocketing upwards, crashing through the ceiling and soaring into the sky. Katsuki crouched, the air around his legs heating up, and another explosion sent him flying up after the villain. Before Overhaul had a chance to recover, Katsuki was in front of him, arms flung out to his sides. Nuclear series. A red glow started at his heart and spread through his veins as a haze of steam rose from his body. Finishing move. His wrists came together, his palms aimed at Overhaul's face. Judgment of Amaterasu. Himiko glanced up as the blue sky overhead suddenly turned bright red-orange, like the air was suddenly made of fire. She whimpered and huddled closer to Jin. "This is what I meant when I said the explodey boy almost nuked Gang Orca." Jin glanced up, and his eyes widened. "Youch, I'm with Compress. I don't want to fight that kid anytime soon. For once, we're in total agreement." "I know, that's terrifying." Someone coughed, and Himiko glanced over to see Izuku walking up with his hands in his pockets. "Toga." Twice, Jin perked up. "Hey, it's the Rainbow Kid. You idiot, run, he's gonna end us all." "What? No, he was super chill, remember?" Izuku chuckled. "It's fine." Twice, Katsuki passed the message that you'd only stick around if I didn't try to arrest you. "So, you wanted to talk?" Himiko giggled. "Yup, because I like you. And because Nissen likes your teacher, he asked me to tell you about what's happening with the League right now." Izuku's eyebrow rose. He does realize I'm obligated to pass that to the heroes, who'd probably use it against you guys, right? Himiko grinned. "Well, I'm not gonna tell you where we're hiding out, duh. But nobody in the League really likes All for One anymore, so we're really just acting like villains for now until Nissen figures out who he is and what he wants to do." Izuku blinked. "Wait, were you guys around when All for One was gloating about Shimura Tenko and stuff?" Himiko nodded. And when Nissen heard All for One say that, he mumbled to himself a bit, then he pulled off his face hand, which was wired into a thing in his head. She gagged. It was super gross. It looked all fleshy, but it didn't make any blood when Nissen pulled it out, and I think it was making Nissen all cranky when it was in his head. Izuku looked pale, but she couldn't tell if it was because of what she said or because of the bright yellow flash behind him and the shouting that came after. Duly noted. "Oh, and Izuku. Yeah, thanks for getting Yuri away from those nasty bird people. I mean, if you hadn't, I probably would have asked Nissen if the League could get rid of him anyways, but it's nice that you did." Her bedroom wasn't a nice room, it was all normal and gross. Izuku nodded. "I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Solo, if that was what it took." Jin gave Izuku a thumbs up. "Well, thanks for hearing us out. If we get police knocking on our doors in a couple days, we'll end you." "Nah, he's cool, we're gonna be fine." Himiko giggled at Jin's antics and hit a button on her watch. one of Kurogiri's gates appearing behind them a couple seconds later. Bye-bye, Izuku. I really hope I'll get to see you again. Maybe when the explodey boy isn't nuking somebody. Izuku watched the warp gate vanish. Several thoughts ran through his head, but one stood chief among them. I've got to tell Nenzu-sensei about this. Kaoni crouched on top of the borrowed truck, his overcoat blowing in the breeze. The sirens on the police escort started blaring, and the car pulled between the League and the van that was their target. Well, looks like they've noticed us. Dabi leaned against the wall of the truck's carriage and grunted. Gee, you think? Kaoni rolled his eyes. Not the time for sarcasm, dipshit. Compress chuckled. Nonsense. Dear leader, it is always time for sarcasm, in my opinion, at least. The passenger side door of the police car opened, and a masked hero leaned out, his right arm turning into sand and latching onto the roof. League of Villains. I don't know what your plan is involving the prisoner, but I don't plan on finding out. Surrender now, before anyone gets hurt. Kaoni huffed, leaning his head back and shouting towards the truck's cab. Spinner, slow down a bit. I need to get in his hearing range. Spinner shouted something back, but Kaoni ignored it. The distance between the two vehicles shrank, and he cupped his hands around his mouth. Look, I'm not trying to draw aggro here. I just want to talk to the guy you're escorting. 1 minute, max. Snatch scowled. And what reason do I have to believe you? Kaoni shrugged. Okay, that's fair, but it's not like I'm asking for much. If it makes you feel any better, you can watch. 30 seconds to talk to the D, that's all I want. The hero seemed to consider that, then grunted and turned his head to the officer driving the car. A few seconds later, the van and its escort started braking, and Spinner matched them shortly after. Kaoni dropped to the road and stepped aside as the police car slid to a stop next to him. Snatch locked eyes with him, and something in his expression seemed to satisfy the hero. 30 seconds, and if you don't make any aggressive moves, I'll let you leave. Kaoni grinned. Fine by me. He walked towards the van, where the officers were already opening the rear doors. As soon as he set eyes on Overhaul, Kaoni let out a low whistle. Color me surprised. I was expecting you to look way worse after Megaton aimed a nuke at your face. If you ever get the chance, send me your skincare routine. It's gotta be excellent. The Yakuza head scowled. You're not even a villain, are you? Kaoni shrugged. Used to be, until I learned what All for One had planned for me. Not that he's going to find out until it's too late, of course. So whose side are you on? My own, for now. Who I'll end up siding with in the future is still up for debate. But I was never on yours. Certainly not with the sit you were doing to that kid. Going off of what Himiko told me. Never believed in karma too much, but today's got me thinking that it just might exist. Not pleased about what that'd mean for me if it does. But details. You can't keep up the charade forever. Wasn't planning to. Only until I figure my sit out. You'll never be accepted by anyone, Shigaraki. Kaoni scowled. For your information, D-head, it's Kaoni for the time being. And that's where you're wrong. The League already accepts me, even if I don't know who he really is. Can you say the same for everyone in your little 8 bullets? Not bothering to wait for the man's response, Kaoni turned on his heel and headed back towards the truck, nodding at Snatch as he passed. He climbed into the carriage and banged his fist against the wall. Let's get out of here, Spinner. Spinner grunted. You got it, boss. Izuku glanced through the glass window into Eri's hospital room, leaning against the opposite wall with his arms crossed. Is everyone else all right? I kinda missed out on the diagnoses during cleanup. Aizawa-sensei huffed. Kirishima probably sustained the most injuries out of everyone in the strike force, and he'll be fine. Mostly. Might have some aches in his joints and some loss to his quirk's durability for a little while, but otherwise he'll recover. Amajiki cracked a couple bones in his face and broke a few teeth, but nothing that'll leave a scar. Fat Gum's got a few broken bones, but he'll be fine once he builds his fat reserves back up. Toga didn't hit any vital organs when she stabbed Rock Lock, so his wound wasn't that serious. Ryukyu's agency mostly suffered from drained stamina, though she did get some bruises when she slammed Katsukame through the pavement. And Katsuki, Bakugo's practically back to his normal self already. The only reason he's still under observation is because the doctors are trying to pinpoint what sort of effect Eri's quirk had on his body. He seems healthy, but even that brief bit of contact must have done something, and they don't want him to leave until they find out what. Izuku hummed. He was confident that Katsuki would be fine. The blonde had a knack for taking whatever happened to him and either overcoming it or accepting it and moving forward regardless. Any updates on Eri's situation? She's under quarantine for the time being. She has no control over her quirk, so only I'm allowed to be in the same room until she gets a handle on it. Izuku opened his mouth to ask something, but the hero beat him to it. In terms of registered visitors, at least, naturally, your wisps are allowed to come and go as they please since they aren't affected. He huffed. I'm still annoyed that you let all of them get within arm's reach of her before you even confirmed that they're immune. Izuku sighed. In the moment, I wasn't exactly thinking logically, and by the time that possibility came to mind, they were already guarding her from Chisaki. But I could feel that they were unaffected, so I let it be. Personally, I'm annoyed at Green for carrying Eri close enough to slap Chisaki in the face, especially with her quirk still going haywire, but I guess it diffused him from Katsucam and ensured they didn't die. Aizawa-sensei grunted. That reminds me, where exactly are your wisps right now? Hopefully not getting into trouble. Green's currently in timeout in the wisp carrier, but I'm not keeping tabs on the others at the moment. Technically speaking, they don't have adrenaline, but they still needed to wind down after the raid. Should probably track them down soon and get them under control. A loud crash echoed from down the hallway, followed by shouting and other sounds of commotion. Izuku and Aizawa-sensei glanced in that direction, seeing yellow fly down the adjacent hallway, quickly followed by a group of irritated orderlies, a furious white, and a giggling pink. Hiro and student stood there in silence as the ruckus faded, before Izuku groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. Damn it, I just had to jinx it, didn't I? 1 week later, despite everything that the work-study students had gone through, classes kept going as normal. The only noticeable changes were Ijiru wearing a sling for a few days, Ochako and Tsu having some difficulty staying upright their first day back, and Eri's presence in the dorms. Even though she was technically a ward of UA, for all intents and purposes, she was Aizawa-sensei's adopted daughter. Not to mention Izuku's little sister in all but blood and paperwork. She was never seen without a wisp at her side, usually green, but it varied on occasion. Everybody understood that she was not to be surrounded, isolated, surprised, or otherwise intruded upon under threat of expulsion and severe bodily harm. However, the second Monday after the raid presented them with a surprise of their own. UAS holding a school festival on the first Saturday in November. The class stared at the hero, who hadn't even bothered emerging from his sleeping bag to drop that announcement. Hanta was the one to break the silence, uttering a quiet, such a normal school event. Ijiru raised his hand. Sir, is it really a good idea to be so carefree right now? Lots of stuff is happening in the shadows. Shouldn't we be keeping an eye out? Aizawa-sensei grunted. A reasonable opinion. But remember, UA isn't just the hero course. The sports festival was primarily focused on you guys, plus whichever other students happened to stand out. Izuku let out a cough that sounded suspiciously like Hatsum, and several others nodded in agreement. Unfazed, the man continued. In contrast, the school festival is where the other courses get their chance to shine. It doesn't get nearly as much attention as the sports festival does, but it's an event those courses look forward to every year. Not to mention, the current conditions have a lot of people stressed out, most of which were caused by the hero course, which is why we can't just say we won't hold it. However, this year, it'll be for just the school, save for a handful of people involved in setup. Now, even though you aren't the focus, every class needs to participate with some kind of event. Get to work on figuring that out. With that, he curled up in the corner and fell asleep. Recognizing his cue, Izuku quickly strode to the front of the room and slapped his hands down on the podium. All right, first things first, we need ideas. If you've got a suggestion, raise your hand. Nearly every hand shot up at once, and Izuku had to keep himself from taking a step back. Okay, this could get complicated. He bent down and searched through the podium, sighing in relief when he saw that there was a stack of whiteboards and a bundle of dry erase markers. Letting out a piercing whistle, he held them out for the wisps to distribute in short order. Change of plans. Write down your idea on your board. Then raise your hand when you're finished. Once everyone's done, we'll collect the ideas and put them up on the board to vote on. Unfortunately, by the time homeroom ended, they still hadn't reached a consensus. Izuku thought he could see a common theme forming somewhere in there, but he couldn't put his finger on it, and the sound of the bell knocked him out of his thoughts. Aizawa-sensei sat upright with a groan. Well, that was unproductive. Figure it out by tomorrow morning, or I'll decide for you. And if I'm forced to do that, there's a good chance I'll just make it a public lecture. On stage, Cabbage. The class quickly voiced their understanding, and he nodded. Good. Dismissed. That evening, everyone gathered in the common room on the first floor to go over their ideas again. Fortunately, the work-study students had caught up on their schoolwork, thanks to Momo's study sessions and Tenya's diligent note-taking. The wisps were off playing with Eri, Aizawa's kitten Fluffernutter, and Kuji's pet rabbit Ui. Izuku scratched his head, then sighed and slumped against the couch in defeat. I swear, there's some kind of pattern in these ideas, but I can't for the life of me figure it out. Tenya hummed. If I may, something that Aizawa-sensei said this morning stuck with me. He mentioned that a majority of the stress that most people are experiencing is caused by the hero course. I feel it is our responsibility to try to alleviate some, if not all of that. Momo hummed in agreement. True, we are aiming to be heroes, and it would be remiss if we were to cause trouble for others and not do anything about it. Izuku frowned. So, should we lean towards something that doesn't focus on us? Tenya rubbed at his chin thoughtfully. Not necessarily. The idea isn't to divert attention. The idea is to emphasize that we are here to serve. My initial thought is that, with lunch rush on the faculty, we cannot offer UA students anything particularly filling or tasty. Hanta winced and rubbed at his neck. Aw man, so we shouldn't do food. That's a bummer. Loads of people had suggestions like that. Izuku frowned. Actually, Tenya, I think I have to disagree with you. Sure, objectively speaking, the quality won't be nearly as good as Lunch Rush's cooking. But consider, there's a lot more that you can take away from a hand-cooked meal than simply how tasty it is. Remember the curry we made during the training camp? Ijiru smacked a fist into his palm. Oh yeah, thinking back, it wasn't really all that good. But the fact that we made it ourselves made it so much more rewarding than what the Pussycats made for us that first night. Izuku nodded. Exactly. So while anything we make for the other courses won't be as good as what they get from the cafeteria, the fact that we made it for them might help out. Like you said, we're emphasizing that we're here to serve. Katsuki grunted. Yeah, but didn't this open with how we're trying to help him relieve stress that we caused? Heartfelt snacks and treats aren't gonna do much in that regard. For me, stress only really goes down when I do something. Doesn't need to be something directly connected to the source of the stress, but doing stuff lets me unwind. Kayuka hummed. Maybe that works for some people, but for me, being active when there's something on my mind just makes it build up in the back of my head. I unwind by just laying down and listening to music. And I'd bet that a lot of other people are the same. Achako glanced up. For me, comfort foods are the real stress killer. Seriously, no matter what kind of sit I'm going through, my dad's cooking always makes it all just melt away. Several others made noises of agreement, and Tenya frowned. So many methods of stress relief, none of which work for everyone. Which one should we attempt? The pieces clicked into place, and Izuku's eyes widened. He snapped his fingers with a grin spreading across his face. All of the above. Activity, relaxation, and good food in one place. Shadow blinked. Wait, how would that work? Wouldn't the activity and relaxation conflict with each other? Katsuki shook his head, clearly catching on to Izuku's idea. Not if you set up some high-quality noise cancellation. The only question left is what angle you try to tackle it from. One of the front doors swung open, and Mei poked her head in. Hey, loyal customers, hope I'm not coming in at a bad time. Forge-san and Digger-sensei told me I needed to take a break from workshopping, so I figured I'd check in on my clients. Izuku locked eyes with her, and another missing puzzle piece fell into place. Your timing's actually perfect, Mayday. You know your classmate that specializes in software over hardware. Mei blinked. Hacker-kun, what about him? Can you bring him over here real quick? I've got an idea for our class school festival event that involves his expertise. Saochai Karu could easily be used for the photo in the dictionary next to the word shut in. Tall, thin, pale, and with bags under his eyes deep enough to hold his phone. The only thing that made him stand out was his thick green hair with white highlights reminiscent of circuitry. Hitoshi was the first to greet the support student, immediately handing over a mug of coffee that was the agreed payment. Without saying a word, Saochai downed the entire thing, not even flinching at the amount of caffeine that was in the drink. All right, I'm awake enough to talk now. What's your proposal? Izuku noted the scratchy voice and resolved to talk to Furasu about a potential supply of throat lozenges, but put that aside for the moment. Long story short, we were hoping you could help us set up some game cabinets for the school festival. We're planning an arcade/cafe setup for the other courses to relax and unwind a bit. We could make the games ourselves, but we figured it'd be more authentic and enjoyable if we had your help with the programming. He fidgeted under the other student's dead stare. After a few seconds of silence, Saochai turned to Hitoshi and cracked an eyebrow. What do I get in return? 1 month's supply of quality coffee beans, 2 weeks' worth of extra-strength melatonin, and an Eraserhead-approved sleeping bag. If the games are received poorly, one takes responsibility and you get an extra week's worth of beans. If they're received well, you get credit and 2 extra weeks' worth. Saochai considered that for a couple seconds, then nodded once. Those terms are acceptable. How many cabinets do you need, and how many games do you want on each one? Izuku let out a small sigh of relief. We haven't worked that out quite yet. We only just settled on the idea as a whole. Once we've gotten the specifics confirmed, we'll get back to you on that. Should have the details hashed out by this Friday evening at the latest. Saochai grunted. Works for me. 1 month later, 8 a.m., Izuku stood atop the counter, directing Wano with the practiced ease of one who was accustomed to corralling younger siblings. The arcade cabinets were the primary attraction, masterfully programmed by Saochai with Denki's experienced input on the genres, controls, graphics, etc. A corner of the area had been sectioned off as a quiet room, with a wide collection of beanbag chairs, couches, and other padded furniture. The area close to the kitchen held a row of 4-seat dining tables, plus some bar stools along the counter Izuku was standing on. Rikadu was already hard at work assembling a supply of fresh baked goods, and the smell had Izuku's mouth watering already. Everything seemed to be falling into place rather seamlessly. Until they hit a snag. A muttered curse reached Izuku's ears, and he turned to see Rikido poke his head out of the kitchen. Sorry to bother you, but I just realized that I used up a majority of my supplies during training yesterday, and I forgot to stock up while the stores were still open. Izuku frowned, running some mental calculations. How long will what you have last us? Rikido winced. Maybe an hour, and that's if we limit how much people can buy. Izuku swore under his breath and glanced around the room. Katsuki jogged up with a grunt. Need me to go grab some supplies? Denki shouted. Not a chance. All the grocery stores in the area don't open until 9. Trust me, I've checked. Izuku rubbed at his chin, then glanced up. I know a place. Katsuki. You remember Madame Chu, right? Katsuki blinked. That one woman with the butterfly quirk who runs an insect zoo, right? What about her? Back in primary school, I helped clean up her husband's grocery store after some of our classmates trashed it, and she gave me an unofficial coupon for an emergency grocery trip. Anything I'd need, no questions asked, whenever it came up. Haven't used it, but now seems like a good time and for a good cause. Katsuki hummed, then nodded. Fine by me. That store sells quality ingredients, but it's way over by your house. You won't make it in time. Izuku grunted. Not by myself, no. But if I use white, I should be able to make it there. Grab what I need and get back before we open. Tenya, who was walking by with a bunch of chairs, paused and sent Izuku a pointed glare. I sincerely hope you do not plan on breaking the public quirk usage laws. Izuku sighed. Tenya, buddy, I love that you're committed to following the rules, truly, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Or do you want to be the guy to explain to Eri why she can't have something because we ran out of supplies? Tenya froze, then schooled his expression. If any of the faculty asks, I will say I was busy setting up and did not notice you leaving until it was too late to intervene. But I will only do this for you once. Understood? Izuku grinned. Loud and clear, Tenya. And thanks. Be swift. 8:25 a.m. Izuku stepped out of the grocery store with a wave and a backpack completely filled with baking supplies. Thanks again, Mushy-san. Not bothering to wait for the man's reply. He turned on his heel and bolted down the street, weaving around the other pedestrians. His training over the summer had really paid off, letting him reach an impressive 80 miles per hour. Unfortunately, going that fast inevitably drew some attention, and about halfway between the store and UA, a white blur rounded the corner and quickly caught up to him. Greetings, citizen. Why the rush? Izuku grinned. Tensei, I see you moved your patrol to Musutafu. Again, what's the reason this time? The man grinned back, visible by virtue of not having his costume on at the moment. Does it look like I'm on patrol? Only reason I'm here right now is cause I was en route to UA when I got a call about a speedster tearing through downtown. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Izuku sighed. I'd rather it hadn't come to this, but we ran out of ingredients for our school festival event, and everywhere in the vicinity wouldn't open until 9. There's a certain little girl that I'd very much rather not disappoint today, so I'm in a bit of a hurry. Don't worry, Tenya's already made it very clear that he's only covering for me just this once. Tensei chuckled. No sweat. Say, why don't I escort you the rest of the way back? If some of those ingredients happen to turn into something for me, I might not even report you for public quirk usage. Izuku rolled his eyes. Well, maybe I could be convinced of that, but you'll ultimately have to take it up with Rikido. He's in charge of baking. Tensei grinned. I can work with that. 8:30 a.m. Tamida held the door open for La Brava, and the two disguised villains walked towards the street, resisting the urge to link arms. However, just before he could step onto the sidewalk, a pair of blurs shot past, nearly blowing his hat off. Tamida stared at the rapidly retreating backs of the two figures, before clearing his throat and glancing down at La Brava. Honey, it seems the theater will be rather crowded today. Perhaps we should forego the movie and simply relax at home. La Brava's eyes watered. But, gentle, we were looking forward to this for so long. Tamida bit back the reply that jumped to the tip of his tongue, choosing to sigh and adjust his hat before turning away from UA. Yes, but it seems there will be a couple of celebrities in attendance. That much noise simply wouldn't do for my old ears. A pity. I was hoping I could sneak into UA, but with Ingenium nearby, our capture would practically be guaranteed. La Brava pouted, but followed him regardless. That's a shame. I was really hoping to see that movie. I heard that the theater is really nice, too. Tamida chuckled. It is a rather nice theater indeed, honey. I believe an old classmate of mine works there. In fact, 10 a.m., Arc-Wanada was officially in business, and said business was booming. In just the first hour of the festival, most of the other first-year students had come by and partaken in at least one of the offered attractions. The arcade cabinets were open to everyone, but Katsuki had commandeered one of the two-player machines and issued a standing challenge in Street Fighter 3. He hadn't lost yet, but a few Gen Ed kids had definitely made him work for it. Similarly, Mina had claimed a spot on one of the 3 Dance Dance Revolution machines, and so far was dominating the leaderboards. Izuku was posted at a specially made arm wrestling table, but he had yet to receive his first challenger. Denki was sitting on the inside of a ring-shaped table, shuffling an Uno deck in between games. His seat was a special apparatus designed to utilize his quirk while still being comfortable. By all appearances, he was sitting in a swiveling chair, but in truth, it was the floor that was turning. The padded chair was bolted to a circle of conductive metal, which swiveled over a stationary disc of the same metal, close enough for the energy to jump the gap. From there, the electricity ran through the wires, expertly arranged thanks to Achako's construction experience, and powered all of the machines in the building. Rikadu had full command of the kitchen, and was pumping out baked goods left and right. Most customers seemed satisfied with the basic menu, but a few put in specialized orders, which were swiftly delivered to their tables shortly after payment. Izuku was in charge of directing the waiters, which consisted of Tsu, Tenya, Achako, Mashurao, Fumikage, Dark Shadow, Toru, and the Wisps. Momo handled refreshments, mixing all manner of drinks both standard and specialized. And Shadow was hard at work with both sides of his quirk for cooling and heating. At a last-minute suggestion from Hitoshi, the quiet corner had been slightly enlarged to account for a small collection of cats. Luckily, Kuji was able to convince them to behave, and Hitoshi had eagerly volunteered to help supervise. Hanta was also posted in that section, being the local expert on anything involving threads. He was leading a couple of support students through a crash course on sewing, which oddly included Mei. Kyoyuka sat on a small stage in the last available corner, providing background music for the area with her guitar. Mezu was there with her, using his 6 arms to supply a wide range of percussion. Meanwhile, in a brilliant piece of engineering, Yuga was channeling his quirk in short bursts through tubes set around the ceiling for strobe lighting. All in all, it came together nicely. Izuku glanced up as the door opened, and grinned widely as he saw Aizawa-sensei lead her in. Whistling a predetermined signal, he walked up as Green flew over and lifted the girl off the floor. Welcome to Arc 1 a day. Our wide assortment of attractions is yours to peruse at your leisure, and at absolutely no cost. What can I interest you in first, milady? Yuri made a light-hearted gurgling noise as she flipped upside down in midair, close to a giggle, but not quite there yet. Can I see Megaton? Izuku smiled and gently grabbed her by the head, rotating her upright and holding back a scowl at how she flinched away from his touch. Sure thing, Green, if you would. Yuri frowned, and he ruffled her hair. I'd love to go with you, but things are a bit busy. Okay. If I get a break, I'll come over and be with you for a bit, all right? Yuri nodded. Oh, okay. Aizawa-sensei watched the girl float off, before gently ruffling Izuku's hair. Not a bad setup, problem child. Though, I have to ask, where'd you find the cats for the quiet corner? Izuku chuckled. There's a cat cafe close to where Hitoshi lives. And he's close enough with the owners that he could convince them to lend their crew to us for the day. Didn't hurt that Kuji was able to get all of them into carriers without any trouble. The teacher cracked an eyebrow. All of them, Izuku would have launched into the dramatic retelling Hitoshi had supplied them with. But he was interrupted by Monoma poking his head inside, his expression just short of snide. Hold that thought. He turned his head towards the kitchen and shouted, Charlie Oscar Papa Yankee. 1 second later, Cyan shot out of the kitchen bearing a plate with a croque monsieur, a small charcuterie selection, and a few macarons. Whatever remark Monoma was warming up was swiftly silenced as the plate was thrust into his hands, leaving him standing there, stunned, as the wisp went back to waiting tables. Izuku met Monoma's eyes and cracked an eyebrow. Try to savor that. We had to bribe Yuga with so much glitter before he was willing to supply the ingredients. I don't think we can manage it again anytime soon. Monoma blinked. You had this ready. From me. Izuku smirked. Kendu did mention that you're something of a connoisseur when it comes to French cuisine. Katsuki laughed victoriously, and Izuku glanced over to see the blonde raising his fists in the air as the latest challenger slumped over the controls in defeat. I am the god of destruction. Yuri started giggling, which only grew louder when Green lifted her into the air and flipped her upside down. Izuku grinned widely, and Monoma followed his gaze towards the corner. Did you get a little sister when I wasn't looking? Izuku snorted. Not officially, but kinda. The details are classified info, but long story short, she was basically kidnapped when her quirk came in. I think just now was the first time I've heard her genuinely laugh. Monoma huffed with a smirk, but there was something resembling genuine affection in there. Good for her. It's a dark day indeed when heroes can't inspire joy in the populace. Izuku grinned. True that. Speaking of inspiring joy, I'm hoping we'll hit a lull so I can check out One B's play later. Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat, abruptly reminding Izuku that he was still standing there. I believe I forgot to mention that all class events are mandated to last 3 hours at most. You'll need to start taking stuff down at noon. Monoma chuckled. Ah, good. Our play will commence at 1 p.m., so I expect to see you there, Midoriya. Izuku swatted the blonde's shoulder gently. Shut up and eat your custom order. Yes, sir. Kaoni glanced up as Dabi stomped into the warehouse, snatching the remote out of Spinner's hands and flipping through the channels. The scaled man sat upright and shouted indignantly, "Hey, I was watching that." Dabi flashed a middle finger and continued scrolling, stopping on a channel displaying an empty stage. Kaoni sat up straighter, dropping from the shipping container he was sitting on and walking over to the living area they'd set up. "Oh yeah, I forgot that they were doing that today," the woman on the TV announced. "And now, presenting the rankings for our new top 10. Starting us off, dropping a position from last year, it's the Dragoon heroine, Ryukyu." Himiko perked up. "Oh, it's the dragon lady that helped take down those nasty bird people. She's kinda cute, especially with that dress." At number 9, also dropping a spot from last year, it's the equipped hero, Yoroi Musha. Spinner scowled. "Ugh, don't even get me started on that guy. Such a stuck-up traditionalist." Taking the number 8 spot this time around, it's the laundry hero, Wash. Magni chuckled as a washing machine walked up onto the stage. "That guy's fun." Number 7, a relatively new face, the arbor hero, Kamui Woods. Compress looked up with a hum. Oh, he made it into the top 10. Not surprising, given his performance at Camino. Number 6, maintaining his rank from last year, the shield hero, Crust. Twice glanced over from where he was staring in the mirror. Darn, he didn't move up at all. Shut up, he'd kill you if he ever saw you in person. Aw, but he's such a cool guy. Number 5, still springing up the ranks since her debut, it's the rabbit heroine, Maruko. Magni cackled and pumped her fist. Hell yeah, girl power. Number 4, having seen a massive surge in case resolutions, it's the ninja hero, Edshot. Spinner nodded. Him, I respect. Compress snorted. And you say you aren't a ninja turtle? Stuff it. Sadly, his injuries prevented him from coming in person today, but number 3 is recovering rather quickly. The fiber hero, Best Genist. Emiko giggled. Yeah, he looked so cute at Camino. All that yummy blood. Wish I could have gotten a taste. Number 2, rising as quickly as ever, it's the wing hero, Hawks. Spinner looked like he was about to say something, but Dabi's scowl kept him silent. Kaoni cracked an eyebrow, remembering the grudge the arsonist had for the previous number 2. And at number 1, finally reaching the position he sought for so long, it's the flame hero, Endeavor. Dabi's scowl deepened as a familiar flaming costume walked down the center aisle to step up onto the podium. Nice work, old man, you finally made it. Bet you're real proud of yourself, huh? The chairwoman of the HPSC stepped up to the microphone and cleared her throat. As you all know, holding the rankings in this manner is unusual, and that is for a reason. Japan is at a critical juncture. 3 months ago, this very ward was nearly devastated, and All Might retired. There have been whisperings that we lack an icon. But know that the heroes who will bear the future stand before you today. She bowed and stepped away. And the announcer continued, "Now, let's hear a comment from each of our top rankers." Ryukyu bowed her head. "I thank you for your continued support. Although my ranking may be lower, my resolve to help those in need has not diminished. There are those still suffering in the shadows, and I will not rest until I can be certain that they have been saved." Himiko nodded. Like the girl with the bird people. Yoroi Musha grunted. "Our role has not changed. We must continue as we have been." Spinner rolled his eyes. "See, traditionalist." Washa, Magni snorted. "See, love that guy. I wish to act in a way that respects those who came before me and inspires those who come after." Compressed Gulf clapped, succinct and heartfelt. "Wonderful. Oh, how I wish I could have been at Camino that day. You and me both, dude." "No, you idiot, he would have killed us." "Come on, he regrets all those civvies that died. Don't be mean." "Oi, villains. Whatever you're plotting right now, either give it up or get ready to get your asses kicked into next week." Magni paused. "Wait, are we plotting anything? I am grateful for the support I have received, and I will strive to meet the expectations the public undoubtedly has for me." Hawks groaned, and all eyes turned to him. "All this sweet talking is gonna give me diabetes. Face it, people, we're staring down the barrel of one heck of a smoking gun, the same one that took All Might off the field." He smirked and offered the microphone to the man next to him. "Oh, but what do I know? It's not like I'm second in the approval rankings. Now go on, number 1 hero with lower approval ratings than me." Dabi leaned in close. "Yeah, that's right, go on. Give us some sorry excuse for why your ass is up there." Endeavor took the microphone, staring out over the crowd for a good 5 seconds before clearing his throat. "I feel I must be frank. I look at everyone gathered here today, and I see them looking for a new symbol of peace, an icon to replace All Might as the number 1 hero. I cannot be that." Gasps echoed from the TV, but the man kept going. "I am not All Might. I never was All Might, and I never will be All Might. I am the flame hero, Endeavor. I am not a long-standing pillar of peace, but rather a defender of the public that strives to be better every day. I cannot uphold society by myself." Dabi scoffed. "Damn right you can't, but I do not have to." My fellow heroes and heroines, both in this room and outside it, will act where I cannot. Those who work in the light of day, and those who operate in the shadows, those who are working at this very hour, and those who will step into the field in the near future. I cannot protect society on my own, but I am not on my own. All Might was an uncontestable force, the embodiment of everything a hero should be and more. I will never be as great as he ever was, nor do I expect myself to be. I issue a challenge to all, to heroes and civilians, to limelight and underground. A challenge to improve, to strive, to exert. Just as I seek to be better than I was, you must endeavor to see a better tomorrow. The broadcast cut out, probably because Dabi had just chucked the remote through the screen. Spinner bristled. Come on, man, do you realize what I had to go through to get that? We're gonna be without TV for months now. Dabi snapped his head around to glare at the scaled man, who cowered under the arsonist's gaze. Figure it out yourself, lizard. As for me, I'm killing that bastard the next time he shows his damn face in public. Kurogiri's phone rang, and the misty bartender set it on the table, accepting the call on speakerphone. The doctor's voice rang out. Not to worry, Dabi, I have just the thing to enact your vengeance. Dabi scoffed, already heading towards the warehouse's doors. No, if he's gonna die, then it's gonna be by my hands. That can be arranged. The arsonist paused, then slowly turned to stare at the phone. Explain. The Namu can be programmed to leave Endeavor barely hanging on to life, just lucid enough so he will know that you are the one to kill him. Dabi stood still for a moment, then turned and started walking towards the phone. You have my attention. The doctor chuckled. Excellent. Kurogiri, provide a gate, please. Just as I seek to be better than I was, you must endeavor to see a better tomorrow. Enji held back a wince as the auditorium erupted with noise, though a scowl briefly crossed his face when he noticed that a majority of the negative voices came from the heroes in the quadruple-digit ranking. After a few seconds, he calmly raised his hand, and the noise ceased. He briefly locked eyes with the HPSC's chairwoman, who nodded at him. Even though we planned this weeks in advance, I appreciate the support. However, while I accept that I have been ranked as number 1, I cannot in good faith claim that I have been at my best in recent years. There are a fair few skeletons in my closet. Today is for celebrating the rankings, but tomorrow I will be holding a press conference at my agency. I will accept whatever happens as a consequence of what is revealed, but know that I will do my best to act as a true hero should. The room erupted again, even as the announcer declared the rankings completed. Enji stared up at the visitor's balcony, locking eyes with Yagi and nodding firmly. The older man nodded back, and Enji stepped off the stage to head towards the exit, ignoring the shouts hurled his way as he passed. This has been a long time coming. I can only pray that admitting my mistakes can mitigate the damage. The TV shut off, and Izuku glanced over at Shoudo. You don't seem surprised about this. Did he tell you he was going to do that? Shoudo nodded. He asked me and my siblings if we were willing to attend the press conference tomorrow. Fayumi accepted, but Natsuo declined. I'm not surprised. She's always seen the best in father, while he's always seen the worst. And what about you? I'm not entirely sure. Still, attending could be seen as a form of accepting his apology. But I have this gut feeling that being there would end badly, even though there's no logical reason it could. Aizawa-sensei grunted from where he was leaning on the back of the couch with his arms crossed. In my experience, your gut has a way of telling you how to stay alive. I listened to it. The next day, while most of the floors of the Endeavor Agency were office space, living quarters, training areas, or the hero's office, the 15th floor was kept largely empty. He didn't normally hold them, but Enji wasn't enough of a fool to not have a space ready for press conferences. Like UAS Conference Hall, it was one large, sloped room with several rows of cushioned seats and an aisle down the center. At the front was a thin stage with a long table at the front edge, 5 microphones spaced along its top. Enji sat at the center, with Burnin and Onuma to his left and Yagi Toshinori sat a couple seats to his right. Initially, Enji had asked Nedzu to attend as well, but the mammal had respectfully declined. If the principal was to be believed, his ignorance of the intricacies of human interaction might lead him to make uninformed or ill-advised decisions or statements. The room had already filled with reporters and cameramen, and questions had started flying left and right before they'd even sat down. Glancing at the clock, Enji steeled his resolve and loudly cleared his throat. In an instant, the hall was silent. Thank you. As stated yesterday, I am holding this press conference to address my unsavory past actions. While I am willing to accept whatever consequences are deemed necessary, I must first assert that none of the flaming sidekickers held any part. They were my mistakes, and mine alone. I would prefer not to drag them down with my failure. Burnin whipped her head around to stare at him. Boss. Enji took a deep breath, then released his mask, taking in the gasps of the reporters as his face was revealed to the cameras. The public knows me as Endeavor, but only as Endeavor. I have established my image as that of a distant protector, one without connection to those he defends. I hope to fix that, starting today. I am Todoroki Enji, and most importantly, I am a husband, albeit a poor one. More gasps rang out, and the anchor for Hero News Association thrust her hand up. Why did you not announce your marriage? Enji sighed. Again, a poor one. At the time, I was determined to keep my career and private life separate. But in looking back with a different view, I have realized that my wife should never have been kept secret. He glanced to his right and nodded once, then turned his attention back to the crowd. Please allow me to. His gaze locked onto a distant object outside that was rapidly approaching, and his mask reignited. Get down. A black figure crashed into the side of the building, and shrieks rang out as its head broke through the window at the rear of the conference hall. Who's the strongest? Enji shot up from his chair, his new gauntlets hissing. Burnin, Onuma, evacuate the civilians. Yagi-san, go with them and keep an eye out for any more attackers. I can. No, you cannot. All Might is retired, remember? Yagi bristled, then sighed. Very well. What are you going to do? My best. The Namu, because it obviously was one, glanced up, and its gaze locked onto him. The strongest. Enji cocked his fist, feeling hellflame rage underneath his skin. Flash fire fist, jet burn. He punched, and a concentrated blast of fire shot over the heads of the crowd, slamming into the monster and sending it flying backwards through the air. Seeing that the path forward was clear, Enji vaulted over the conference table and soared through the hole in the wall, keeping himself airborne with his flames, now that he could get a good look at it. This Namu was vastly different from the ones he'd encountered in Hasu. Its skin was a deep black, though its shoulder muscles were visible. The neck was unnaturally long, and extended flaps of skin shrouded the face in shadow, though its yellow scleers stood out as though they glowed. Jets of air from its upper back kept it aloft, and its burned right arm was already regenerating, along with its chest knitting itself back together. Why, you didn't think you could kill me? W with this F-fire, did you? And that was the most notable difference. This one could talk. Enji scowled, flames shrouding his left fist. You're intelligent. Then I'll take you alive for interrogation. Flash fire fist. Hell Spider. The beast weaved around the thin beams of fire, before shooting forward and grabbing Enji's neck with its right hand. Its arm bulged, slamming him into the outer wall of his agency. Its eyes crinkled with glee, and Enji was shoved through the building, coming out on the other side. Scowling, he covered himself in flames, incinerating the hand gripping his costume. Unfortunately, that did little to stop the monster as the end of its arm shot out and wrapped around him, ignoring his fiery shroud. He heard it roar before he was dragged through the air. The crashing sounds told him that the Namu's arm had just torn through the agency, and his scowl deepened. The area is still inhabited. I need to contain this fight now. Another burst annihilated the flesh around him, and he focused his flames at his back, halting his flight path and bringing him back upright. Aware that blood was running down his face, Enji stared down the monster and the collapsing building behind it. Through his earpiece, he heard Burnin shout, "Boss, there's nobody in the collapsing part of the agency." Understood. Flash fire fist. Hell Spider. Beams of fire sliced the Namu into pieces, along with the upper portion of the building. Rubble rained down on the street below, only to be diverted away from the civilians by Kaido's ribbons. Fireballs of varying colors slammed into the Namu's diminished body from the ground below, though all it accomplished was to raise a cloud of smoke around it. Why, you're in the way. 5 figures shot out from the smoke, trailing some kind of fluid and uncurling into more Namu, though these had lighter-colored skin. Enji scowled, but forced himself to focus on the main threat. Must have had those stored inside its body. I'm starting to overheat. Its limbs started growing back before his eyes, going off its words from earlier. It's focusing on the strongest fighter it can find. In order to keep fighting me, it's splitting off my backup. It's not just intelligent, it's smart. The Namu tilted its head curiously. Why, you aren't firing anymore? The heat rays. Or you can't fire. In that case, shit. It figured out the drawback of Flash Fire Fist. If it weren't for the fact that I don't know how many quirks it has, I wouldn't have used it. But as it stands, not using it would be suicide. I've only got one option. Stealing his resolve. Enji called on his hottest flames, ignoring the heat filling his body. Come. The Namu shot forward, arms reaching out towards him. Let me try out my power and my new strength on you. Enter a purgatory where you cannot flee or regenerate fast enough and be quelled. Flash Fire Fist. Prominence burn. A massive beam of fire shot forward from the center of his chest, utterly annihilating everything in its path. When it faded, there was nothing left in front of him. But the Namu wasn't entirely in the beam's path. Too bad. Enji turned just in time to see 2 sharp tendrils of flesh streaking towards him, too fast and too close for him to possibly react. One speared through his left side, and the other cut into his right shoulder. His flames cut out, and he plummeted, crashing into the rubble below. Just barely keeping himself from passing out, Enji managed to see the Namu settle to the ground and crouch over him. Boring. Aren't there any stronger heroes around? The shouts of the terrified civilians reached his ears, and Enji grit his teeth, reaching for his flames. "Move, you fool." Then a new voice entered the fray. "Hold it, Hood. You didn't kill him, did you?" Against the pain, Enji forced himself onto his knees and looked up, seeing a man approach. Pitch black hair, burned skin held on with staples, and a piercing gaze from oddly familiar blue eyes. The Namu rumbled. T tried not to. W wasn't strong enough. C couldn't give me a good fight. Enji coughed, dimly aware of blood splattering at his feet. "I'm not dead just yet, and I won't die until you go down, beast." The newcomer chuckled darkly and held up a hand, blue fire roaring to life in his palm. "You've got bigger problems, bastard." No clue why you decided to hold a press conference all of a sudden, but it told me where to find you and kill you. Enji coughed again. You're Dabi, with the League of Villains." The villain grinned. "Technically correct, but come on, I've got a much better name. Call me Taoya." Despite the heat running through his veins, Enji's heart was locked in an icy grip. "Taoya, you survived." The villain no, his son cackled madly. "Though, you actually remembered. I'm impressed, Endeavor, given how quickly you seem to move on." He pulled a bottle out of his coat and emptied it over his head, his hair changing from pitch black to bone white. "How's your little masterpiece doing, by the way? Last time I checked, you seemed determined to train him to death." "Shadow is doing better. He spends a majority of his time at UA with his friends." Taoya cracked an eyebrow. "You let him have friends. You're going soft. Old man, though, given yesterday's rankings, I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised. The old you would have been pissed by the speech you made, talking about how you'd never be as great as All Might and all that's it. Real effing cute, given I nearly died because you were trying to surpass All Might. Where was that realization 20 years ago? Huh?" Enji hung his head. "I have no excuse. While I thought my actions were justified, there is no doubt that I mistreated you. All of you. I am sorry, and I wish to do better by the 5 of you." Taoya scoffed and turned away. "Wow, and here I thought I'd get some satisfaction out of killing you once you finally reached your ultimate goal. But no, you just had to go and fall so hard that you're not even worth the fresh burns I'd get out of it." The man paused, then glanced over at the crowd gathered near the base of the agency. "Hey, is that Fayumi over there? Maybe I should say hi." Or, a manic grin stretched over his face. "Maybe I should let Hood here say hi for me." The icy grip on Enji's heart tightened, and he forced himself to his feet. "Taoya, you may be my son, but I cannot sit back while you set that monster on innocent civilians. If you wish to see them dead, I must die first." Taoya scowled. "Ah, now that's just like you, putting your hero career over your family. Hood, go kill some people. I'll keep dear old dad busy." The Namu's head rose. "A stronger fight." "Yeah, sure, go for it." Enji scowled, reaching for some semblance of fire in his aching body. The Namu tensed, preparing to leap towards the crowd of civilians, and the temperature plummeted. Frost rushed over the ground, and the Namu was encased in a solid block of ice. Enji's first thought was that Shadow had arrived, rushed there by Midoriya or the youngest. But then he noticed the shocked look on Taoya's face, and a gentle hand caressed his right arm as soothing frost coated his wounds. "Don't do this, Taoya." The man took a clumsy step back. Mom, but, I thought, weren't you stuck in a mental hospital?" Ray hummed, and oh was that music to Enji's ears. "For a while, yes, but after Camino, Enji started visiting. Occasionally at first, but more frequently as the weeks passed. 2 days ago, just before the rankings became official, he signed the release papers." Enji huffed warmly. "To be honest, I was still expecting her to ask never to see me again in her life. Not that I would blame her." Ray giggled, a sound that brought to Enji's mind an image of icy wind chimes over a snowy landscape. "Oh, I won't deny that the thought crossed my mind on occasion. But to see you standing tall, determined to protect the public at the cost of your life, well, it reminded me of why I agreed to marry you in the first place." Enji smiled. "And I had forgotten just how beautiful you look in your natural element." Ray blushed. "Enji, please. There are people watching." The ground rumbled, and cracks spread through the ice holding the Namu in place while Taoya started backing away. Enji considered his options, then cleared his throat and held a hand out to Ray. "You know, I never took you to a hero gala, and we never had a proper wedding reception, so I don't think I've ever asked. May I have this dance?" Ray smiled and took his hand in hers. "Well, I'm rather clumsy, so I do hope you can manage enough grace for the both of us." The Namu roared as it broke free from its prison, and they stepped apart. Ray lifted her hand high, and ice erupted under their feet, carrying the 3 of them high above the nearby buildings. The monster lunged forward, and Enji stepped to meet it, his flames concentrated as tightly as they could around his left arm. Vanishing fist. The beast was sent flying back through the air, and Ray smiled. "I don't suppose it would be against the law to have a few of my own left over from a childish phase, would it?" Enji grinned and made a sweeping gesture with his arms as he bowed. By all means. Her smile widened, and she clapped her palms together. Zero out, Gibraltar. 2 pillars of ice erupted from the platform underfoot, curving in midair to crash into the Namu on both sides. It burst out quickly, but Enji was prepared. Flashfire fist, Hell Spider. Beams of fire sliced it into bite-sized pieces, and Rei slid her right foot forward in a motion reminiscent of Shadow. Zero out, Everest. A massive wave of ice shot out, washing over the Namu and freezing it in place once again. Enji drew back his right arm, fire gathering in his palm and extending outwards from his grasp. Ignited arrow. A concentrated lance of flame pierced through the ice, and by extension, the Namu. Its prison began to evaporate, and Rei knelt to lay her palm against the platform. Zero out, Pisa. More ice shot up around the beast, forming a tall pillar that started to tip over. Enji glanced at his wife and cracked an eyebrow. Pisa, Rei huffed, her breath coming out in a frosty cloud. I was a child with delusions of grandeur and a love of geography. Ah, I see. Then allow me to indulge in a short-lived childhood passion of my own. Flashfire fist. Osumi. A thin jet of fire sent the Namu flying straight upwards, and Rei sent him her own bemused look. And you tease me for Pisa. Enji rolled his eyes. I was a boy at the time. A roar shook the area, and the two glanced up. The Namu was flying back down at top speeds, gaze locked on the pair. Fight. The strongest. Enji scowled. How incredibly rude. Rei nodded firmly. I think I quite agree. I'm only vaguely familiar with Shadow's moves, but perhaps you can fill in where I cannot. Enji chuckled, taking her left hand in his right. Together, then, in unison, they aimed their free palms at the approaching monster. Flash freeze heat wave. With everything that had happened that day, Katsuki felt he could, just maybe, be forgiven for being on edge. Sure, he hadn't gotten into anything himself, but even just watching Endeavor nearly kick the bucket had him on high alert, especially when he opened his eyes and found himself in a large, featureless void. So when he heard someone clear their throat behind him, naturally his response was to turn on his heel and blast the mother fur that had probably dragged him here. Except there was no explosion, and his entire body except for his right hand was orange-tinted black mist. His head was probably intact, given his senses of sight, hearing, taste, and smell were still functional. A grunt reached his ears, and he took a proper look at the other guy. He would have thought he was looking in a mirror if it wasn't for the big-ass forked scar on the dude's face, and the fact that his spiky hair was red instead of blonde. He was dressed like a JSDF soldier, though the huge gauntlets over his arms were kinda weird. Katsuki cracked an eyebrow. Who the hell are you? Where the hell is this? What the hell is up with my body? And why the hell isn't my quirk working right now? The dude grunted and crossed his arms. You're pretty mouthy for a punk your age. Someone else sighed, and Katsuki noticed another guy standing nearby. This one was short and thin, probably malnourished, but his green eyes seemed to pierce directly into Katsuki's soul with determination that wouldn't be out of place on Izuku. The white hair was a bit weird compared to the lack of wrinkles, though. Honestly, Kyudo, I'm not surprised about that one bit. He turned to Katsuki. Sorry about my successor. He was never one for social interactions. Then again, given the age we lived in, he was hardly unique in that regard. Katsuki blinked. You're the first holder of one for all, aren't you? White hair looked surprised. Yes, actually. How do you figure that? You act a lot like what All Might said about ask for one's little brother. You called this D-head your successor, and you talk like you don't live anymore. Which I guess you don't, technically speaking. Not exactly rocket science. Huh, when you put it like that, I guess not. So, I'm guessing you've figured out where we are. Katsuki shrugged. All I can figure is it's something related to One for All. But I don't know enough about the quirk to know for certain. Well, calling this place related to One for All is accurate. For lack of better terminology, this place is inside the quirk, a sort of storage area for the lingering vestiges of those who have held it before. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bakugo Katsuki. My name is Shigaraki Yoichi. Katsuki blinked. Shigaraki, like the dust bastard in the league. White hair sighed. Yes and no. That one was born Shimura Tenko, and was named Shigaraki Tamura by my brother, Shigaraki Atsumaru, as some sort of twisted form of adoption. Katsuki huffed. Right. What was it the nerd said? Something about being a perversion of every family dynamic that exists. Ginger grunted. You shouldn't be so familiar with him. There was almost an audible record scratch as Katsuki turned to stare at the guy. I beg your effing pardon. Just because you grew up together doesn't mean he isn't still the grandson of that bastard. Don't let your guard down near him, because he'll stab you in the back once you do. Katsuki had to forcibly hold his jaw up as he tried to register that. You do realize you're talking shit about my literal best friend since effing preschool, right? TCH. Time will tell the truth. Blood is thicker than water. Katsuki's eye twitched. Okay, for your information, Disfit, the full quote is the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Ergo, shut the F up. Ginger Effer bristled. You little Yoichi, I told you, letting the quirk go to this brat was a mistake. even if he happens to be my descendant. Whitehair groaned and slapped his palm against his face. Bakugo Ketsuki, for the love of Charles Martinet, if you do not shut up right this second, I'm putting you in a box with 5. With full permission to brag about his quirk. This was supposed to be us introducing ourselves to the new kid. Not you ranting about your stupid everyone in a family is like each other nonsense. Or do I need to remind you again that I'm much more closely related to Atsumuru than Izuku ever was or will be? Katsuki scoffed. Yeah, well, at least his dumbass genes didn't get passed down too far in his bloodline, considering my old man is where I get the explosion half of my quirk from. And those gauntlets look like they do what mine do. I'm guessing you're on his side of the family. And let me tell you, he would not be putting up with that kind of bullshit. Here. Katsuki glanced over as a tall woman walked up, wearing a hero costume that looked halfway between All Mights and Gran Torinos. Shot in the dark, but you're Skywalker, right? She laughed. Ding, 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 we have a winner. My civilian name was Shimura Nana, but, well, not feeling like much of a Shimura right now. Yoichi sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Nana, we've been over this already. Katsuki huffed. Let me guess, she's kicking herself over what happened with her grandson. Yeah, she abandoned her kid, Tenko's dad, because she was afraid All for One would use him as leverage against her. But, well, you saw how that decision turned out. Skywalker sighed. I just wish I could have explained to Kotaro before I left him. Katsuki grunted. Well, what's done is done. And your choice ended up with a load of consequences you didn't see coming, so it's on you to figure out how you're gonna deal with it going forward. Ginger Effer bristled. Brat, we're not. Katsuki pointed an accusing finger at the D-head. No, you lost talking privileges when you decided to sit all over my friendship with Izuku. Shared blood be damned to hell and back. A new voice chimed in. He's got a point. Boss, you were being a D about it. I mean, Christ, at least get to know the Midoriya kid before you lump him in with his grandfather he didn't even know growing up. Ginger Effer scowled as some guy wearing a similar uniform stepped out of the void. Bruce, I thought you were on my side. You know what All for One was like in his prime. How could you be comfortable with the potential of that same destructiveness so close to One for All? Katsuki rolled his eyes. You want potential for destructiveness, I'm way worse. Hell, even before I got One for All, I had just as much raw power stocked up as he did, if not more. And besides, Aizawa's got loads of destructive potential, if what Endeavor and his wife pulled off today is any indication. The operative word there is potential, jackass. Skywalker snorted. He's got you there, too. Ginger Effer scowled and turned away with a huff and his arms crossed. Fine, but when this comes back to bite us in the ass, I reserve the right to say I told you so. Katsuki shot back. Try if, dipshit. He made a flicking motion, and the vestige was catapulted into the void by an invisible force. Everyone present stared, and Katsuki slowly looked down at his right hand, noticing that more of his arm was solidifying by the second. Wait, am I basically just lucid dreaming right now? Skywalker blinked. You know, that might be an apt comparison. After all, One for All is your quirk now. You control what it does, and this area is inside One for All, so it would make sense you can control the place. Katsuki hummed. Beachin. He snapped his fingers, and the void disappeared, quickly replaced by a replica of 1A's classroom, with 9 office chairs set in a circle in the middle. The void was still visible through the windows, but at least now Katsuki could ignore it. So, is there a reason you guys are talking to me now and not, say, when I got the quirk? Yoichi sighed and sat in one of the chairs. A large part of it is the amount of power that you can use safely. Are you familiar at all with Quirk's singularity theory? Katsuki grunted. The idea that eventually quirks will get too powerful for people's bodies to handle and we'll all die, right? An abridged version, but yes. Well, after so many years of storing up power, One for All hit a point like that. Before, we could only see the living world through the eyes of the current user and only convey vague feelings or emotions. But now that the power has reached singularity, we can pull you into this dream world and communicate directly. Although, comparing when you got the quirk versus when we reached that point, I'm concerned that it happened so quickly. Skywalker spun in her chair like a kid. My money's on either Midoriya and his wisps or something like synergy between your quirk and twos. Katsuki huffed. So, if One for All hits singularity, should I be worried about my arms exploding away from my body? Because that's not the kind of exploding I want to be happening. Yoichi smirked. Fortunately, you won't need to worry about anything like that. Your nitro aura does a good job of keeping the power limited to a point where your body can withstand the stress, and the more you use it, the more you'll adapt to it, and thus the more of it you can use, which you'll then adapt to, thereby unlocking higher levels of power, and so on. Though, that isn't taking into account the extra quirks. Katsuki blinked. Wait, I'm gonna get more quirks? Something in the air shifted, and Yoichi cursed under his breath. Darn, with how this has been going, I thought we might have more time. Look, for now, just keep doing what you've been doing. Keep an eye out for anything the League does. And try not to leave Atsumuru to his own devices for too long. He's always been a ruthless schemer, and I doubt the decades by himself have done anything to stunt that. Katsuki grunted. Build up the power, be aware of the league, and watch out for anything as for one might pull. Got it. Izuku couldn't help but shake the feeling of foreboding that had been occupying his mind all day. Katsuki had looked like he'd barely gotten any sleep, and the blonde had uncharacteristically brushed Izuku off with a simple later. Aizawa-sensei had announced a special training exercise for that afternoon, with absolutely no specification of the details aside from the location. Yagi-sensei had looked tired, even more so than he normally did, and it certainly didn't help that Kendo and Shouta had gone unusually quiet on the class rep Discord server. The class gathered in the starting area of Ground Gamma, some wearing their new winter uniforms. Mina's waistcoat had actual sleeves, and she had it buttoned. Sue's outfit now had a built-in heater and a pair of yellow earmuffs. Mashiro's fur tuft now stretched completely around the back of his neck, and he had sleeves underneath his gi. Kyoyuka had updated her jacket to be lined with wool. Katsuki's collar was longer, and his uniform had a more optimized heater. Izuku's jumpsuit was lined with wool, plus he could keep his body temperature high by fusing with red. Momo had added a cloak in the same red color as her primary uniform, with her ace in the hole currently housed in the clasp. The sound of drumming feet reached his ears, and Izuku glanced up, just barely making out a large group of people approaching through the dust clouds kicked up by the wind. A grin stretched across his face. He knew that Nezu would rather die than let the grounds get so dusty, so this had to be the work of a certain person's quirk, which, of course, was probably done at the request of another certain person. You all seem rather relaxed. Class underestimating us already. Ijiru banged his fists together. The opposite, actually. I've been waiting for this since the sports festival. Is that so? Too bad, then. Momentum is on our side. The dust settled to reveal Class 1B, with Monoma posing dramatically in front. Come, Class A. Let's settle this debate once and for all. Izuku cracked an eyebrow at Kendo, who rolled her eyes towards the heavens and made an apologetic gesture. Izuku shrugged and turned back towards the loud blonde, who had procured a sheet of paper from somewhere and was boasting about survey results. And here I thought he was doing better at the school festival. Today is our first joint lesson, and Class B will. Kendo's patience visibly ran out, as she chose that moment to deliver a swift chop to Monoma's throat, briefly disabling his vocal cords while still leaving him conscious. Sorry about that, guys. And Ajiro, thanks for teaching me that one. Mashiro bowed slightly in her direction. The pleasure was mine. Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat, and all eyes turned to him. Right, as Monoma said, today we're holding a joint training exercise. 1A. You might remember the battle trials from your first lesson. Think of these as a sort of remaster of that. Vlad King stepped forward. Each class will be split into 5 teams of 4 members each, and the teams will face off in class-on-class combat. We'll have 5 matches, 1 team from each class per match. Takage, a recommended student with long green hair and a purple bodysuit, rubbed her chin thoughtfully. 4 per team. Sounds fun. For a team to win, they must capture all 4 members of the opposing team. Each team's starting point features a mock prison, and getting an opponent through the door counts as their capture and removes them from the match. Shishida, a bulky student covered in fur, hummed to himself. The most efficient method would be to defeat opponents close to the base camp, to reduce the risk of interception during transport. Vlad King finished. Teams will be determined by drawing lots. The number on the slip you draw indicates the match you'll participate in. Match 1, Gleaming Radiance, Grandmaster, Cardiosmith, and Frostfire vs. Welder, Jack Mantis, Lizardy, and Mudman. Match 2, Uravity, Charge-a-Bolt, Red Riot, Insomnus vs. Rule, Airwall, Plamo, and Phantom Thief. Match 3, Shonen Rose, Facultatum, Cellophane, and Aurora vs. Vanta Black, Ricketti, Emily, and Long Wisey. Match 4, Anima, Tentacle, Tsukayomi, and Creati vs. Spiral, Battle Fist, Vine, and Real Steel. Match 5, Froppy, Baker's Dozen, Ghost, and Megadon vs. Shemage, Jevodin, Mines, and Comicman. Vlad King announced. Teams for Match 1, follow the bots to your designated starting positions. Each match will have a time limit of 20 minutes, and whoever has more active members at the end of that limit will be declared the winner, determining that to be the extent of their instructions. The 2 groups of 4 headed off in opposite directions. Mina whipped her head around at the sound of footsteps, grinning widely as she saw Yagi-sensei walking up to the viewing platform alongside Kayama-sensei. All Might and Midnight are here, and at the same time, too. You think they're dating? Midnight rolled her eyes with a scoff. Please, older men aren't my type at all. So, Tashinori, which class do you think will win? Yagi-sensei hummed and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Not sure. On the surface, Class A definitely has an edge in raw power, especially with the crises they've had to endure. But looking at the grades, Class B has shown more improvement over the year. Proper instruction versus flying by the seat of their pants. Whoever wins overall, this should prove interesting. Shadow adjusted his new wristbands as the clock ticked down the seconds to the start of the match. This should prove interesting. The other team has both of 1B's recommendation students. Kyoyuka glanced up. Wait, seriously? Geez, I knew we drew lots, but couldn't they have at least tried not to have that kind of result? Meshirao chuckled. Think of it this way, Cardiosmith. If you win, you'll have full bragging rights for beating not one, but 2 recommended students in a training exercise. Kyoyuka snorted. Leave bragging rights for Monoma. I think he's the only one who really cares about them. Yuga flashed a wide smile. We will leave them dazzled, Monamis. The loudspeakers crackled, and Vlad King's voice rang out. Match 1, start. Kyoyuka immediately crouched to embed her jacks into the closest surfaces, closing her eyes and focusing on the sonic input. Nothing. Wait, hang on. I'm picking up on. She shrieked and recoiled as several crashing noises echoed through ground gamma. Shadow swore under his breath and grabbed his teammate's shoulder to steady her, glancing towards the approaching sounds of devastation. What the hell? I thought we were supposed to be keeping collateral damage to a minimum. Meshirao scowled and cracked his knuckles. Going out on a limb here, but I bet Jack Mantis is behind this plan. Call me judgmental, but he doesn't strike me as someone who prefers stealth. You'd be right. Shadow shifted his right foot, and a spire of ice shot up behind Yuga to trap the 1B student's arm blade. Plus, Lizardy figured you'd use Cardiosmith for recon, so wrecking a few things would get loud enough to put her out of commission. A section of a nearby pipe turned to liquid, sloughing away to reveal Mudman standing behind it. And even if Jiru isn't down for good, Lizardy still has a plan for that. Shadow took a half step back, scowling. So you decided to forego stealth altogether and come straight for us, is that it? A voice by his left ear whispered, well, not entirely. Fire erupted from his skin out of reflex, and he glanced over to see ashes drifting down to settle in a pile on the ground. Mudman stared at it, before meeting Shadow's own wide-eyed stare. Did you just? I swear, that was a reflex. I didn't mean for that to happen. Is Lizardy going to be okay? Jack Mantis scoffed, still trying to dislodge his blade. She'll be fine. She can regen parts that get destroyed. So, are you gonna make this easy on yourselves and give up? Or are we gonna have to get rough? Mashirao crouched, metal extending from under his gi to form armored sleeves over his arms, legs, and tail. Funny, I was just about to say the same thing to you. Kyoyuka shakily got to her feet, unslinging her guitar from her back and reaching towards her pocket. You might have caught me off guard, but we're not down till we're out. Suddenly, her guitar was yanked from her hand and stuck to a nearby vertical pipe. Welder turned around with a grin. Sorry, but He was cut off when Kyoyuka rushed forward and punched him in the face with the might of a pissed-off rock star. The 1B student was launched into a wall, leaving an impact crater twice his height and knocking him unconscious on the spot. Kyoyuka slid to a stop, fists clenched tight and breath coming out in angry huffs. That was my favorite guitar, you prick. Hizashi paused, his attention driven from the pot of coffee he was brewing in the teacher's lounge as an apology to show for having to deal with Vlad's overenthusiasm about the joint exercise. 13 glanced up from where she was shuffling through paperwork with a concerned hum. Everything all right, Yamada? Something just happened. I don't know what it was, but I have the strangest feeling that I should contact my agency's lawyers, or buy tickets to the next Deep Dope concert. Not sure which. Budman reached towards the ground, and Shadow moved. If there was one thing that he'd taken from Endeavor's training, it was that a battle could be decided in the shortest moments. He needed to hit fast, hit hard, and keep hitting so that his opponent wouldn't have time to think. A thin jet of fire hissed between the other recommended student's hand and the concrete, and Mudman recoiled from the heat. Shadow was on him in an instant. A punch to the gut knocked Mudman back further, and Shadow poured on the pressure, launching blows at any opening he could find. Left hook to the chest, right cross to the cheek, left jab to the hip joint, block with right arm, counter with left straight to the shoulder. Mudman's back was forced against a wall, and Shadow threw a right hook that would have landed on his opponent's jaw if it had connected. But at the last second, the other boy dropped into the now liquid ground. Remembering the recommendations exam, Shadow jumped back as the softened area began to grow. Wait, where's? He was knocked out of his musings, literally, when a fist flew in out of nowhere and slammed into the side of his face. Shadow stumbled to the side, dazed, and something grabbed his collar from behind, dragging him back towards his teammates. He heard Jack Mantis shout with glee, and he racked his brain for his options. Then he heard the clang of metal against metal, and he decided that Lizardy was higher priority. Fire burst from the left side of his neck, and he heard a distant shriek as the hand on his collar let go. Shaking his head in an attempt to reboot his senses, Shadow shifted his right foot and launched himself into the air with a pillar of ice. As he cleared the tallest pipes in the vicinity, he spotted most of Takage's face hovering overhead. She glanced down as he flew up, grinning as his upwards momentum slowed. Sorry, Todoroki, but the sky is my territory. Shadow smirked, I beg to differ. Flames erupted from his left foot, causing him to shoot directly towards Takage. Her eyes widened, and she backpedaled, but not quickly enough to escape. You can fly. It's not flying, I'm just not falling. Denki and Hanta locked eyes and grinned in unison. This isn't flying. This is falling with style. Izuku rolled his eyes, trying and failing to keep a grin off his own face. When Shouto got back to his team's base with what he could scrounge of Takage's body, he found Kyoyuka shaking Welder's limp form while Jack Mantis and Mudman sat glumly inside the cell. Yuga was standing guard, while Mashurao was trying to reason with Kyoyuka. Shouto cleared his throat to announce his presence, involuntarily taking a step back when Kyoyuka whipped her head around and shouted, "What?" Shouto swallowed nervously. So, how did things go over here? Yuga grinned. Grandmaster was able to handle Monsieur Jack Mantis quite effectively on his own. Then, Monsieur Mudman attempted to trap us in the ground, only to come face to face with Grandmaster's improvised ultimate move. It appears their ploy of coming to us proved to be their undoing, as transporting them to the cell was rather quick. Mashurao sighed. Cardiosmith is still justifiably pissed about her guitar, so she's been trying to wake Welder up, to little success. I've been trying to tell her that she can wait until later to get him to undo his welding on her guitar, but Kyoyuka scoffed and let go of Welder, letting him crash to the ground unceremoniously as she crossed her arms. And I'm telling you, Grandmaster, we're probably going to be reusing this part of Ground Gamma for the next match, which, considering what these guys did, means there's a good chance my guitar will get caught in the crossfire. And I'm not risking that. Shouto sighed and deposited Takage in the cell. Tatsume's the one who made your guitar, right? Kyoyuka grunted. Yeah, but do you really think she wouldn't design it to be practically indestructible by anyone in the class? Well, the loudspeakers crackled, and Aizawa-sensei interjected, "Listen to him, Cardiosmith. Besides, we're planning on moving the next match to a different section of Ground Gamma. Your guitar will be fine, and you can get Welder to unstick it once he wakes up." Shouto moved Welder into the cell, letting the sensors determine that all 4 members of 1B's team had been captured. In any case, good work. At the very least, we probably won't lose points for property damage. Ijiru cracked his knuckles, his repaired shoulder gears hissing. You guys think Aizawa-sensei would mind if I worked out some frustrations from the sports festival during the match? Achako blinked, tugging on her gauntlets. The fact that you of all people have been holding a grudge for that long is surprising. Ijiru huffed. Yeah, well, excuse me for being ticked at the guy who called Izubro's coma getting an OE on his Finji. Hito Bro sighed. I wouldn't blame him too much for that. The news didn't really go into much detail about what had happened, so it's not like he could have known the entire situation. Sure, he was a D about it, but he was a D with limited intel. Ijiru grunted. Katsuki pointed that out already. Doesn't change the fact that he did it, nor the fact that I'm pissed that he did it. Never fully worked off the frustration from that, either. Denki Bro chuckled. Well hey, look on the bright side. At least you got a badass hero title out of it. Ijiru rolled his eyes. Thanks, you're so helpful. I try. Can you at least promise you won't aim a red gauntlet at him? Ijiru huffed. I promise I will not aim a full-force red gauntlet at his smug face. Denki Bro blinked. Oddly specific, but I'll take it. Hito Bro gave Denki Bro a pointed look. If anyone should be making promises, it's you, lover boy. Denki Bro groaned. Come on, I thought we'd gotten past this. Well, after my final exam, excuse me if I don't trust one of my less mature classmates to keep blood flowing to the correct head. Denki Bro scoffed and turned up his nose. For your information, Yui has made it crystal clear that, should I attempt to bring our relationship into a heroics exercise, I will lose snuggle privileges indefinitely. Is that good enough for you? No, I want to hear it explicitly from you. Denki Bro sighed and hung his head in defeat. I, Kaminari Denki, solemnly swear that I will not let my absolutely beautiful girlfriend distract me from the task at hand. Good. Acha, any problems you need to admit to? Achako grinned. Nah, I think I'm good. No grudges, no crushes. You, same. Let's do this. The loudspeakers blared, and Ijiru crouched in anticipation. Vlad King shouted, Match 2, start. He was off, tearing through Ground Gamma as fast as he could pump his legs. Achako was already bounding overhead like she was on the moon. Hito Bro was parkering from pipe to pipe like some deranged purple rabbit, and Denki Bro was right beside Ijiru. Unlike the first match, it seemed like 1B was playing the waiting game this time, because they didn't run into anyone until a good 3 minutes in. Ijiru was the first to realize this, by virtue of running face first into an invisible wall. The good news was that he broke through it like it wasn't even there. The bad news was that it shattered exactly like glass, just as sharp and just as loud. The worst news was that he paused to compute what just happened. And in that moment, the enemy team made their move. Airwall jumped out of the pipes ahead, cupping his hands around his mouth and breathing out loudly. All of a sudden, it felt like Izuku was trapped in a tiny invisible box. As he tried pushing against the walls of his prison, he saw Airwall say something, but he couldn't hear what it was. Actually, he couldn't hear anything except for his own breathing. Fortunately, Ochako aimed one of her gauntlets at the box and shot one of her grapples out, breaking through it and giving Izuku just enough wiggle room to bust out the rest of the way himself. Hey, don't leave a guy out of a conversation when he's right there. Something hit his exposed back, and he whirled around with a hardened fist, only for his punch to slam into an equally hardened palm. Oh my, this is certainly an improvement. The copy I picked up during the cavalry battle was barely a taste compared to this. Izuku scowled as he took a half step back. Phantom Thief. Monoma smirked. Red Riot. How kind of you to join us. I'm surprised. I figured you'd be lagging behind the others on your team. But I suppose you and Tetsu really aren't the same. Pity. I was hoping he'd get a chance to prove that his defense is far greater than yours. Izuku clenched his jaw. Funny, I don't remember hearing from Mashi Bro that defense is what wins fights. His fist shot forward, landing squarely on Monoma's face. The guy was able to activate his copy of hardening in time, but he clearly wasn't expecting the force packed into Izuku's arm. Monoma was sent flying, backflipping once before slamming into a vertical pipe. Izuku flexed his fingers and huffed in satisfaction. How's that for an OE on your Finji? Hito Bro groaned from where he was crouched on a horizontal pipe. Izuku, come on, we literally just talked about this. Izuku grunted. He's fine, that was hardly a full-force red gauntlet. See, look, he's already getting back up. Getting back up was actually pretty charitable. Monoma was stumbling wildly, his eyes unfocused and his nose crooked. What? I copied your quirk. My defense should have equaled your offense. Izuku huffed. Bold of you to assume my quirk is all of my defense or offense. Something whacked him upside the head with a loud clang, and he stumbled forward, before quickly regaining his balance and glancing at where Rule was holding a long pipe. Thanks for the stress test. But I've been hit harder, way harder. Rule shrugged, and the pipe shrank down to about the size of a pencil. Worth a shot. Denki Bro seemed to run a quick head count, then blinked. Wait, where's your other teammate? Monoma grinned. Funny you should ask. Now, he and Airwall breathed out at the same time, and Izuku glanced up to see Plamo peeking out over a pipe way overhead. Crud, move. Glue squall. A white liquid sprayed down over the area, hitting invisible walls in front of the 1B students but continuing uncontested towards 1A's team. Luckily, Ochako seemed to have seen it coming, because she proceeded to rip a big pipe out of the ground nearby and use it as an improvised umbrella for all four of them. So, you like heights, eh? Me too. Let's see who's got a better head for M. She tossed the pipe up and jumped straight through it, quickly soaring up towards Plamo. The 1B student shrieked and ran off, and Izuku forced himself to focus on the remaining 1B students. Rule was dual-wielding shrunken pipes. Airwall had a longer one in a two-handed grip, and Monoma was unarmed. Considering his options and his feelings, he made a decision. Denki Bro, you take Airwall. Hito Bro, you've got the asshat over there. I'll take Rule. Denki Bro nodded. Understood. Airwall cracked an eyebrow. What, not upset that he's choosing to go after your girlfriend? If I were you, I'd tell him not to hurt her too badly. Denki Bro snorted. I'm honestly more worried about Izuku getting hurt too badly. Izuku rolled his eyes with exaggerated sass. Your faith in me is astounding, bro. Yeah, get going. Rule asked, what about Somnus? Monoma scoffed. I can handle him easily. Rule blinked. Wasn't me. Monoma blinked, and Hito Bro darted forward, smacking the blonde across the face with his bow staff before taking control. Rule reached out towards Monoma, and Izuku darted forward. His hardened fist slammed into her crossed pipes with enough force to send her sliding backwards, and he chased after her. Despite the expression on his face and the tension in his muscles, his shoulders felt lighter than they'd been in months. Izuku stared up at the viewing screen with a frown. Okay, does someone want to explain why Izuku went after Monoma like that? I get that he's a prick, but I didn't think he was enough of a prick to warrant that. Katsuki grunted. I'm more surprised he's held on to that grudge for so long. Remember how he was super pissed during his first match in the sports festival tournament? Fukudashi shuddered. I had nightmares for weeks about being on the receiving end of that headbutt. Shouta patted his classmate on the shoulder. There. On the bright side, at least that experience gave you a good basis for some of your ultimate moves. Katsuki huffed. Yeah, well, the reason he was so pissed to begin with was because during the cavalry battle, Copycat went after my team and made some D-head comments about the USJ. I think Izuku's breaking point was when Copycat referred to your quirk exhaustion-induced coma as getting an OE on your Finji. Izuku sighed. Fun. Well, at least he looks calmer now. I think punching Monoma in the face worked out the last few lingering bits of aggression he had left in him. Oase, still sporting a large black eye, chuckled nervously. I dunno, you see how hard he's hitting the stuff Kodai shrank. Looks plenty aggressive to me. Tetsu shook his head. Nah, he's not actually aggressive at all. See how he's only using his quirk to hit her weapons? Every time he hits her directly. He isn't hardened. I mean, sure, he's still putting plenty of muscle behind those hits, but that's cause he respects Kodai's fighting abilities, and going easy on someone just cause they're a girl isn't manly. Kiri bro's fighting seriously. But he's not fighting mad. Kamakiri crossed his arms and nodded with a huff. Once this exercise is over, I'm tracking him down and asking him if he wants to train outside of classes. He pointed a thumb at Tetsu. I mean, I can only sharpen my blades on Tetsu for so long before I grind him down too far. Tetsu smirked and turned into metal, banging his fists together. Oh, is that a challenge, cockroach? Bring it on, lugnut. Kendo sighed loudly. Enough, you two. Save it for after class. Izuku cracked an eyebrow, not trying to prevent it altogether. Kendo snorted. Please, I know my limits. Fair enough. In the end, Aijuru wasn't able to keep the momentum going, and was eventually knocked out by a shrunken pipe to the head. And while her mobility was vastly superior, Ochako couldn't quite find an opening to bring down Plamo before time ran out. Still, thanks to Hitoshi getting Monoma into the cell pretty much right away, he was able to hold Rule off long enough for Denki to capture Tsuburaba, netting another win for 1A. Despite the number of glue traps Plamo had left in his wake while evading Ochako, they weren't prohibitive enough to warrant switching to a new area like the first match had. Thus, Izuku found himself pulling on his gloves before long. So, we're up against a guy who can merge with shadows, a girl who can fire her horns like spiked rockets, a girl who can move things telekinetically, and a guy who fires scales like machine guns. Mina giggled darkly, letting her grapples dangle by her knees. For a team with less mobility, that might be an issue. Hanta chuckled, spinning a grenade on his finger. Real shame that the lottery put the four of us together. Tenya huffed. While I am against gloating, I will admit this feels just a little bit unfair. Izuku smirked. Hey, you take what you can get, facultatum. The loudspeakers blared, and Vlad King shouted, Match 3, start. They were off in an instant, half of the team heading up and over while the other half charged straight in. While Izuku had been training with White a majority of his life, Tenya had been doing the same with his own quirk, and the two were neck and neck. As such, it didn't take long to run into 1B. Almost literally. Within half a minute of the match starting, Izuku slid under a horizontal pipe to see Tsunotori, Yanagi, and Rin running towards him. Taking quick note of the shock on their faces, he considered his options and angled towards the first. As he grabbed one of her horns and tensed his legs to take off towards his team's cell, he shouted, Facultatum, take long wisey. Understood. Tenya dropped down, apparently having vaulted over the pipe that Izuku had slid under, and launched towards Rin. The 1B student, to his credit, recovered quickly and launched a barrage of scales at his attacker, but that was what Izuku was counting on. While Ingenium's costume was designed to crumple as a sort of airbag, May had been aghast at the thought of, in her words, intentionally fragile engineering. Thus, the scales merely bounced off Tenya's chest without so much as a scratch, and jets of air hissed out from his shoulders to slow his forward momentum just enough to not liquefy Rin on impact. It still sent the Chinese student sliding back, disorienting him long enough for Tenya to dash in, grab him by the neck, and shoot back the other way. By the time Yanagi had probably recovered, Izuku had already hauled Tsunotori most of the way back through ground gamma, bobbing and weaving around pipes at speeds that kept her dizzy. He dropped his speed as he approached his destination, just enough so he could skid past the cell, turn on his heel, and throw his captive inside. Hardly 10 seconds later, Tenya did almost the exact same thing, barely taking a moment to breathe. The two were off again, sprinting through the urban jungle at top speeds. Izuku raised a hand to his ear, opening a call to his teammates. Any visual on Vanta Black? Hunter responded. Negative, Aurora. I've got both my HUD and my natural eyes out, but he hasn't made a move yet. Mina added. I've been coating dark spots with slime where I can, so hopefully his movements are limited. And by the way, when you get the chance, let your dad know that he's a genius for coming up with that. Izuku rolled his eyes with a smirk. Let him know yourself if you really want to tell him that. Not like there's anything keeping you from stopping by the support labs after classes. Fair enough. Just as Izuku cut the call, his foot hit something that hadn't been there a second ago, and he tipped forward, his face rapidly approaching the ground. At his speed, he likely would have lost huge patches of skin to road rash if he didn't have the presence of mind to immediately swap to blue. But he did, and thus he tumbled head over heels for a good dozen meters, crashing through a couple of pipes for good measure. Fortunately, his forward momentum was halted when he slammed face first into a vertical pipe, leaving a comical indent of his body in its surface. Unfortunately, a hand grabbed his ankle and yanked him out, dragging him through the air away from his team's cell. Okay, Vanta Black, I'll give you that sit. Izuku was forced to twist and contort his body to avoid the pipes in his way. Sure, he could have used blue to simply break through them, but that could potentially dislocate Kiwaro's wrist. Whether that was preferable to banging his head against multiple metal surfaces at high speed in quick succession was still up for debate. Fortunately, he didn't have to debate it for long, as Hanta quickly swung in and wrapped his tape around the pipe, cutting a strip of white through the black shadow. Kiwara was forced to emerge from the pipe, and Izuku took advantage of the student's grip on his ankle to swap to green and start flying back towards his cell. To his credit, Kiwara caught on quickly and let go, but he was still exposed in midair, meaning that Mina could swoop in, wrap him in a slime-coated wire, and take off. And take off she did, especially with white fueling her velocity. She was out of sight in barely 3 seconds, and Izuku nodded in satisfaction, before twisting in midair to avoid a metal rod shooting at him. "Don't worry, Emily, I didn't forget about you." Tenya dashed in and smoothly positioned his right foot under her, before kicking upwards and launching her into the sky. Izuku landed on an elevated pipe and swapped to orange, rocketing towards her and landing a palm heel strike to her forehead. As he passed, with her eyes unfocused, she was unable to stop Hanta from swinging in, quickly binding her arms to her sides and dragging her towards their cell. Izuku shot ahead as a cyan laser, just in case he needed to disorient her again. Thankfully, he didn't, and both Yanagi and Kiwara were jailed in quick succession. The match ended a minute and a half after it started. Shouta tried and failed to muffle a snort behind his capture weapon as Vlad's jaw dropped. "How but who would, huh?" Shouta cleared his throat a couple times, then looked up at the viewing screen. "In fairness, we probably should have intervened when the lottery put arguably my 4 fastest students on the same team." He felt Bakugo's glare on the back of his head, and he huffed loudly. "Arguably. However, if someone does want to argue that, you can do so in detention." The feeling subsided. "That's what I thought." Momo hummed thoughtfully as her gauntlet took in the topography of the area, translating it into a 3-dimensional map displayed just over her arm. "All right, Plamo's traps were left relatively high up, so they likely won't pose much of a problem for us. Kaibara-sen, alias Spiral, is able to rotate his joints at high speeds. Kendo Itsuka, alias Battle Fist, is able to enlarge each of her hands to the size of a refrigerator. Shizaki Ibara, alias Vine, is able to extend and control her thorny hair. Tetsu, alias Real Steel, is able to transform his entire body into, well, steel. Fumikage adjusted his Shadow Dragon gauntlets. Duly noted. What is our strategy?" Momo rubbed at her chin, considering the factors at play. The obvious strategy would be for 1B to use Shizaki to cover a large portion of their side of the field. Since she can feel vibrations through the vines still connected to her head, she is well suited for area denial. The obvious counter would be for Kuji and Mezu to run surveillance, figure out which area she is covering, and let us know to avoid it. Mezu hummed, "I'm sensing a but Kendo is a strategist herself, and she would know that we would recognize the obvious counter. As such, she would likely use Shizaki as a diversion, to make us focus on avoiding the vines and thus fall into the waiting arms of the other 3. Direct confrontation with Tetsu in particular would prove rather dangerous, given how similar his capabilities are to Ijiru's." Kuji winced. "No thanks, I choose life." Momo nodded. "Precisely. So, our priority is to remove Shizaki from the playing field, thus giving us more room to maneuver. Once we have opportunities to evade direct confrontation, we can attempt to pick off the remaining enemies one at a time. In the event we are forced into one-on-one battles, however, we must plan for who should face who. Fumikage, you are the member of our team best suited for handling Tetsu, should the need arise. Ground Gamma has several areas with limited natural light, which would empower Dark Shadow. Mezu, I would suggest you prioritize Kaibara. Aside from Dark Shadow, you have the highest durability on our team, not to mention minor regenerative capabilities that would inhibit most of Kaibara's advantages. Kuji, if necessary, you should prioritize Shizaki. Commanding a large squadron of animals would disorient her, and your holographic doubles might throw her off long enough to create an opening." Fumikage frowned. Would it not be better for Kuji to focus on Kendo? Surely she is more vulnerable to being overwhelmed by numbers, and your quirk gives you easy access to several counters to Shizaki's vines, such as flamethrowers or liquid nitrogen. Momo winced and rubbed her upper arm nervously. "Kendo is something of a special case when it comes to me. You remember that I went to Uebami for my internship?" "Yes." Kuji nodded. "What about it?" "Kendo was also there during that week, and Uebami cast us together in a commercial for her new line of hairspray. Since then, Izuku has told me that Kendo has been upset at the public lumping her in with me on account of that. I fear she has a desire to defeat me in order to set herself apart and stand out on her own. While I am hesitant to exploit that, I believe letting her work it out away from the cameras is preferable to ignoring the matter and possibly allowing it to boil over." Mezu nodded. "Reasonable. Speaking from personal experience, Holding a grudge for too long takes its toll on your psyche and your ability to perform under stress. Still, regardless of what happens during the exercise, I think you should let Vlad King and Aizawa sensei know about your suspicions, not to mention the commercial. Momo nodded firmly. I will be sure to do so. Is this strategy acceptable, then? Fumikage flexed his fingers and grunted in affirmation. I see no issues with this plan. It is best to keep it simple and flexible. Kuji nodded. Agreed. Mezu cracked all 6 sets of knuckles. Fine by me. Momo smiled. Good. The loudspeakers blared, and she tensed. Vlad King announced, Match 4, start. 3 of them were off immediately, while Mezu crouched and stuck 4 ears against the floor. After a few seconds, her earpiece crackled, and her teammate reported, I'm hearing thorns scraping along the pipes and floor roughly 15 meters from your location, 11 o'clock bearing. Roger that, Tentacle. Anima, any assistance in the area? No, sorry. All the noise from the previous matches scared off any animals that might have been around to begin with. Understood. Pity we have to play a trump card so early, but this is the hand we were dealt. Send them in. Kuji nodded and fished his hover projectors out of a belt pouch, tossing them into the air to allow 5 doubles of him to appear running next to the group. Command sequence. Foxtrot Oscar Oscar Lima. The doubles nodded and took off through the maze of pipes, moving faster than the real Kuji could run but otherwise looking as solid as the original student. Momo ran through a sequence of formulas and schematics in her head, and the familiar pink and blue sparkles of her quirk formed on her left shoulder as she and Fumikage slid to a stop. Tentacle, distance to target. Based on the area and density of the sounds, I'd say you're about 5 meters to intercept. Closest vine I can hear is on the other side of that wall from you. Momo hummed in surprise. You can hear where the walls are. Mezu chuckled. Not exactly. I'll show you once the match is over. I don't want to risk anyone overhearing. Fumikage rolled his eyes. I doubt any of our opponents have enhanced senses, but I suppose it pays to be cautious. He glanced at the weapon in Momo's hand, and the feathers over one eye stood on end, his equivalent of a cracked eyebrow. I take it Denki introduced you to a certain pre-Quirk video game series. Momo blinked. You're familiar with it as well. He coughed into his fist and glanced away. I may have had a post-apocalyptic phase when I was younger. I must ask, what is it using for a power source? Momo giggled. The same as my personal trump card, of course. Fumikage chuckled. Naturally. I do not know why I expected it to be anything else. Mezu interjected. Anima's assault is close to the target. Be ready to move once you hear an opening. Momo adopted a ready stance, squeezing the handle of her weapon to activate its engine. A quiet whirring filled the air, and she tensed. Not yet, not yet, not yet. A shriek rang out. Now, Momo shot out into the open area, the ground utterly covered in thorny vines. For anyone else, it might have posed a problem, but she had come prepared. The handheld chainsaw in her right hand cut through the plant growth with ease, shredding through thorns and stems as if they weren't even there. Shizaki shouted with surprise, and Fumikage jumped the remaining distance to grab her toga with both hands. The second his feet touched the ground again, he was off, hauling the 1B student through ground gamma at top speeds. Then Momo noticed something in her peripheral vision, and she darted forward to lunge in front of the bird-headed boy, her ripper held diagonally over her chest. And just in time, as Tetsu erupted from the shadows, already swinging a metallic arm down in a hammer fist, the strike slammed against the weapon, which thankfully held. Unfortunately, Momo could spot the other 2 members of 1B's team encroaching on their position. Backup plan, go. Fumikage immediately tossed Shizaki straight up and lunged at Tetsu, forcing the metal student to defend himself. Kuji snagged Shizaki out of the air and bolted off towards their team's cell, just barely avoiding Kaibara and Kendo. Momo discarded the ripper and snagged her personalized bow staff from her belt, lunging at Kendo with an overhead swing. Kaibara stepped in to meet her, but the ponytailed ginger was faster, eagerly matching Momo's attack with a palm heel strike. Come on, Creati. You and me. Battle fist. We talked about this. Mezu appeared out of nowhere, bearing down on Kaibara with all 6 arms sporting clenched fists. You've got your own problem, Spiral. Momo stepped back, snapping her staff into a pair of eskrima sticks. Kendo laughed and went on the offensive, launching a barrage of punches from nearly every angle. Momo was driven back rapidly, forced to focus entirely on defense. For as much as Kendo was driven by a one-sided grudge, she was still an incredibly skilled fighter, leaving absolutely no openings for the other girl to exploit. You've got a great quirk, Creati, really variable, but in a situation where you've got no time to think, that variability flips from an advantage to a hindrance. Unlike me, you've got to deal with choice paralysis. Momo grit her teeth and planted her feet, firmly standing her ground. You're right, I always have more options than most, but that doesn't make me any better than those around me. Having more to choose from means it's harder to train one into a truly powerful option. Sometimes, simple is better. Kendo laughed mockingly. Maybe to you. But the media sure as hell seems to think differently. All they can seem to talk about is how a hero should be able to help out in as many situations as possible. Right. Momo narrowed her eyes. 2 sheets of tungsten popped out of her arms, and she quickly brought them in front of her body to block an enlarged fist. This isn't just about being lumped in with me, is it? This is about trying to prove that you're versatile, even with a quirk that seems straightforward like Big Fist. Kendo poured on the assault, Momo's shields beginning to crumple. What's wrong, Creati? Getting hard to think straight. Use that oh-so-big brain of yours. If you insist. The tungsten sheets flew to the sides, revealing Momo standing firm with a metal tube poking out of her palm. Kendo's eyes widened, and she aimed a chop at Momo's head, only for what looked like liquid metal to flow up the one student's skin and block the strike. Her armor coated the rest of her body, and the inside of the tube glowed a brilliant light blue. It's a rather difficult schematic to memorize, but the payoff is rather worth it, if you ask me. A condensed bolt of glowing cyan energy shot out from the barrel, streaking past Kendo's face and causing the ginger to involuntarily recoil. Momo took advantage of that brief opening, grasping her opponent's wrist with her other hand and letting her armor lock their limbs together. Kendo, to her credit, recovered quickly, thrusting her enlarged free hand towards Momo's arm, only to be yanked off balance. Momo forced the shorter girl onto her back, before aiming the gun barrel at Kendo's face. You are a fantastic opponent, but I'd rather not prolong this any more than necessary. Submit. Kendo chuckled nervously. I'm calling your bluff. The teachers wouldn't let a student shoot another student in the head. Momo smirked. Not with a bullet, certainly. However, to borrow one of Hatsume's favorite phrases, we don't need no stinking bullets. She twitched her fingers in a predetermined sequence, and the barrel's glow switched from cyan to orange. A similarly colored energy bolt shot out from Momo's palm, smacking into Kendo's forehead and releasing a surge of electricity comparable to a police taser. In seconds, the ponytailed ginger was out cold. Momo's nanotech armor flowed back into its housing within the clasp of her cape. She sat back and sighed deeply. For what it's worth, I'm sorry you were compared to me so much, but I'm hardly able to help you with everything you've been dealing with. Her earpiece crackled. Creati, all good on your end. I just got Spiral into the cell, and I caught the tail end of that. Momo hauled Kendo's limp form onto her shoulder and raised a hand to her earpiece. Battle Fist is unconscious for now. How are the others doing? Anima got vines to the cell first thing, and Tsukuyomi secured Real Steel's capture shortly after. Spiral was giving me a little trouble, but he wasn't making much headway, and once Anima showed up to support, he went down fairly quickly. Battle Fist is the only one not captured yet. Need some help carrying her. Momo shook her head. I'll be all right, but thank you for the offer. As she jogged back towards the cell, she hummed curiously. So, how did you know there was a wall? The air behind her shimmered, and she glanced back to see a small drone fizzle into existence. According to May, this was supposed to be my exam upgrade, but she couldn't quite work all the bugs out in time, so she settled on a thermal vision scope. Momo giggled. I do hope she realizes that if she keeps up with these kinds of developments, she's going to put Toru-chan out of work. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.